Oof. might be a rough day today. Ordinarily on this stream, we are big fans of Dr. Mike. But I think he dropped a video yesterday covering House MD. And for some reason, quote unquote, real doctors, okay, like to pretend like they know more than or could do better than Dr. Gregory House with the dual specialization in infectious diseases and nephrology. Why can't like all the words have like the same roots? Wouldn't that just be better? Like, why can't we just call the heart like the cardiac? And then when you say like, oh, cardiovascular, that makes sense. Or like a cardiac arrest, that makes sense. Why do we have to have a whole different, or like nephrology is for kidneys? Why not call it like kidneyology? Or these are my, I do nephrology. It's the study of the nephros, your kidneys. Why do they all, I'm just saying, it makes things a lot easier, okay? Hugh Laurie rejected an invitation from Dr. Mike.
His staff was like, oh, this is a good fit. We're going to reach out to him and see what he thinks. I'm going to read you quote unquote. We invited Hugh Laurie to our show. His staff was like, oh, this is a good fit. We're going to reach out to him and see what he thinks. I'm going to read you quote unquote what he said. He is not interested in opportunities like this. Frankly, doesn't care about the audience or reliving the show.
Damn.
That's so baller.
It's just such a direct and honest reply.
I'm a Gemini, middle child pleaser. I'll answer any question you ask me.
Wait. Is this the alternate universe Nick Rekieta, where he never does alcohol and cleans up and becomes a famous actor? Someone said not even close? Really? Not even close? Fuck you guys.
Question you asked me.
Supposedly House got annoyed at some point. That was so bad, technically. I'm sorry. I shouldn't call him House, considering I'm talking about how annoyed he was with being associated with the role so much. Hugh Laurie got annoyed. I feel like it's kind of interesting that there are divergent pathways for like TV and movie stuff. Doesn't seem to cross over that much. And people can get really big doing TV shows and like never branch out into the film world. I guess it kind of makes sense. I guess it's a different workflow, talent, something maybe. Skill set, I guess. But it used to be that way, but now it's changed. No, I feel like it's still generally that way. Like sometimes you'll get actors that will bridge the gap. They'll make the jump. But yeah, most of them are like one tricks, no? For TV shows or for movies? I feel like for TV shows, to do a TV show well, I feel like almost takes a little, would I say more talent than a film? No, I would say it's like a different thing. Hold on a second. I found out that a minor Mr. Girl and Laugh 2.0 update. Found out that after Pixie dropped her Substack, apparently Gisticle was reaching out to people and he would drag Cherry into the room to like 1-2 him, obviously without ever saying that Cherry and Gisticle were dating at the time, to try to like see if girls would like, hey, did Steven ever send you anything? Can you tell us anything? Jesus Christ. Did you see the PPI news? I'm so fucking happy we're finally headed for some real inflation. We'll be feasting on some delicious schadenfreude in the coming months. Oh, you think that they're going to accept the numbers and then not try to explain them away? You don't think that's going to be Biden's inflation? Everyone from Atlanta became huge movie stars. Brian Tyree Henry, Lakeith Stanfield, Zazie Beetz. These are movies that I've never heard of. Oh, no, I've heard of them, but I never watched. Transformers 1, Bullet Train, Eternals. Was it just like a cultural moment for like the whole Marvel stuff, or is that kind of thing ever coming back ever? Oh, Lakeith Stanfield became... Oh, I know this guy. I've seen this guy in a lot of stuff. I don't know that was his name. It took years before a series of successful movies emerged. Don't think we're getting that sort of setup anymore. Not anytime soon. Wait, do you guys know the very first Marvel movie in that universe? I think I talked about this on stream a while ago. I didn't know this until like a year ago. Oh yeah, you guys all know. Never mind. Yeah, the Hulk. I didn't even know the Hulk was. I think they just like dropped that. Or maybe it's still canon, but they swapped the actor, right? It was the American History X guy, Edward Norton. Was he the Hulk in that first one, or was it Mark Ruffalo? Norton was the Hulk at one point. Okay, yeah. I think the only tie-in to the MCU, though, was not this fucking Hulk. Was in like the post-credit scene or something, right?
Reload. I've always felt they're loose.
Correct. Well, I guess that can be the only tie-in because it's literally the first movie. That's kind of dumb, right? It's not MCU really. Another studio holds the Hulk rights. Wait, for the character? Or you mean just that particular movie? Iron Man was first? Oh, did Iron Man come out before that? Wait, really? No, that guy was wrong. This was 2008? Damn, that's a long-ass time. Wait, why did everybody just say no and correct that one guy and say he was wrong? But no, he was right. Wait, Iron Man did come out first. May is before June, right? Wait, what the fuck? This is like an ask the audience thing. No, May comes out. March, April, May, June. Shut the fuck up. You will likely never see Marvel hit the highs they did, not just because the movies got worse, but also because people don't go to the theaters anymore. What? Aren't we still having like the highest grossing movies of all time? Overall ticket sales gross per year USA. I don't know. Is there a way to find this out? Domestic yearly box office. Damn. Never mind. Just kidding. Wow, look at how shit the movie theater industry was in 2020. That's crazy. I wonder what happened. Okay, so we just never recovered from COVID, I guess. Jay Powell and Biden killed movie theaters. True. Thunderbolts flopped horribly, as many of the other current MCU movies. Well, I feel like the big issue was that, well, I mean, we know what the issue was, right? Is that they had a whole cast of people that they built up really, really well, and then you had your huge climactic movies, and then they kind of closed the closed the book on the entire set of characters, basically post Endgame. But then the stuff that they tried to pick up afterwards just didn't work out as well, I think. The media environment is so fucked right now. We need more liberals like yourself to defend Dems. Are you willing to help smaller content creators grow from your community and fight the good fight online? Oh, absolutely. I love growing small content creators. I've led to so many successful careers. You've got Hassan Piker. You've got Vosh Vidya. You've got Gesticle. You've got... I was supporting two streamers, Mr. Girl and Lav, at some point in time. I think COVID made people really comfortable streaming movies in the comfort of their own homes, and so afterwards didn't have a strong desire to go back to the frustration of theaters. I wonder if there is, I wonder if there's data on this, because we remember some things, but like the things we remember aren't really true. We just like romanticize the past. Like, here is a thing that, and I said this, I probably even said this on stream. Here's the thing that gamers would always say, but it actually just was never true. Gamers would always say, if you want to buy X graphics card, wait for the next generation to come down, and then the current graphics card prices will drop to compete with the next. That never happened. I don't know why we all said that. That literally never, ever, ever, ever happened. Ever. It never happened. I don't know where this idea or talking point came from. I figured that I think in 2012, when did the 1080 come out? 1080 release date. 2016. Okay, 2016. It's 2012, 4 years later. Okay. Yeah, but like this just never happened. The earlier generation prices would never fall. But I was going to say, one thing I wonder about the movie theater ticket prices is the feeling I have, and maybe the release dates were just always the same and I just didn't realize it. I felt like in the past, if a movie came out in theaters and you wanted to watch it at home, you're waiting like 6 months for the fucking release. I feel like now you see shit, like I feel like there's stuff that is like barely out of theaters and it's already on like YouTube or Paramount Plus or whatever, like within like a month sometimes. But maybe I'm exaggerating. Maybe that's not the case. Maybe the timelines have always been really quick and I just never noticed it. I feel like there's like shit still in theaters sometimes, and I like look on YouTube like, wait, what the fuck? I can buy this shit. So I bet that influences theater stuff a little bit too. Oh, and they announce it ahead of time. Yeah, that's true as well. Where the release date will come and they'll be like, we'll be streaming on Paramount Plus in like 1.5 months or whatever. It's like, damn. One thing that I think is I think going, if I was the president, I would pass a law and make it illegal. If it comes out in theaters, it has to stay outside of streaming media for 2 years. I think going to theaters, like I think going out into the real world with real friends, with real people and hanging out with them, I think that's a good thing. And watching shit like at home, alone, with your Discord friend group, I don't think that is as good of a thing. Because I wonder sometimes if you can't give people too many, we've talked about like, I'm sure someone's got a more formal theory of this, but I call it like friction. Like high friction things usually produce better feelings, hopefully. If you have like reading a book feels different than scrolling memes. Like going out to the theater, there's like a whole set of rituals involved, meeting friends. Sometimes you go to an arcade after. It's fun to just like hang out in a theater. Like there's just like a whole set of experiences there. That's like a fun, special thing. Who was that stupid lady? Oh, fuck, what? I feel like I saw this like a million times. What am I thinking of? It makes me cry. Who's the lady? Who's the lady I'm thinking of? Oh, I feel like she used to be in the trailer intro thing to so many movies. What am I thinking of? Was this not as popular as I thought it was? The AMC girl? Is that it? AMC intro, Nicole Kidman. Is that it? Oh yeah, it's this thing.
We come to this place for magic.
How long did they play this for? I feel like I saw this so many times.
Laugh, all of us. We go somewhere we've never been before.
Wow.
Not just entertained.
I've never seen this.
Somehow reborn.
Oh, well, fuck you.
Together. Dazzling images on a huge silver screen. Sound that I can feel. Somehow, heartbreak feels good in a place like this.
That stupid fucking quote. $100 versus $5, it's just not happening. You're so fucking retarded. It does not cost $100 to see a fucking movie. The fact that you even say that already shows how dumb your argument is. And people will say this shit like, oh, yeah, I don't have the money, I would never do it. So it's only $5 to buy at home. First of all, you're probably buying like 100 fucking movies. Like people say shit like this and then they open their Steam and they've got like 200 games they've never even fucking played before. Okay? Fuck you. Paramount Plus has been the worst streaming app I have ever seen. It's so buggy, and they populate 2 to 3 minute ads at the end of the episode of Dexter before the credits. Streaming apps online and shit are like the United Kingdom, where it's like, drawing this from memory? Oh my God, what do we have? Hold on. There's like an island here for Ireland, because it's like north and south. Or the Republic Island, and then you have like the thing that hugs it, right? Oh, it looks like a kidney. It looks like Pac-Man. Hold on, let me see. What does this actually look like in real life? You know what? Actually, I'll take it. It kind of does look like Pac-Man. It looks like an evil. It looks like an evil monster. A Lovecraftian horror monster about to eat this poor thing flying away. I'll take it. But you know how you have like, this is like the island of Great Britain. I think this is called the island of Ireland. I think Ireland is also an island, and you have like the Republic of Ireland is the country here, and then Northern Ireland is the state / country / province, whatever the fuck they call it, within the country of the United Kingdom. I think the United Kingdom stands for the United Kingdom of Great Britain, right? Which is the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. It's like all this weird shit. I feel like the streaming services are the same because I have like YouTube. I just have YouTube. But like on YouTube, I also have, I guess, like Paramount Plus and HBO somehow. And I know there are separate streaming apps for that as well. But I don't ever have those. But like with my YouTube, sometimes I can buy stuff directly that's also on HBO, but also You can like subscribe, I think, to Paramount Plus through YouTube and get it through there. I have no idea how all of it connects. It's just weird. It's weird. I don't even know. They are called licenses, bro. Yes, companies sell licenses to every country. Oh, thanks, guy in chat with the name Tort. I didn't know that. I thought they just stole it all. Thanks. One second. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen,
How? Okay. Ripped the 90-day theatrical when we did this. Do I care about this? Kind of wild and sad that Americans bought between 1.2 and 1.5 billion movie tickets every year for 30 plus years, and realistically speaking, that's just never going to happen again. Oh. Rip. Not to be annoying, but you're wrong about theater versus digital purchases. Tickets sell out and more people buy digitally. Social aspects don't really matter at the end of the day. Tickets sell. I feel like if you go to any newly released movie on day 3, your theaters have like 4 people in them. I think it's been that way since COVID. I've gone to the theaters a fair amount. I feel like I've had people in chat challenge me on this before, and I've never been proven wrong in any city I've ever been in. Generally, like release night will be huge. I don't remember, are releases on Thursdays or are they Fridays? Like sometimes like that first weekend, if it's a blockbuster release, maybe it'll be kind of big. And then after like the first weekend, it's basically like there's 3 or 4 people.
You requested that we watch the airplane episode of House MD, but I couldn't do it alone. Welcome special guest, Captain Steve. You ready to take this on?
I'm ready.
Let's get started. Pew, whoop.
Who the fuck is Captain Steve? Why do they have an airline pilot for this? Because it's the airline episode? Same shit with malls, right? Malls used to be so much more popular before 2020. Yeah, but I don't know if I ever like going to the mall. Fuck that place.
Antique vintner's cane cost me $900.
It had a corkscrew in it.
Ah, that would explain the vintner's reference.
Could be used as a weapon.
Wait, why is he in a wheelchair this episode?
Against
Have I talked about, you see like, there's like, Sandpepper in chat asked about Lav. Oh, we'll get to that drama, don't worry. The automated wheelchairs in airports are so cute now. At least in Miami, you can, they're like these wheelchairs and they drive themselves. I feel like I don't know why I have such a soft spot for like the little guys that are automatically going places. I see these little, I've talked about this on street before, like the little grocery delivery guys, they have the big eyes and they blink while they roll down the street. And they're such troopers. They just like wheel their way through the city. They look for traffic. They cross the intersection at the right time. I don't know. They always have like a cute name, like Rodrigo or something on the side. I'm like, look at him go.
the pilot.
Oh, it's so interesting. We just had Noah Wiley on the podcast, and he collects unique canes.
Westroads Mall or Oakview? Is Oakview the one at 72nd and Dodge where that one shooter went crazy? I feel like he always went to Westroads. I feel like all the store. I don't know what was Oakview 72nd at Dodge. I feel like Oakview like started to shut down when I was like right out of high school. Like all the stores there closed. There's like nothing there. Like that shooting at Von Mar. I feel like that guy was doing Omaha a favor. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Yeah, but I feel like Westroads was always was a way better choice.
Canes just like that. Do you ever have a passenger come on with a cane,
Well, I've seen passengers come on with canes before.
but not with weapons inside?
No, hopefully not. The TSA should catch that. What could go wrong? What could go wrong?
Yeah.
You know how much WHO accreditation means to the hospital?
It may have been short, but it had girth.
And the room service thing was just spiteful.
I was hungry.
$300 for a bottle of wine.
I was thirsty.
$120 on video services.
I was lonely.
Why do they load planes front to back?
So that
Last night, you and Dan said that septum piercings were usually bad. I feel like it'd work for me though. Should I not get one? Am a girl, FYI. How the fuck can I answer that question without knowing what you look like? I feel like it's part of a whole vibe or aesthetic. It can work, but
that's because people pay more for the seats in the front and they want to feel special. And it's nothing more than that. It's just
It
pandering
feels
to
so.
that.
Wait, what?
Why do they load planes front to back?
So that's because people pay more for the seats in the front and they want to feel special. And it's nothing more than that. It's just
It
pandering
feels
to
so
that.
wrong. Like
It
you're
does.
creating congestion
It's
at the
absolutely
front.
wrong. But you think loading from back to front is faster. It's actually not.
yeah, I think CGP Grey did a whole video on this because the rows get overloaded. You've got to like send in like window seats. There's like a whole thing if you wanted to optimize it. But this is true about people who fly first class. I've been flying first class, Marcus. Now I'm a spoiled fuck, I guess. But it's still weird to me. I don't understand why first class people will be like, oh, boarding first class first. Like, why would I want to go fucking sit on the airplane right away and not do anything? Like I sit there and then stare at everybody else. And then all the poors judge me as they walk by, glaring at me. I don't need that. Give me a curtain or something, okay? There's some, on larger planes, there's like you wouldn't call it twin cabins, but on some planes, there's like you go left for a business or first. I don't know if they're 747s, and then you go right for the other things, for the poverty class. Those are okay.
Really?
Because everybody that stops in the aisle and puts their stuff away, you have to wait, and then they sit down in the aisle seat first, maybe by chance, and they have to get up when the next person comes in. It's actually from the outside to the inside, from the back to the front.
Oh yeah, there it goes.
Cuddy, you're in the next cabinet to the left, 9C.
No, I booked 2 first-class tickets. This must be a mistake.
No mistake. Just arranged for a $500 fare reduction. Expense problem solved.
Did you ever watch the movie Bridesmaids?
Wait, what?
Must be a mistake.
To the left, 9C.
No, I booked 2 first-class tickets. This must be a mistake.
No mistake. Just arranged for a $500 fare reduction. Expense problem solved.
Did you ever watch the movie Bridesmaids?
How much money is this hospital solving that downgrading their tickets is saving them a significant amount of money? Dumb.
Bridesmaids? There's a flight attendant and she calls.
Or was he doing that just to get Cuddy away from him? But that wouldn't make sense. Doesn't House have a huge crush on Cuddy? Is he sitting there alone?
Stove, even though his name is Steve.
Whatever you say.
He's just trolling her?
Stove.
It's Steve.
If you haven't seen that movie, unless my memory is failing me, Bridesmaids is a really good movie, okay? Highly recommended.
Airplanes aren't very healthy. You're not moving.
Yes.
That creates stagnation of blood, leading to potential blood clots forming. You're usually consuming salty beverages
Yes.
or salty foods at the
Yes.
very least.
Do you know why the foods are so salty? When you
So that you buy more drinks? I don't know.
go to altitude, your taste buds are not as responsive.
No
so
way.
they put more salt in it to make the food taste better, like you're down at sea level.
No wonder, like, the fish tastes different.
Yeah, and blood pressure for pilots goes through the roof because you're ingesting more.
And there's
sodium than you
radiation
should.
exposure.
Absolutely.
Do they have you do
There is no shot that any of this is like meaningfully impacting your body. I don't believe this.
any kind of extra health screening things as a pilot?
Yeah, my aero medical examiner looks at everything, and they do actually kind of track some of that stuff. I don't.
Well, maybe for pilots, if you're flying like every single day or whatever, it's a job, sure. Sorry. But not for passengers or whatever.
like to go to the max altitude I can. Every 1,000 foot, you kind of bump up your radiation
You
risk.
decide which altitude.
Did you check UNH? Why? Did it drop? It doesn't matter if it drops. Short term doesn't matter. Okay? Short term is irrelevant unless it went up. Oh my God. Oh my God. Wait. I need help understanding short-term investing stuff. Hold on, wait. I'm sorry, we're pivoting all over the place today. I don't give a fuck. Because, okay, ETFs are going to average out over the long term. It's going to be like steady gains over time, right? If I do one of these crazy buys and I make a fuck ton of money in like a week, chances are the road on the gains for this stock are going to be bumpy, right? I should probably like dump it and then immediately put it into an ETF, right? Because like, for instance, if I do, like, let's say I keep the same gains, but then I keep it for another week, my gains have kind of, in a way, they've like halved, right? Oh my God, bro, this was such a godly call. I'm just a fucking genius. I made $65,000 on this stock in 10 days. Like, I should just sell this. That's like free money. Who came in with me on this stock? Is it to not sell in the first year? Well, I mean, I'll pay ordinary income, I think, on it instead of long-term capital gains. But even at that, I mean, like, yeah, Peter likes this stock too. I'm up. This is the Stock Trader channel, okay? You guys just need to trust me on my calls. I'm going to keep this for a year and it's going to end up fucking doing nothing, but.
Altitude.
If all of DGG went in on a buy with you and it artificially inflated the stock price, but you never exposed it on the buy, is that still insider trading? I feel like I heard Kramer describe this as fomenting. I think there's something illegal about that, boosting the activity from a centralized place, like one person saying it. But I don't know if, I don't know what the punishment is or what the crime is for that. I'm not sure.
Every 1,000 foot, you kind of bump up your radiation
You
risk.
decide which altitude every time?
Within reason, yeah, I do.
Okay. So what altitude do you like not going there?
40,000 and above.
You're like, that's enough.
You know what, I like to stay down around 36, 37.
I'm not Jeff Bezos. I'm not trying to get into the clouds.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait.
What altitude do you like not going there?
40,000 and above.
You're like, that's enough.
You know what, I like to stay down around 36, 37.
I'm not Jeff Bezos.
Aren't you pretty locked into the altitude you fly? Does the pilot really just get to choose? I figured the engines are probably designed optimally for a certain air pressure. Like the higher you go, the thinner the air, the richer your mixture has to be or whatever bullshit, no? Or no, leaner. Richer or leaner? Leaner, I guess, right? Because there's less air, so you'd have less fuel. You just said you choose within a reason? Yeah, but he says go up to 40,000. Can commercial airliners fly at 40,000? I guess they fly at 35. They probably can fly at 40. I feel like they always cruise at like 35, 36.
Bezos, I'm not trying to get into the clouds.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sir, are you all right?
He's drunk.
How do you make that diagnosis? He's struggling, clearly.
Is anyone a doctor?
Can you explain how the price per stock goes up? I don't really understand how the price are set at all. Oh, my friend. We live in a capitalist society, so everything is really easy. Things are priced based on what people are willing to pay for them. That's it.
Yes! I'll go get her.
I'll go get it.
Go get her. You know, that's the one thing I didn't think about. What if you're a doctor, you get asked that question, but you had 3 or 4 wines?
Well, you're still a doctor. It depends on who else steps up, and you don't know how many wines they've had. If I'm in the back of the airplane just as a civilian passenger and I've had a couple of drinks, it depends on how dire the situation is.
That's gonna need less drag at higher altitudes? Why, do they take their clothes off?
Fair. If there's a B-NATO?
If there's a B-NATO, absolutely.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, now you have
You
experience.
can't let the 11-year-old show you up
Yeah,
on that.
exactly.
You gotta fly the airplane.
Fever, headache, severe abdominal pain, and a rash all over his lower back.
I mean, that's a broad differential. Could be a medication reaction, it could be an infection. You're even worried about multiple things happening at the same time impacting both organ systems. The fever definitely tells us there's some kind of infectious component, though.
It's serious, maybe contagious.
Wow. We just attended a symposium on pandemics, and you run right into one on the flight home. Talk about a small world.
If it's meningococcus, half the passengers on this plane could get infected and die before we reach New York.
I don't know if that's necessarily true. We have a vaccine for meningitis. It would have to spread really quickly. While it is dangerous, it's not like, oh my God, everyone's dead. There's some techniques that we do on a physical exam that point to meningitis, including doing one of these movements, chin to chest. And if there are signs that there is potentially inflammation in the brain, you will see that person be very uncomfortable.
Is it like
Meningitis, I think, is one of those diseases where like you get it and it kind of sucks, or you get it and you're in the hospital for like 6 months. I don't know what the difference is. One is like bacterial and one is viral or something. I don't know. I think Melina had this when she was in the hospital for like over a month or something.
neck stiffness?
Yeah,
or is
it's
it...
rigidity and pain upon flexion of the neck.
We have to turn around.
What? Why do we have to?
We don't. Misunderstood. Dr. Cuddy just meant that he might feel less nauseous if he was facing in a different direction. You didn't need to panic a plane load of people.
We're about to head over the North Pole. We don't turn back now. The next DR is 15 hours away.
Is that true?
No. So to dispatch airplanes like over the Atlantic or over the Pacific or over the polar cap, there's a thing called ETOPS, and it's regulated by how many engines you have, how many other operating systems you have in your airplane, like generators and backup systems, right? If everything's operating fine, you can go as far as 4 hours away. Most ETOPS flights are within 2 hours of an airport with an extension to about 3 hours. So there's no
15
place on the
hours?
planet where a jet is 15 hours away from landing. The longest flight I ever took in my 777 was from New York to Delhi, and that was a 17-hour flight coming back. So that's the entire flight.
Yeah, where you're flying over air.
So there's no place on the...
What is a 777? Is that what a 777 is? Have you scheduled a date for the Soda NMP thing? Nope! Waiting for them. What the fuck do the numbers mean? Like, is a 757 a real plane? Do they get bigger as the second number goes up, or... Do you remember when graphics cards numbering systems were also random as fuck, and CPU processor things for Intel and fuck all? We need to have a system of numbers. That's the next thing, okay? That's the next thing that needs to happen for Europe. You know, you guys are like making laws to ruin the internet and to enforce standards. There needs to be standard enforcement for numbering things, all right? Like people are like, what kind of Porsche did you want to get? I wanted it's like the Porsche 992 911 GT3. I don't know what the fuck any of those fucking numbers mean. Jesus Christ. Okay.
on the planet where you're 15 hours away, but it sounds dramatic.
You haven't examined him.
Korean male, mid-30s, 5'9", 160, bald, scar on the right side of his jaw, medical alert, bracelet on his left wrist indicating that he's allergic to at least penicillin.
Without any way to do an LP or rule out meningococcus, our only choice is to assume the worst.
Forget about all of these other situations. Why not just avert? Like, he's clearly unwell. Why are they trying to diagnose him and treat him and do all this?
Right, well, it looks like they're having this whole long conversation, and they haven't even told the cockpit what's going on.
They're leaving you out of the equation.
They're leaving me out of the equation.
Oh, my God.
On the other hand, I am a board-certified specialist in infectious disease. She assigns
And he has a dual certification. Why does he only say infectious disease? Oh, maybe this isn't relevant here, I guess.
parking spaces.
Ooh.
Please let me know if it gets any worse.
While you're back here. By the way, no one told us his vitals. His heart rate could be 150. His blood pressure could be tanking. He could be septic. That.
Apply this to Xbox, please. Okay, I've talked about this on stream before. The Xbox One makes sense. The problem with the Xbox is that the Xbox was released when the PlayStation 2 was out. And supposedly, I don't know how true this is, but what I read was supposedly what they didn't want to be numbering the Xboxes such that it was always like a little bit worse than the PlayStation. So like if the next Xbox comes out, the Xbox 2 is the Xbox 360, right? Was that the next one? You don't want to release like the Xbox 2 when the PlayStation 3 comes out, and then the Xbox 3 when the PlayStation 4 comes out, right? It looks bad. So you have to do the numbering system, or you have to make up like some wacky, crazy numbering system for the Xbox, which is what they ended up doing.
By the way, no one told us his vitals. His heart rate could be 150. His blood pressure could be tanking. He could be septic. That requires landing in an ER stat. We have something known as sepsis scoring, whereas if someone has an elevated temperature, they have an elevated white count, they have an elevated pulse, and a source of infection, we call it sepsis. And they need to be pretty much hospitalized. In this situation, if he's truly with meningitis, he needs to be hospitalized. Why are they even debating it?
One of the things that people ask is, what if there's not a doctor on board?
Yeah.
Right? What do you do? Like,
Oh, yeah.
We have a thing called the physician on call, and so I can make a satellite call anywhere around the world to a doctor that's waiting to ask all those questions that you guys ask. Usually what I do is if there's a physician on board the airplane that's attending to whoever it is, I put them connected with the doctor directly so they can talk that special language that you talk.
Sure.
Yes, and cut me out as the middleman because I'm trying to translate, but man, a lot gets lost here.
Very much.
Do you know why there's no Windows 9? I heard there wasn't a Windows 9 supposedly because of file names or something, such that if you would, there's like hard-coded shit in Windows that if you would have made a Windows 9, it would have fucked shit up. I feel like I read this a lot on the internet. I don't know if I believe that though, but I don't know.
Much so. Is it true that sometimes when someone loses their life on a plane, they sit that person's body next to another person?
Only if there was no other seats anywhere on the airplane. Now, usually if that happens, because nobody dies on an airplane. They're not pronounced dead until they're on the ground. And
Even if there's a doctor?
Yep, it's got
Holy shit, you can live forever.
to be a certain physician on the ground, and nobody dies in an airplane. Now, if they do die in the airplane, and it gets diagnosed later, obviously it would disturb the other passengers if there was a dead body, so you can take them and put them in the back alley, and that has happened.
Is that guy really sick?
No, he's all better.
I don't believe you.
Look that way.
Why?
Because you're gonna throw up, and I don't want it on me.
How did he know?
No, he's like a magician.
He is. He's a clairvoyant.
Give her a banana. Monkey see, monkey barf. You smell vomit.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
I know the rash points us in the direction of the meningitis, but there could be also norovirus.
Food poisoning. What was on the menu?
Steak and sea bass in first class, fettuccine and seafood kebabs in economy.
Since when does food poisoning cause rash?
Sea bass, seafood kebabs. He had the sea bass. Please tell me she had the kebabs.
I think so.
Shigatera poisoning. It's like instant onset toxin.
I don't know why he's trying to make sure that it's something else for sure. He's not looking for the most likely cause.
Is this his house way of eliminating all of the
Yeah,
other
but
things?
that's not the right way to do it, because in healthcare what we do is we create a list of things that it could be. We call that list a differential diagnosis. And at the top of that list is what we think is the most likely candidate, or whatever the most devastating, acutely problematic candidate is. So if someone comes in with upper abdominal pain that's radiating to the left side of their chest, it probably isn't a heart attack, but you want to rule out a heart attack, because if you miss that, that could be life or death. And when it comes to a situation like this, meningitis, that could be potentially infecting the whole plane and causing
Jesus.
that person to lose their life. It should be at the top of the differential. Not, let's see what else we can throw up there to make sure that it fits.
Sounds good to me.
Here you go.
So he's having chills.
There are a bunch of file names you're not allowed to give files on Windows, like con. Wait, why not? New. File. Text document. Con.txt. What happens if I do this? Is it going to kill my computer? Wait, I just did it. Is it con with no extension? The specific device named is invalid. Oh. Okay.
Because his body's trying to create warmth to create a fever. The reason most people get sweaty when they have a fever is because they take something to lower their fever, like Tylenol, Advil. And when you do that, the body lowers the fever by sweating. And then when that medication wears off, in order to rebuild the fever, you start shaking in order to develop heat to raise your body temperature. And we do that because bacteria, viruses struggle at high temperatures, so it helps us better control. In a lot of cases, if you're a healthy adult, if you have no underlying issues, we actually say a fever could be a good thing.
Okay.
Obviously, in someone who has, let's say, a weak heart, just had a heart attack, you don't want to stress that person's heart, so you may control their temperature. But for me, for example, if I have a temperature of 101, 102, my body's doing its job, I'm going to leave it alone.
Good news is, all the pilots are red meat men. Although I was kind of looking forward to landing this puppy myself.
So you think he cannot land the plane himself?
0% chance.
Even if the pilots are guiding him nearby? Because they're like, I'm staying.
Oh, if they could kind of talk him through it, they could tell him which buttons to mash,
yeah.
and the airplane could land itself.
True.
First class ate before coach. He digested more of his food before he threw up.
Or you're wrong, and we're gonna start seeing neurological symptoms soon. Seizures.
Ooh. Wait, has there ever been... Has a civilian ever land... Oh, how did it know that I was going to ask that? There must be other things civilians could do. No, a civilian with no prior flight training has... This should say ever, right? No, a civilian with no prior flight training has ever successfully landed a commercial airliner. This shouldn't say has never, right? It should say ever, right? Unbelievable. Successfully landing a large commercial jet without any prior experience is highly improbable. Rip. Wait, you're wrong? No, comma. A civilian with no prior flight training has never successfully. Even with the comma. No, I feel like it should be has ever. Wait, no, a civilian with no prior flight training has ever. No. A civilian with no successfully landed. I feel like if there should be like a semicolon or like a period. I feel like if you can ever put a semicolon in, you always should. You seem so much. It's just a good piece of punctuation to put in there. You feel very elite.
Paralysis, ataxia.
I feel like this has now elevated to rigors, which is like the more advanced version of chills, where it's not just a little bit of shaking, it's full-on writing.
It's definitely ataxia. It's definitely a rash.
You'll look at it for 5 more minutes before concluding it's also definitely a leg?
Thin leg. It's been in a cast.
So?
So it could be radiation poisoning.
From a broken leg.
From the x-rays they took of it.
What kind of radiation poisoning can you get from taking a couple of x-rays?
House. You're wrong.
Oh no.
Whoa!
Why do you have to keep showing the vomit?
That's what I'm saying.
If we don't get drugs, we're gonna have a lot of dead passengers.
Here's my question. How many people have to get sick before they communicate with the pilots?
That's what I'm saying.
And has anybody checked that the pilots are not getting sick?
Oh, because it could be on autopilot.
Well, if it's just going through the airplane, why wouldn't the pilots get it? I think it's probably past that time.
A lot of apples, not many candy bars.
Any antibiotics?
3 caps of Augmentin.
Not enough.
Patients. Give him to Pang.
He's allergic to penicillin.
The first aid kit has 2 EpiPen.
If he's wearing a bracelet that's highlighting his penicillin allergy, I assume it's severe. No one's wearing a bracelet to say, hey, I sometimes get a rash.
Right.
So,
or for fun.
Yeah, I wouldn't give it to him.
It's not meningitis. We're risking his life and flushing meds down the toilet.
And do an LP on him.
What?
If it's clear, you win. If it's cloudy, he gets the Augmentin.
That could be a
Do they have that on a plane? Do they have the stuff to do a lumbar? Or wait, is this an episode? Does he like makeshift a pen or whatever to do it?
sign that there's pus forming, and therefore it's bacterial, not viral. There's even something called aseptic meningitis, where there is no bacteria.
Sounds like a plan. Oh, except for the part where we don't have an LP needle. Oh, and the shaking of the plane means I'll probably pierce his spinal cord and cripple him for life, but I mean, it totally sounds like a plan.
Is there something you can do that when you're experiencing turbulence, there's a mode you can turn on to just remove turbulence?
The only thing you can do is slow down. And it's just like if you're going on a bumpy road in your car and you're going too fast, you can just slow down and you won't feel the effects of the bumps as much. You can only slow down so much.
Right, otherwise you start losing.
And then you just do it, but yeah.
That's not always true, actually. The faster you drive, sometimes the less noticeable bumps are.
I think we're crossing into the territory of this is going past Good Samaritan law. You're sticking a needle on a plane, non-hygienically.
No fear of litigation here or anything coming down the road.
I feel like this is now you're crossing that line.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a passenger with a confirmed case of bacterial meningitis. If we land as soon as possible, the passenger will not survive. It's very likely that some of you have been infected as well.
Base.
As soon as you start feeling symptoms, we need to isolate you in a first-class cabin. Fever, rash, nausea.
Is he showing that he can create those symptoms in people just by them thinking they have it?
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's doing here. Maybe
Pre-watcher. What a disgusting pre-watcher. More people need to call Mike out on this bullshit.
people are looking for an upgrade, but there's no way to go
I
about
will
it.
say, like, if you plant in someone's head that they have a symptom, the chances of them developing that symptom is high. Even things like rashes, even things like nausea and vomiting.
In the late stages, a tremor in the left hand.
Oh my God.
It's like that thing, if I tell you don't think about a white elephant.
I'm getting it
What
right
are you
now.
thinking?
My neck's all stiff.
Imagine being a med student, you're reading about all these, you just think you have everything.
I'm sick.
So let me ask you this, as a pilot, do you feel safer
Average self-diagnosed Twitter lefty.
or more nervous when you're on a plane as a passenger?
I'm a control freak, so I don't like being back there. I hear noises in the back that I don't hear in the front.
I will say when I was controlling the F-16, I felt more comfortable than when...
Yes, you'll get sick faster if you're not. If you start to get nauseous, the first thing they do is hand you the airplane. Put your hand on the stick and you fly it, and the nausea goes away.
Wow.
What do we do?
Break out the bubbly. Yo, listen up! Bad news is you have an illness. The good news is it's not meningitis.
This is Stockholm syndrome. He's got them here. He's gonna tease them. But pretty soon they're gonna be his friends.
Yes. This is an art that
yes.
he's doing.
Look at my hand!
Yeah, look at her hand. Shaking left hand. What is that a symptom of? Not meningitis. It's basically a symptom of nothing. Put the idea into their heads and watch it happen. Same thing that Pang cruelly did with puking and the rash.
The rash is in my head?
Your mind controls your body. If things are sick,
Holy shit.
it makes you sick.
I would still want more evidence before trusting him on this.
If you'll all just calm down, your symptoms will soon go away. And to facilitate this process, your flight crew will move through the cabin with a complimentary bar service.
The worst thing you could do to someone who's having an anxiety attack or a panic attack is to say, just calm down.
How did you know?
What? No, come on.
I came up with an alternate theory and I tested it. Couldn't have done it without you. Rage is a symptom of mass hysteria. Just one more thing to clean up.
Look at her face.
I know, she looks horrible.
He really is dying.
Yeah, I have the faintest idea why.
Can't the pilot get into contact with someone?
Wait, what did we watch? This wasn't Dr. K, was it? We watched somebody who, like, somebody was freaking out and having a thing, and the other dude was, like, shouting at him. Was he, like, a therapist? He's like, yeah, if the other person's shouting and I shout, it helps to lower the... Was it a cop? I don't remember what this was. Dr. K said it? Did I agree or disagree at the time? I feel like I might agree with that. But I feel like I could also disagree with that. I feel like it would depend, I guess, on, emotional mirroring? I wonder if I agreed or disagreed at the time. I feel like I probably agree with that.
Someone who can translate?
You could, but you'd have to let the pilots know what's going on. I haven't seen that part of the show
exactly.
yet. As far as you know, these guys are going to go 15 more hours while everybody dies.
Yeah, like, can someone check on them and make sure they're okay?
Yeah, are they okay?
What about syphilis?
First of all, he apparently speaks a language that no one else speaks.
Syphilis could make sense because one of the treatments for syphilis is penicillin. And if he's allergic to penicillin, maybe that's why he has the band on.
He's flying out of Singapore. If he has a credit card and a condom, he can get anything he wants.
Ew.
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 What?
He has an allergy to something else?
He has focal limb paralysis.
His legs got paralyzed by a condom?
No, by cocaine. was inside the condom is now spreading through his digestive tract.
Ew. You think he's a mule?
He's a jackass. We're gonna have to operate.
So he's saying that there's drugs that he's carrying inside his GI tract that now have ruptured. And they believe, I guess, there's an obstruction, and the drugs are spreading, and he believes that the condom is the receptacle by which...
He's going around getting meds from everybody on the airplane. Why doesn't he just use the onboard medical kit?
Yeah.
It's got everything in it.
He doesn't
Cringe.
Yeah.
Hold him tight. As we do this, less likely he's to die of shock.
What? This is the most unethical episode I've ever seen in my life.
Tighter.
Dr. Mike, every time he opens his mouth, he just exposes how much less of a doctor he is, how much less of a man he is than Gregory House, MD.
I hope he, like, throws up. Please don't cut into him.
Sorry.
Do that again. Ease off and press down.
He has shoulder pain, clavicular pain, pec pain, I don't know.
Pressure on his joints relieves his pain.
Okay.
Wrong again.
What?
Scuba certification card.
What's he, the bends?
Yeah, the bends.
He's literally diagnosed him with every condition. If I was as bad as Dr. House is, I would literally lose my license in a week.
You also have a receipt from Tikong Scuba Rental dated yesterday.
Tell the captain to drop as low as he can, under 5,000 feet. We're at 38,000. Thing's got the bends.
Diving yesterday. Like an idiot, he surfaced too quickly. And like a bigger idiot, he boarded a flight just pressurized to 8,000 feet above sea level.
If I go on a layover, let's say I go some place in the Caribbean, I'm not allowed to go scuba diving. I have to take 24 hours off if I go scuba diving, and it's because of the difference in altitude. You will get the bends.
gases will,
you could get the
will
bends.
come out.
Low pressure is killing him. Tell the pilot to dive until we can club baby seals out of the window. And get him some oxygen.
Finally, the pilots get some
Finally, they're going to let him know.
They're going to say, by the way, we thought we had...
The Bends. There's some bands were so popular, some alt-rock bands were so popular in the 90s and 2000s that people so oversold how good they were that there are certain groups you can listen to that you want to kill yourself if you listen to them and then go do anything afterwards. Radiohead was one of these overrated bands, and they have an album called The Bends, and if you listen to the whole thing, start to finish, get on an airplane later, combination of like altitude change and everything else will make you want to basically die.
Meningitis. We thought we had alcohol poisoning. We thought we had mass hysteria. And we had mass hysteria, but we also had abdominal surgery nearly performed, a mule, and now we're on the bed.
So you're the pilot up front, and you're having a nice conversation. You just finished your Diet Coke, and you get this call from the back. Hey, I know you guys are 30,000 feet. You need to go down to 5,000 now. and I'm going, excuse me?
Because we need to club baby seals or whatever.
Who's flying the airplane? Why? Oh, we've had this whole big medical thing back here, and you guys didn't know.
Your mind convince your body. You get a rash, photophobia, vomit. How do you know it wouldn't have shut down your cold heart next?
There is actually a stress-induced heart attack you could have. It's called Takotsubo's cardiomyopathy. All right, medical accuracy, I'm gonna like a 1 because they've used medical terms that were correct. Flight accuracy is probably a negative.
The flying part was the airplane was flying just fine, but they didn't tell the pilots.
They didn't tell the pilots. You said there's no such point where they're 15 hours from landing.
And then once they wrap it all up with a bow, the next scene is they're on the ground and they're taking people off the airplane. Like they were 15 hours away from a suitable field.
House, you could have done better.
Yeah.
Speaking of
This guy's a hater. Ugh. I have never seen anybody in my life that does this. I don't know what planes these guys are getting on where this gross, weird shit is happening. Ugh. Holy shit. Gavin went from hating trans people to transitioning that quickly.
Streets of our city and the terror that ICE is inflicting on our on our sisters and brothers in the immigrant communities. So it's this. Thank you. So it's this. Thank you. Communities. So it's this. Thank you. Good for you. To ensure that the injustices of the past are never repeated, to stand up against authoritarianism, and to defend the principles that
Okay, tell me when Gavin was on.
A carbon vacuum drifting through the sea. This isn't alien slime, but it might save the planet. Meet the salt. Looks like a jelly bean, but it's actually a carbon vacuum drifting through the sea. These ghost-like blobs eat by sucking in seawater and trap carbon-filled particles inside. Then they them to the bottom of the ocean, locking carbon. They them to the bottom of the ocean, locking carbon away for centuries.
What?
Eat by sucking in seawater and trap carbon-filled particles inside. Then they them to the bottom of the ocean, locking carbon away.
They them to the bottom of the ocean? Take them? It's a shitty script AI.
For centuries. Scientists say salps absorb more carbon than the Amazon rainforest. Yes, the Amazon, and the craziest part, they clone themselves, forming glowing, alien-like chains that drift like ghost trains in the ocean.
Wow.
No stings, no bites, but they might just save the Earth.
We did it. We beat climate change.
good.
Cats, when you make the slightest movement when they sit on you, they must get up and leave now. Oh, true. Why do they do this?
We had a good thing, you stupid son of a bitch. It was perfect. But no, you just had to blow it up. You and your pride and your ego. You just had to be the man. If you'd done your job, known your place, we'd all be fine right now. We had a good...
And they never come back. If you touch any law enforcement officer, we will come after you. I just learned that this defendant worked at the Department of Justice. No longer. Not only has he been fired, he's been charged with a felony. This is an example of the deep state we've been up against for 7 months as we work to refocus the DOJ. And all this time, I thought the deep state was this secret, interconnected agency of operators who are trying to undermine the U.S. from within. In reality, it was dudes throwing sandwiches at cops, ? This is the deep state? On camera? It is pretty fucking retarded that if this guy works for the government, I don't know why the fuck he would be doing this on camera. That's pretty dumb. A recap on the lab and ice trauma. Oh shit. We'll get to this. Hold on. Charge him with a felony. Good job.
But one of my brilliant teachers taught me that no, you should go in there and you should get angry at them. So if a patient starts yelling at you, you should yell back. So you match their energy and then you consciously start toning down your energy. So I walk into the emergency room and the patient's like, "F you, I don't want to be here." And I'm like, "Hey man, f you, I'm just trying to help. I just work here. It's not my fault. I didn't fucking bring you here." And then you then I visibly take a deep breath. And I'm like, "Look, dude, my bad. I know you don't want to be here. It's not, I know it's not your fault. I know you want to leave. My bad." So you actually match their energy first, and then you ratchet your energy down.
Did I agree or disagree with this when I first heard this? I wonder what my first take was. I feel like I do agree with this though. I feel like if you're really emotionally dysregulated, or if you're freaking out, I'm trying to think of what the difference is. Sometimes it's nice to have a source of emotional stability nearby. Other times it feels like you're crazy. I don't think it's ever been in the history of mankind someone's freaking out and another person is like, "Yo, calm down," and you're like, "Oh, thanks." You had the same hesitant take at the time you couldn't decide. Okay. I feel like I think I'm in the slightly agree camp. The other person matching energy definitely needs to ratchet it down though. It's like docking in Interstellar. You have to match rotation and slow it down maybe. Border Patrol has showed up at our big, beautiful press conference. We will not be intimidated.
Los Angeles a safer place since we won't have politicians. We do that ourselves. So that's what we're here today. As you can see.
I don't think I'll watch this, but I'm not a pilot. Can I land a 737? Kenny?
Simulator. I'm just refund you. Or you can choose to pay afterwards when you're fast-growing a year. A few very much downgrades. I've got a push-to-talk button down here now, so I don't need to keep reaching up to the microphone to touch things. But also, the very first thing we're going to do, as soon as the sim sets off, is turn off the autopilot. Wish me luck. Okay, ready when you are.
Okay, so if you hold onto the steering yoke on your right-hand side, there is a button by your right thumb. Do you find it?
The one that says autopilot disengage.
The very same, yes.
Shall I push it?
When you push it, you're gonna have a terrifying siren going off, all right? Telling you that it's just you and me now. And so press it once, and when that siren goes off, press it again to get rid of the siren.
Confirmed, we're on manual.
Now we're gonna concentrate more or less on what you see on your primary flight display. That's the screen that is straight in front of you. So what speed are you keeping at the moment?
224.
Okay, now what I want you to do is I want you to bring back the thrust levers a little bit, like bring them back a little bit and feel test on your FMA, please.
Stand by, flying. Good.
Okay, so should come up a little the runway, close the thrust levers and keep the altitude more or less, all right? Let it just sink down on the runway itself. Once you land, you have to use those brakes at the top.
How much Microsoft Flight Simulator pilots have to play until they get their licenses? Bro, I'm pretty sure some of that Microsoft Flight Simulator game is more difficult than flying a real plane. Some of that shit is crazy. What the fuck?
Of your feet, okay? The brakes to stop it, otherwise it will not stop.
I'm aiming for the taxiway. There's no way I can hit the runway.
Okay, if you have a nice long straight ahead of you, then use that. And just make sure that you set it down on the asphalt, okay?
Flight slow, flight slow, flight slow.
Breathe.
Going too fast. There's no shot, he Lances. It's all over.
No!
You idiot. Unbelievable.
And that was a crash.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man.
Oh, it was so... there was just so many things at the end there. Woo! Oh, thank you for trying.
Well,
didn't even give him a second chance? Hey guys, Jordan B. Peterson is taking some time off of everything. He was diagnosed with chronic inflammatory response syndrome due to a genetic predisposition that causes the immune system to have an inability to identify and detoxify mold/bacteria in indoor air. Why is it that everything I read from her sounds like fake medical shit? Chronic inflammatory response syndrome. Maybe he's just eating too much sugar. I don't know. Okay. Over the last year or so, he's been feeling the impact of CIRS more and more. Recently, he was exposed to a particularly moldy environment while helping clean out my grandfather's house after he passed away, which severely flared symptoms. I think this is fake. I don't believe this is bullshit. To be crystal clear, this isn't about akathisia or medication. He's not on any medication. It's an immune system dysfunction. Where the fuck was that noise? What was that notification? Telegram? Do I have that open on this computer right now? Oh, I do. Fuck. Jesus. Is a movement disorder characterized by an inner sense of restlessness and an urge to move, often making it difficult to sit still. Damn, Jordan Peterson is every weird, undiagnosable fucking thing, huh? Chronic inflammatory response syndrome is what has been behind his multiple health issues and random severe allergies and severe food sensitivities over the years. He's really been suffering from this badly since 2017. We just didn't know what it was called. Well, it sounds like you still don't know what it's called, right? Syndromes are generally just random collections of symptoms that you haven't identified the underlying cause for, right? Jesus, imagine if he got this from, developed this after COVID, and he didn't, and he wasn't vaccinated. He's been suffering from this badly since 2017. We just didn't know what it was called. Only eating meat helped keep the symptoms under control, but it hasn't been enough recently. CIRS is also the explanation behind recent canceled shows, canceled events, sporadic appearance of being run down, and general weepiness caused by pain. Okay. The only eating meat thing actually maybe could help with stuff like this. I think when you have like weird symptoms that are really difficult to know 100% where they came from, I think that elimination diets are usually one of the things that like a doctor can suggest, like, hey, just start like eliminating random shit from your diet and see if anything improves. So if he's like eating a diet that's high in like sugary shit or whatever, and it's causing, because I think in general, sugars, don't they cause inflammation body-wide? They just tend to elevate inflammation. So that might actually have helped, maybe. Not necessarily because it was meat in particular, but because he eliminated less healthy food options. Although I seriously doubt he's been on an all-meat diet. I think they just fucking lie about this. But somebody said a meat-only diet would exacerbate inflammation. Is that true? Do meats generally... I haven't heard that. It might be true. I just haven't heard that. I thought it was like simple sugars and stuff tend to, and like dairy tends to increase inflammation. Why do you disregard fake diseases when they feel real and subjective to the person? Because there are just some people, it sounds so shitty, and I'm sorry, I don't know how to say it, but there are just some people where you're talking to them and you're like, all right. And they're like, yeah, by the way, like I have fibromyalgia. Yeah, of course you do. I know. And they'll just, it's always like, there's just like a certain archetype of people who, yeah, I'm sure you've got like a whole bunch of like undiagnosable vague diseases that give you an excuse to do. Actually, you know what the main marker is? It's people who use these random things as excuses never to do anything, but they never use them as like, they never talk about them as things they have to take into account when they do other things. I mentioned this with Brittany once. When somebody says something like, oh, like I have BPD and that's why I do all these crazy things. This is fucking some retard. But when somebody says like, oh, I have BPD, this is why I avoid these types of people, right? Oh, so you have like a thing and you're taking actions in your life to alleviate that thing or to avoid complications by that thing. I believe that more than when people just like point out to a thing and they just use it as an excuse for everything, you know? Pausing the podcast at the moment, but we're hopeful for a somewhat speedy recovery, given we at least know what's going on and there is treatment and he's responding well, although it's pretty rough. What is the treatment for a syndrome? I don't understand what he's recovering from. Sounds like this is a thing that is just with you for the rest of your life. You have to be careful, I guess, what foods you eat or whatever. Dustin, you will look like a clown when you develop chronic Lyme disease and no one in chat will believe you. True, based. Praise God that we finally know what's been going on. The fact that doctors don't generally recognize that mold exposure in indoor air is causing chronic health issues. There it is. There's our pivot to some random retarded fucking shit. Yes. It's all the mold. Yes. Is insane. The fact that this is the cause behind our food sensitivities and inability to tolerate anything other than meat for 8 years now, multiple disorders and diseases in my family, and is virtually unrecognized by the medical community, is absurd. Just like the medical system didn't recognize ketogenic diets as a treatment for mental disorders 10 years ago. True. Of course. Just like psych med withdrawal wasn't recognized 5 years ago, and still more doctors don't recognize it. What? What are you talking about? This indoor air quality problem that causes chronic inflammatory response syndrome will be commonly diagnosed in the next 5 to 10 years. I am positive about that. What? Okay. praying we can treat him quickly and the medical community can be more aware of CIRS and building codes can change. I thought you guys were all against this type of shit. Fuck you. You should live in the most disgusting, filthy, fucked air environment in the universe. You guys hate greenifying buildings or making things up to health code or regulations and all that bullshit. Fuck you. Go suffer in silence somewhere else, you fucking losers. So we can get fresh air indoors. Everyone should take this extremely seriously if they have psych, autoimmune, or neurodegenerative disorders or have family members they live with who suffer from these disorders, as mold toxicity manifests in people exposed equally differently. To the people in Brazil, he apologizes for not being able to make the event and definitely hopes to make it out there in the future. He apologized for moving his European tour. So for now, on YouTube, he has episodes of the new call-in Q&A show, Answer the Call, that him and I recorded together before he got really ill recently. He was very excited to put this out. Helping people is what he enjoys the most. That's why he does what he does. We hope you guys like it. It's out now on YouTube at Real Daily Wire and all other podcasts and sites, and we have a few more episodes released tomorrow on Monday. Thank you for the understanding. Oh my God. Commandeering? Is that the word? Appropriating would be better here. Fucking losers. What? How is it that of all the random health shit, it's just crazy to me that he's having random health problems and it's like, it must be the mold inside. Was there any other major health thing that happened to Jordan Peterson in the past 5 years? Like, we wouldn't think that flying to Russia and being put in a forced coma for a week or whatever to overcome the benzodiazepine addiction, that wouldn't have any lasting effects? No, it must be the indoor moldy air? Like, bro, really? Peterson was prescribed clonazepam for anxiety that reportedly began after a violent reaction to a meat and greens only diet. Wait, did he really start this medication because of his daughter's shitty dietary advice? The dose started at 0.5 milligrams a day in 2016 and increased to 4 milligrams a day by 2020. Maximum safe dose is 20 per day. Peterson attributed his increased usage of clonazepam to his wife Tammy's diagnosis of kidney cancer. Classic. No, never mind. That's mean. Sorry. I was going to say classic. Toxic partner behavior is when you have a huge problem. Somehow they make it their problem more than your problem. Peterson said that he made several attempts to reduce the dosage or stop the drug completely, but experienced horrific benzodiazepine withdrawal syndrome. According to Peterson, in January 2020, he was unable to find North American doctors willing to place him into a medically induced coma as a treatment for his addiction. I'm guessing there's probably a lot of risks to that as opposed to just doing an ordinary reduction in medication thing. Program would be my guess, but... Weren't you supposed to talk to her once? Yeah, but they kept rescheduling and whatever. I was like, okay. At some point, I don't even know if I responded. It's stupid. Destiny, I don't get it. Isn't a few molds that can exist known to be bad? What's the issue here? I thought this was a known thing and nothing no doctor would know about. Fucking hell, it's common to fix houses with mold or even destroy the house in total if it's bad enough. People are just retarded about fucking everything, bro. I don't know what you want me to. As a result, he flew to Moscow, Russia, to find a doctor who had performed the procedure. Doctors in Russia reportedly diagnosed him with pneumonia in both lungs upon arrival and placed him into a medically induced coma for 8 days. followed by 4 weeks in an ICU, during which time he reported having suffered a temporary loss of motor skills. Somebody said caps lock to draw attention. He went to Russia for detox because of paradoxical reactions, which points to akathisia. Unfortunately, lowering benzodiazepine dosage makes it worse, which is why he probably went cold turkey like that. This likely caused chronic nervous system deregulation, which is a risk factor for autoimmune disease and fatigue. Where do you get what's the source on that? Because she mentioned that in the Twitter post. His daughter did. For several months after treatment in Russia, Peterson and his family moved to Belgrade, Serbia. Jesus. Is it Belgrade or is it Belgrade? The first one. Oh, it's not way the fuck out there. That's not too bad. Never mind. Oh, Serbia. I'm thinking Siberia. Sorry. Okay. I was thinking, what the fuck? That makes more sense. In June 2020, Peterson made his first public appearance over a year when he appeared on an episode of his daughter's podcast recorded in Belgrade, at which point he was back to his regular self. In August 2020, Peterson's daughter announced her father had contracted COVID-19 during his hospital stay in Serbia. 2 months later, Peterson informed viewers of his YouTube channel he had returned to Canada and aimed to resume work in the near future. Oof. That COVID-19 thing was brought up in the chronic system inflammation article. Chronic inflammation plays a major role in COVID-19 morbidity. In severe cases, COVID-19 causes a cytokine storm, which contributes to excessive and uncontrolled inflammation in organs, particularly respiratory tissues. If untreated, this increased inflammation can result in reduced immune response, pneumonia, lymphoid tissue damage, and death. Hey yo, I sent an email earlier today. It sort of relates to your talk yesterday with Tectone. My Gmail name is WinterDT25. Why would you donate to me if you sent an email to me as well? Bro, what the fuck is Newsom?
Very rich to say we are going to, is that it is very rich to say we are going to charge the sandwich thrower with a felony. When I was there on January 6th, and all of those people that assaulted police officers got pardoned. Not just the nonviolent ones, not just the ones that went into the Capitol. Everyone, including the ones that went after police officers, got pardoned. So don't tell me we care, that this administration cares about protecting police officers when they did not care about those on January 6th.
Somebody either emailed me or I saw this in chat or whatever. Somebody should start tweeting out like horrific police violence caused by rioters in DC and just like tweet out pictures of J6 and see if any conservative people pick up on it. But like, I can't believe they're doing this.
Can we just stay? But they got pardoned. No, those were police officers, Emily, and they got pardoned.
I want to talk about DC for a second.
But that was in DC. That was in DC. Those were DC police officers.
Can I just start with the fact checking on what you said?
Those were DC police officers.
So the top 10 cities.
Police visited a checkpoint and appear to be stopping every single car on 14th Street Northwest between W+3. Some cars are being pulled over after being stopped. Careful not to do the thing where when the other side fucks up, everybody gets retarded and starts like posting every single stupid fucking, like, is this like a DUI checkpoint? Aren't those legal? Aren't you allowed to do that? I don't know if that's what this is or not, but like, I noticed that like every single time the admin fucks up and does dumb shit, people start like getting unhinged about like every single police related thing. And it's like, please don't do this. Maybe this is unhinged. I don't know what this is about, but like, Destiny, did you see this one? Yeah, we watched this yesterday. There's nothing wrong with this. I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with this. I think it's fine. If cops are walking around telling people like, "Hey, don't smoke outside," you can get in trouble for it. This is actually, you know what? I'll even take a stronger point on this. This is kind of actually what you want cops to be doing, right? Cops like walking a bit, be doing shit like, "Hey, don't smoke outside." You can get in trouble for that. Like, you know, careful, don't drink outside. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with this. This is fine. It's kind of weird to walk outside like fully kitted up and shit, like you just dropped in Tomato Town. But I mean, I don't think there's anything. What is this? General notes. No wine menu. He's particular. Doesn't need wine list. Will walk in without reservation and seat himself at 61 and or insist he gets his table. Always black napkins for them. Special relationship. Alert the manager. Regular VIP. Always wants the best steaks. Got to make sure we deliver. Make sure the steaks are cooked right and most importantly tender. He will send them back if he orders the crab cakes, no peppers and extra butter, not lemon butter. She likes unsweet Arnold Palmer's and he likes Coke in a water glass. Refill drinks every 15 to 20 minutes. Bring lemon crowns for drinks instead of wedges. He likes, okay. And before this guy's the best tipper in the world. In my experience, the people that were always ultra particular like this were always the most dog shit tippers. I don't know if anybody has this experience anywhere else, but people that had the most particular, even if you did everything perfectly, at best, they were doing an average tip. At best. These ultra picky fucks. It's like, Jesus, here's $100. Go to Walmart, buy some groceries and go home, motherfucker. The guy said that he got tipped $10 on a $150 bill. Well, that's not. Was this not a tip restaurant? Well, that's kind of fucked up. That's true. Damn. Can't wait to own your ass September 30th. Make sure you don't overwrite your save file like a noob. Is that when the new Final Fantasy Tactics comes out? WeGraph? Why would I overwrite my save file like a noob? What are you talking about? Who writes these? If an order is placed, I think generally you can make notes using your POS, your point of sales, whatever you're doing. You usually can make notes on the ticket. The boss fight? Oh, because you'd assume what? That I would get trapped? Oh, people that soft lock their game. I don't think I ever had that happen to me, but yeah, sometimes people would soft lock their game on the second part of that fight. Losers. Crazy car. Jesus. Stop. Why do we think this is a car malfunction and not a driver malfunction? I'm sorry, is he like an airline or like an airplane pilot? Is that what's going on here? Don't they do that?
Do.
No, they didn't start right. Whatever, you get the reference. Ooh! Okay, never mind. Did his wheel get locked to the right? Here's the article. Mustang Mach-E appears unable to stop before violent crash in video. A bizarre incident in the Bay Area raises a question about whether the EV experienced a malfunction or was an unusual case of driver error. Mustang Mach-E. What, is it just an electric vehicle? Is that what that means? In critical situations like this, drivers can attempt an emergency stop by repeatedly pressing the parking brake button. Is that... Oh, because some cars have the parking brake button now, right? Or maybe most of them have had for a while. I feel like every manual I've driven, usually it's a physical lever that you pull up. But I think automatics have... It's usually they just have a button you push, right? Or I guess if you put it in park, it'll automatically have the brake or whatever. Look how clean the new FFT UI is. Short clip. Wow, looks cute. Do you think they'll increase the map size at all? Or do you think they'll keep it? The height makes the maps a bit deceptive, but they're like 24 by 24, or maybe less. It's the same size? Huh. Okay. I hate the parking brake button so much. I hate it. I want that motion. I need to actually feel like I'm actuating a lever. True.
Well, I think that I don't know about this. I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't care. The thing is, though, is like I...
Speaks on Destiny's controversial tweet about DJ Daniel. Who the fuck is DJ Daniel? Different know if the rabbit Trump support comes from his parents indoctrinating him or the absence of the brain cancer. Sorry. Wait, why am I linked this? This is old as fuck. Who linked this? Wait, how does this website work? Am I retarded? Channel, Destiny GG, text, and then I put in the link. Is it just showing me every single link? Destiny, the comments concerned. Mega Airhead. Explain yourself. Wait, who is this guy? We know this guy.
It was the exact same margin.
Which one is he?
Okay. Under current maps, we need to net just 3 seats for a chance to hold Donald Trump accountable. California has the largest congressional delegation in the country. And with that comes...
That's Abrego Garcia. He's made it so far. Ted Cruz treating his post like Cancun, gets caught, then disappears. Pete Aguilar. U.S. representative from California. Okay. 43 plus 9 equals 52. 51 plus 0 equals 51. Please learn math. If California gerrymanders from its current 43-9 Dem advantage to a 51-0 Dem advantage, then Texas should go from a 24-14 Joe P advantage to 38-0. 3 to 51-0. Is it supposed to say 52-0? What does the 51 plus 0 mean? Oh, just because 51-0 is a different... I see, never mind, okay. Gotcha. Our good friend of the stream, Peter. Destiny bought the United Health. I also own more than one stock. Do you think UNH is cheap right now? Oh, bro, I don't read any of this shit. But good for him for doing stock analysis. We don't do this cringe shit. We go by vibe analysis here, all right? This guy has way too many numbers. I use Bayesian inferencing, actually. That's what I use.
Democracy is being born. We saw...
How's CrowdStrike? I don't know. I finally sold it. I think. AI coding with Quinn69.
Bro, what the fuck have you done? 22 dB total boost? What has he done? What has he done?
Oh, sorry, you can't see his camera. Is decibel, is it every 3 decibels is double the SPL? Am I making that up? How many decibel to double volume? Oh, perceived loudness. Okay. Doubling of power is a 3 decibel increase. Doubling the sound pressure results in a 6 decibel increase. And the perceived loudness is most closely aligned with a 10 decibel increase. Has he, did he make this whole game on like using an AI coder thing? Holy shit. Oh, and he's using Obsidian. Do you think that's because of me, or was he using it, did he discover it in parallel or something else? It works well if you make something too. With AI coding, it's pretty fun. Download Cursor. It's an integrated AI IDE. The only IDE I use is Notepad.
In my opinion, the GQ article bookends really well with the NPR piece from the other day. They're both something you can point to normie libs if they have questions about Hassan, the terrorist supporting guy. Exactly. Exactly. Precisely. That is the whole point. A lot of these articles are just like terrorism insurance. Remember that. Okay? This is something you show your parents. This is something you show like fucking insane haters and whatnot.
What?
In my opinion, the GQ article bookends really well with the NPR piece from the other day. They're both something you can point to normie libs if they have questions about Hassan, the terrorist supporting guy. Exactly. Exactly. Precisely. That is the whole point. A lot of these articles are just like terrorism insurance.
Okay.
So I will make sure to make it my mission in life to now destroy
You're
everything
saying
that
that-
you and Lab have ever gained.
What?
Everything that you and Lab have ever gained. So I will make sure to make it my mission in life to now destroy everything that you and Lab have ever gained.
Oh, fuck. We'll get to that. Is this the big man? Wait, not yet. ICE adds a random person to group chat, exposes details of manhunt in real time. The texts were sent to a group called Mass Text and show ICE using DMV and license plate reader data in an attempt to find their target. Based? I don't believe these license plate reader things are real. There's just no shot. I keep hearing things that like cop cars auto scan license plates in front of them for expired things or whatever. I drove around with expired plates for 7 years before I finally got pulled over. There are a lot of cops behind me. There's no shot. They either just don't give a fuck, or they scan, they see expired plates, and they pull my record and they say I don't have an active warrant. They just don't care. I don't understand how I drove with expired plates for so long. They have to want to pull you over for it? Well, I feel like it's I mean, when I got pulled over, technically it was it's a misdemeanor crime. I mean, they could have arrested me. They don't scan every plate, I assume. Well, that's supposed to be the point, is that they auto scan the license plates. That's what I always heard now. Thoughts on Newsom's banger ass tweets? They're fucking epic. I love them.
License plate reader that I bought off eBay. These devices usually sit on top of...
It's because you're rich? It was like the most innocent appearance you could ever have pulled over, because it was literally like me and Nathan eating ice cream when they pulled me over. And I was like, sorry, I thought that I just moved here and I'm getting them changed. And the lady was like, okay.
This is an automatic license plate reader that I bought off eBay. These devices usually sit on top of cop cars or on highways to monitor vehicles of interest that are driving past. But like I do on my channel here, we have taken this device apart in previous videos and analyzed its software. And today we are going to show how these devices...
Ours is not an innocent looking car though, it's a peepster machine. Yeah, I know, that's why I'm also surprised I didn't get pulled over sooner. Did you actually do it? Yeah, I had to, like a year ago. Or last Christmas, whenever, about a year ago. Do you have yearly car maintenance checks in the US? I think you were supposed to in California, but I never registered my car there, so I never checked. But I think they do like an emissions test and something, or something like that.
On the public internet can be viewed, their video streams, without authentication. No logging in, no nothing. The video streams are open to the world. And live data feeds of the captured license plates that are going by.
Why didn't you register your shit? I was just fucking lazy. I think I made an appointment at the DMV one time, and then I tried to make it, maybe this is because it was over COVID. I tried to make an appointment in Glendale, and they were 6 months out. And I'm like, okay, well, fuck that. I'll just drive to the DMV. Then I went to the DMV once at like 8:30 a.m., and it was like, they said it was like a 5-hour wait. You have to show up at like 7 a.m. and wait in line outside before, and I was like, yeah, I'll just wait till I get pulled over. And 7 years later, I finally got pulled over.
Is going to be an interesting video. So let's dig into some of the background on this device if you are new to my channel. If you are new to the channel, my name is Matt Brown. I do this for my day job. I rip apart devices like this, perform security evaluations on a whole host of IoT devices, and try to figure out how they tick. And then on this YouTube channel, we do some of the same stuff, but with a fun spin. So this device that we've been looking at is made by Motorola, right? And like I mentioned, yeah, usually you might find these devices sitting on top of cop cars. Actually, multiple of these devices, as we discussed in past videos, can feed into this kind of centralized computer device. That
Wasn't someone threatening to snitch on you for the plate stuff? Lauren De Laguna said she called the cops and was reporting me, which just sounds, it wouldn't surprise me if she actually did it, but I can't imagine how unhinged they thought that call was. Hello, I would like to report a guy that lives in Miami and I think that he has expired plate. Like, okay, dude.
See here, and then either they can provide a laptop, or oftentimes in a cop car there will be a laptop to view all of the license plate data that is captured by one of these automatic license plate readers. But cop cars are not the only places where these devices are deployed. They're also deployed in fixed locations, like on...
I think you can just register online and they send you the new sticker. Generally, the online registration is only like after you're already registered once in person, and then you can do it online after. Somebody sent me the picture of it. Is this what they look like? What the fuck, bro? R2-D2s all over your fucking cop car?
Bro, they did you fucking dirty. I wish that the GQ piece was actually had like my books, my choice books on here, because like there's editorial control on stuff like that. Rage Bait Final Boss, Hassan Piker and Zoran Mamdani. Big Z is the man. He's great. He's going to implement woke Sharia in New York. Very excited about that. All the buildings have to face...
Like, you can talk to the guy doing a profile on you. Is he trying to say he didn't know what the profile piece would be on? What does he think is happening when he's posing in a fucking bathtub for the piece? If some guy were to come to my house and he's like, hey, we want to do a profile, and he's like, okay, cool, and they want like 400 different photos of me posing with my rifles, like it's pretty obvious like the direction that this piece is headed, you know? Like, what the fuck?
Mecca, that kind of good stuff. Bro, the interview part of the article.
Have you had a profile done for you? I feel like I've done 2 or 3. There was one for Slate. There was one for, no, was it Slate or Wired? And the one for Mother Jones, I think. That's where one of the meme pictures of me comes from.
It was fucking weird. I think a lot of you guys are not familiar with journalists and how journalists behave. And that's the reason why you guys are freaking out over the interview, because most of the time when I actually say yes to any kind of profile, I usually only work with journalists that I know ahead of time. And
what a fucking pussy. Why would you admit to being this much of a cowardly pussy fuck? Oh my God.
And this was one of the instances where I just didn't even do my due diligence at all. But he was a regular ass journalist. And that is how regular ass journalists do pieces like this.
Wait. Was this a guy that he'd already done an interview with? Am I crazy?
And the person who has brought us together for this fight of all fights is our friend, Governor Gavin Newsom.
Ooh, same color tie with the same color suit? I feel like there needs to be more contrast now.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you.
When we fight, we win. When we fight, we win.
Thank you. Thank all of you. In the spirit of that African proverb that Senator Padilla was referencing. You want to go fast, go alone. You want to go far, go together. And I look back at this audience, and I look at all of you united in this cause, and I'm reminded where we are at this precious moment in time. We are in Los Angeles. The most diverse city in the most diverse county, in the most diverse state, in the world's most diverse democracy. And I've long believed that the world looks to us, to all of you, to see that it's possible to live together and advance together and prosper together across every conceivable and imaginable difference. What makes LA great, what makes California great, and what makes the United States of America great is that at our best, we don't tolerate our diversity, we celebrate our diversity. And it's a point of pride because we're all in this together. Where are we? At Democracy Center. And right outside, at this exact moment, are dozens and dozens of ICE agents. Donald Trump, you think it's coincidental? Donald Trump and his minions, Tom Homan, tough guy, clearly decided, coincidentally or not, that this was a location to advance ICE arrests. Indiscriminate? Perhaps. We'll find out later. It was certainly indiscriminate when a 15-year-old disabled boy had a gun put to his head in Los Angeles trying to go to school just a few days ago. I met with a... I don't need to belabor this, except I want to level set. People are scared. People are fearful. You had a United States Senator that was thrown down to the ground in a federal building. Alex Padilla. J.D. Vance's name is Alex Padilla, not Jose Padilla. That's the Vice President of the United States.
Did he call him that? Did he call him Jose Padilla?
It's another museum not so far away from us. Talks about those 53 days. Some of you know what I'm referring to. Wake up, America. This is a serious moment. Wake up to what's going on. Wake up to the fear, the anxiety. Wake up to what's happening, not just here in Los Angeles, where we saw our streets militarized. We saw our due process rights thrown out the window. You heard the word disappeared. I was with a 12-year-old boy born in Oxnard, California.
Bro, I just had a PTSD response.
Militarized. To what's happening, not just here in Los Angeles, where we saw our streets militarized.
When he had that stutter there, I just had a Biden PTSD moment. I was like, oh God, did anybody else feel that? Did anybody else have that pass their body? Oh no.
That's Trump's America. These are sober times. And so I'm deeply grateful to all of you for standing up and for being here today. I'm grateful for all the elected officials that are here, members of Congress, not just our 2 U.S. senators, to members of the California legislature for having the courage of their convictions, for standing tall and standing firm, to recognize today is Liberation Day in the state of California. And as Senator Schiff said, Donald Trump, you have poked the bear, and we will punch back. Here's the good thing about California, folks. We're the size of 21 state populations combined. We're the 4th largest economy in the world. We're not a small, isolated state. I know they say don't mess with Texas. Well, don't mess with the great Golden State. And so we're here with our state of mind, with the clarity of our purpose and conviction, to recognize that we need to reconcile the world we're living in. We do have agency. We're not bystanders in this world. We can shape the future, and that's what we intend to do today. We're here because Donald Trump, on January 6th, tried to light democracy on fire, tried to wreck this country.
J6 lover,
tried
based.
to steal an election, as Alex just said, by trying to dial in for 11, almost 12,000 votes. And here we are, in open and plain sight, before one vote is cast in the 2026 midterm election. And here he is once again trying to rig the system. He doesn't play by a different set of rules. He doesn't believe in the rules. And as a consequence, we need to disabuse ourselves of the way things have been done. It's not good enough to just hold hands, have a candlelight vigil, and talk about the way the world should be. We have got to recognize the cards that have been dealt. And we have got to meet fire with fire. And we've got to be held to a higher level of accountability. So that's what this is about. It's not complicated. We're doing this in reaction to a president of the United States that called a sitting governor of the state of Texas and said, find me 5 seats. We're doing it in reaction to that act. We're doing it mindful of our higher angels and better angels. We're doing it mindful that we want to model better behavior, as we've been doing for 15 years in the state of California with our independent redistricting commission. But we cannot unilaterally disarm. We can't stand back and watch this democracy.
We cannot unilaterally disarm. Yes, is what I'm tweeting out to Jessica and all them too, right? Listen, if you wanted to stop, you have to stop on your end. It can't just be one side over and over and over again. It has to be both sides. It cannot just be one side.
Disappear.
Yes.
We can't stand back and watch this democracy disappear district by district all across this country, not just in Texas, but in Missouri, where J.D. Vance went just a week ago, in Indiana, in places like Ohio, in places like Florida. We need to stand up, not just California. Other blue states need to stand up. We need to be firm in our resolve. We need to put back. So we're here in that light. And I'm grateful to have remarkable partners in the legislature. It's a tall task. We're asking them for 2/3. The legislative consent. This is the difference. This is the difference between what's happening in Texas and what's happening here in California.
2/3. Do they have, what is the composition of the state legislature? Is this expected to be like along party lines, or will the state legislature, will some Republicans go with this?
Receive a phone call from the President of the United States to then quietly go in the back room and start drawing maps and legislatively try to jam them through against the consent of the people.
They have a supermajority. They have 2/3. Okay. One thing I saw, Dan actually brought this up. I don't know where you heard this from, but Dan brought this up last night on Anything Else, and I think it's actually true that there's 2 different questions you can ask. When you say if all the states were to try to like just gerrymander maximally, who would come out on top? And there's like 2 answers. You have the first answer is like the Democrats would, just because of all the states and because of what they could redistrict. Like if you were to just go by raw numbers. But I think the actual answer. There was an article, this got linked to me yesterday, I don't think I read it on stream, but the more realistic answer is the Democratic states, I think, tend to have stricter measures when it comes to the gerrymandering. So it's easier for Republicans to rig their state districts than it is for the Democrat states to rig their state districts. So even if by pure numbers, Democrats could theoretically gerrymander harder, pragmatically, it would be more difficult for them to gerrymander harder. Like even in California, you see Newsom here is having to ask the legislature he needs a supermajority to even begin to do this. I don't know did they need a supermajority in Texas, or was it a simple majority, or?
We're doing precisely the opposite. We're working through a very transparent, temporary, and public process. We're putting the maps on the ballot, and we're giving the power to the people. This will be the first redistricting that's ever done that. That's the difference. We tried to raise the standards, and these guys are not playing by any set of rules. So this time requires us to act anew, not just think anew. And so I'm grateful to all of the remarkable leaders that have stepped up, this unifying effort here in the state of California. And we'll be asking for the people on November 4th, a special election, coinciding with a lot of local municipal elections, to provide a temporary pathway for congressional maps. We will affirm our commitment to the state independent redistricting after the 2030 census, but we're asking the voters for their consent to do midterm redistricting in 2026, 2028, and 2030 for the congressional maps to respond to what's happening in Texas, to respond what Trump is trying to excite. And we'll do so in a way that also affirms our desire as a state to level the playing field all across the United States. We believe in a national independent redistricting framework. And we believe that's the right goal and the right thing to pursue. And I will just state for the fact, Zoe Lofgren, who runs our California delegation.
National independent district. He's saying that like there should be like a board that gives guidance or instruction to all states about the national congressional districts, right? That's what he's saying basically.
She authored the bill. Yeah. Democrats unanimously supported that National Independent Redistricting Commission. Republicans were nowhere to be found. They want to rig these elections, and they want the power.
We have to get more of this. Does this lady look like the one lady in The Office that was like the Kim competitor? You remember when Jim went to the new office and she was the one? I think she's married to the guy in real life. A little bit, does she? There needs to be more focus on this. Republicans and Democrats are not the same. Please, God, thank you, Gavin, for focusing on that. Thank you, God, yes.
That gerrymandering provides, because they know what Donald Trump knows. He's going to lose the midterms. He knows de facto his presidency ends in 17 months when Speaker Jeffries is back in office. He knows it. Why else? Why else would you try to rig the system? Why else would you make the phone call? He's a failed president. Who else sends ICE same time having a conversation like this? Someone who's weak. Someone who's broken. Someone whose weakness is masquerading as strength. The most unpopular president in modern history. An economy that's collapsing all around him. You saw the new wholesale prices going up almost a full percentage point today. Inflation is going up. Job creation is going down. He's trying to rewrite history. Smithsonian, censoring historical facts.
I can't believe it's so hard. I can't believe that guy debated, and this is most Republicans that I debate, and I've said this before, I've laughed about this when Trump and everybody else talks about this. When people talk about inflation going up under Biden, nobody ever mentions the Russia-Ukraine war, and nobody ever mentions COVID. They just act like it came from nowhere. It's crazy. And then they want to play this game where they compare Trump economic numbers to Biden economic numbers. It's like, even if we do that, Trump's not even winning on every front. But it's the fact that like Trump is coming into no problems really worldwide. Like, yeah, there's a war that's been ongoing in Ukraine, Russia, but it hasn't gotten any worse, right? And it's like Israel, Gaza's not affecting shit. Trump is coming in and fucking up things literally all on his own. He's coming into office and pressing the inflation button for no reason. Like, he's just fucking shit up for absolutely no reason.
And in the spirit of what Adam Schiff said, he's trying to put America in reverse on voting rights, civil rights, LGBTQ rights, on women's rights. He wants to bring us back to a pre-1960s world. That's what this is all about. It's about power. And I want to end on this. And we are about to give...
Who did we listen to yesterday? Was it Pam Bondi or was it somebody else? It sounded like they were attacking the civil rights stuff in D.C. That was really weird.
Give power back to the people. You have, on November 4th in California, you have the power to stand up to Trump. You have the power to declare that you support a system that is not rigged. You have the power on November 4th to stand up for people that are being bullied. You have the power to stand up for people that are being intimidated. You have the power to stand up to the rule of law. We're giving the people of this state the power to save democracy, not just in California, but all across the United States of America. I hope we are waking up to this reality. Wake up, America. Wake up to what Donald Trump is doing. Wake up to his assaults. Wake up to the assault on institutions and knowledge and history. Wake up to his war on science, public health. In his war against the American people. This is a guy who lays claim to want to get a Nobel Prize sitting there and bending his knee to Mr. Putin. You have the power to straighten this out. And so I want to again just thank everybody for exercising not just their formal authority, yes, that's what we're doing, but also sharing their moral authority at this moment. I want to thank everybody for being here today, for being here tomorrow, and most importantly, we're counting
Wow, Bap, thanks for the 20 gifted tier 1 subs.
on all of you on November 4th to be there for each other, to win this election and stand up for our democracy. Thank you all very, very much.
What are they saying? Peace and quiet. Pizza clarinet. Oh, si se puede. What does that mean? What is that again? Yes, we can? I don't. It's possible. Yes, we can, I think. All right, whatever. Do a Spanish stream? True.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Stop. I need to, fuck, I need to get to my news thing. Wait, Radiant, do you have stuff in here about the lav memes? Jesus. Okay, let's get through our drama, some drama slop.
Reese, how we doing? And the reason I'm here is I just wanted to hear from the law enforcement officials themselves, the state officials, the local officials, but also the federal officials, what's actually going on here on the ground. I think there's some good news, and the good news is the rioting has gotten a lot better. But the bad news is, as I heard from everybody, unfortunately, the soldiers and Marines are still very much a necessary part of what's going on here because they're worried that it's going to flare back up. I'm home soon. Well, I was hoping Jose Padilla would be here to ask a question, but unfortunately, I guess he decided not to show up because there wasn't the theater.
Is maybe his real name is Jose? It's like Ted Cruz, maybe? Or did he just see like a brown guy and assume? Wait, hold on. Maybe? Jesus Christ. Bro, how do you fuck that up? Oh no. You could at least call him Alejandro, right? Well, people are saying Alejandro. Alejandro is just Alexander, I think, in Spanish, right? It's the Spanish version. That's why he's called Alex, right? My wife works in government. We live in Anchorage. She just sent me this. Why was Newsom so disliked before all of this? Did he deserve it? Such was it warranted? Other Californians can speak for me, but if you live in California, you just kind of hate everything about California. You always complain about leadership and government. And just people were upset with Newsom just for whatever issues are going on in California. I mean, legitimately, he might have fucked up handling shit too. I couldn't say, but... Internet is going down across the city. 500 Russian delegates are coming and have credentials to go anywhere in the state, even outside of Anchorage. Intel from our IT guy says his friend at GCI got warning emails to not let anyone into any facilities because they will use social engineering to try to get in. Most of City Hall is not coming in tomorrow. We got emails advising us to stay away from downtown tomorrow if possible. Internet, what? Wait, like there's like an outage or something? Or they're planning on shutting the internet down across the city while Russians are in Anchorage? Is Anchorage the capital of Alaska? Wait. I don't think I spelled capital right. No, it's not. Gee, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? This is not a real place. Okay. It's crazy how there's never riots during Biden's admin, but all of a sudden there's riots everywhere at LaMayo. Fuck! I should use that talking point in conjunction with the Russia shit. People always say if Trump was the president, Russia wouldn't have invaded Ukraine. I should counter that by saying Trump couldn't even stop the BLM riots in America. What makes you think he could stop an invasion of Ukraine? I should use that. I need to use that in my next debate. Don't let me forget that talking point. Prosecutor clears cop who punched a man. You watch this on AE. This one was wild, bro.
Exit the vehicle now. Exit the vehicle.
Why? Oh, I saw this on my subreddit, and I thought people were being cringe. They were like, oh, look, DGG had this idea, and now Colorado is doing it. Well, I mean, I thought you guys were being ironic. But now I'm wondering, was this actually suggested by a DGGer in Colorado? The Defensive Gerrymander Guard Act, the DGG Act, proposed constitutional amendment for the state of Colorado. Is this like a citizen that can propose this, or was this somebody on the state legislature, or... Notwithstanding any provisions of Article 5, Sections 44, 48 of the Colorado Constitution, joint resolution. I think this is to redistrict in response to other people redistricting their thing. Oh, submitted by a citizen. Oh, okay. Still cute. Ew. You let them call you Redditors, guys? What?
Democrats across America are figuring out how to respond to President Trump's gerrymandering power grab as he tells red states that they should do a rare mid-decade redistricting of the maps to give him more Republican votes in Congress. Leading Democrats in Colorado have shown no appetite to join California and New York in their own gerrymandering to try and wipe out the Republican gains. Then something curious happened here. It was a filing for a Defensive Gerrymander Guard Act that came in late Sunday night. If this idea was passed by the state legislature or approved by voters, it would allow the Democrats who control every lever of politics in Colorado to skirt our independent redistricting process and do a purely political redraw of the map, like Republicans say they're going to do in Texas and elsewhere. So the Colorado Republican Party spotted this filing, and then they claimed publicly, without offering evidence, that Colorado Democrats are pushing this. The state GOP did not respond to our request to see their evidence of that. And from what we can tell from our investigation, this filing comes from two random guys who were talking about the idea on Reddit. One's a 27-year-old from Loveland who told us he considers himself a Democrat, but he hasn't talked with any party or advocacy groups about what he's doing. He says this initiative is the first one he's ever filed. We can't find evidence he's ever filed anything like this. The other guy whose name is on it, he says he's a 31-year-old independent, originally from Lakewood, who saw the idea on Reddit and was like, yeah.
Why not on YouTuber Destiny Stream, you guys? What the fuck? Any Colorado DGGers want to help fight back against, or want to help fight the Texas gerrymander?
California.
Jesus. Fuck you. Hey, y'all, I've been working on a ballot initiative here in Colorado that's basically a direct response to the insane gerrymandering coming out of Texas. You get 1 day ban. Disgusting.
I'll participate in that. We talked with Democratic attorneys and strategists, the people who would likely work on this if it was a serious, organized effort involving Democratic power brokers in our state, and every one of them said they hadn't heard about it.
Wow. The Colorado subreddit is not happy about this. This won't go horribly wrong. Oh, someone needs to think this through. Every new governor could declare an emergency and redraw the districts, especially if it's a different party. Don't assume it will always be Democrats. I need to figure out the punch through on this talking point. I need to figure out I need a snappier way. There's two huge things that I don't know. There's two huge like talking points that I'm having trouble getting over rhetorically effectively. One is if we do this, it'll get really bad. And it's like, bruh, it's already really bad. How do I make you understand that? It doesn't sound like an arbitrary emergency. The proposed constitutional amendment, which would be on the 2026 ballot, includes a procedural gauntlet of approval, would allow the governor to suspend the state's independent redistricting commission and appoint a temporary body to redraw congressional districts to respond to any national redistricting imbalances. So basically, it only allows as long as the gerrymandering is allowed nationally. While it almost seems necessary at this time, but one will be used against the people's wishes in the future. I mean, that's what's happening right now with Texas, though, right? That's literally what's happening right now. Like, it's already happening. The second talking point that I don't know, I need a better rhetorical punch to get through is the, well, isn't it legal argument? Like, I feel like if I'm talking to somebody in good faith, the concept of the president of the United States suing people is obviously fucking horrible. That's a horrible precedent. But then I get this response. I've gotten this several debates. Well, doesn't he have the legal right to sue people? And it's like, yeah, but that's so not the point. Like, you would never, ever, ever accept that in any other circumstance. Yeah. Please stop bringing up legality and legislatively. It's so cuck, no one cares. Yeah, I know. Yeah. The Twitter files wasn't illegal, right? And they whined and moaned about that. Same with the supposed Kamala coup. But the problem, but you can't use that while they'll agree with you. You can't do that, right? While they're in power. Because you go like, oh, so that means you won't complain about the Twitter files, right? They're like, oh, no. They'll say, yeah, you're right. I won't complain about it. That's why we're doing it now. You've already done all this. That's why we're doing it now. You've already done all this. You're doing it. It's like, oh, okay, well. Maybe the question should be, you guys keep saying we should go back to establishing norms, or we should go back to or turn the temperature down. What's one thing that Donald Trump is doing to turn the temperature down on all the norms in all the country? I don't know. I don't know what the shortcut is for that. No, I like this term, though. I like this term that Newsom just used. Oh, and I'm sure people have used it before. Unilateral disarmament. We fought for too long to get Colorado. I don't even disagree with this guy. I'm sympathetic to this guy's point of view. I probably would have said the same thing a few months ago, even, maybe. We fought for, maybe not a few months ago, but before the election, maybe. We fought for too long to get Colorado to a point where it is illegal to gerrymander, and there is a whole system set up to keep politicians out of the redistricting process. I cannot believe people seem to think this is helpful. Unilateral disarmament. For the first problem, use the relevant Lord of the Rings meme.
I know what it is you want of me, but I will not bring further death to my people. I will not risk open war.
Oh my God, it's the fucking Ukraine, Gaza. I just want the death to stop, guys. Just less death.
Open war is upon you, whether you would risk it or not.
Oh, wait, we didn't finish this.
It's not always going to be, you know, all I'm saying is it's not going to be the way you expect it to. That's it. Actually,
I'm almost positive this. Hold on. GQ, Hassan Piker. This guy, I thought somebody linked this before. This guy did, when like a few years ago, did an interview with Hassan on another thing, right? Was it another profile even? Wait, no, shot. Leftist streamer Hassan Piker faced criticism for buying a $2.7 million home, but Gen Z's favorite pundit says he's determined to change the right's narrative about progressives. 2021. 4 years ago. How can Hassan get away with saying
stuff like that? Rage bait final boss Hassan Piker and Zohran Mamdani. Big Z's the man. He's great. He's going to implement woke Sharia in New York. Very excited about that. All the buildings have to face Mecca. That kind of good stuff. Bro, the interview part of the article is fucking weird. I think a lot of you guys are not familiar with journalists and how journalists behave. And that's the reason why you guys are freaking out over the interview. Because most of the time, when I actually say yes to any kind of profile, I usually only work with journalists that I know ahead of time. And this was one of the instances where I just didn't even do my due diligence at all. But he was a regular ass journalist. And that is how regular ass journalists do.
I didn't do my due diligence. Does he not remember working with this guy before? Hello? I should tag this guy just to fucking trigger him. Wait, hold on. What's this Kieran guy's what's his Twitter profile link? Is it this? Kieran Press Reynolds? And then GQ is GQ Magazine. Maybe we're just taking him out of context, guys. Blue, 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 blue. Down arrow. Right arrow. Destiny, he loved the piece. He's just trying to maintain the ability to cry victim later and say even the media rates negative about me. Well, I think there's been a lot of negative reaction from his audience and some other people about the piece. So I don't know if he's changing his reaction as a result. I think that he liked the piece initially because this sounds so cringe to say. It feels like a cringe personal reaction. Or I'm sorry, personal attack. Wait, fuck. That guy just cried in the mod mail. Hold on. I'll unban you. I'm sorry. But I mean, I guess it's not really a personal attack because it's his piece. It feels like he's desperately trying to. It's so cringe, bro. I didn't know men did this. I thought this was like a woman thing. He really does want to be seen as like a Zoomer young guy. Like it's like a big deal for him. But I don't understand why. That feels like a woman thing. Like being accepted by the WL crowd and like trying to like redo his style all the time to look young. Getting old sucks when you're a man, does it? I mean, maybe when you get to like your 50s or 60s, I don't know. Ugh, how do you edit? It wasn't 5 years ago, it was 4 years ago. Wait, can you not edit posts that are multi-tweets? Nope. Nope, get fucked. Not gonna lie, I think you're very unique in your ability to compartmentalize the fact that you're getting older and no longer young on the internet. I just don't think it matters. I don't think that should be unique to me at all. I don't think it matters much when men are in their 30s or 40s. That's just not a thing we get attacked for online. Like, I think Valkyrie's reaction was super cringe. I can't believe she cried. But I can understand a little bit more about for women. Although, to be fair, it's not like I'm like I guess I didn't get popular for being young and beautiful. I got popular despite my gnomish hideousness. Destiny, I genuinely am just watching you because I'm curious to see you hutched and bald. Wait, what happened? Did this ever make it to LSF, or did they do the cleanup crew on this? Valkyrie was crying on stream because a guy made... Remember I said there's some jokes you just shouldn't make around women? I don't think I've ever brought up the age one before, but like you'd never joke about a woman's weight, calling her like a slut, like any weird stuff like that. You never ever do that. But yeah, age is another one. You should just... That's just a really spooky... Don't joke about that without... Unless you know this person super well.
They get too OD. Yeah, I should have known better. I should have known better. Definitely should have known better. Especially how I was brought up. I was definitely brought up in a different way. You know what I mean? I was definitely brought up in a different way. I apologize. I do know. I should know better. I don't know. I just thought... I don't know. I just thought I could be myself to a certain extent.
Anonymous
but sometimes I gotta know.
$1.
You know what I mean?
May when they tell me to chill, but I think it's funny. So F-Kate.
Me when I don't... Me when... Nigga...
Old jokes getting to you? Yeah, I mean...
I think it's also... Maybe there's something more strategic here and I'm just not aware of it. I don't know how long Valkyrie's like been a person on the internet doing stuff. I think it's been a while. But I'm super surprised that she was just like so open and blatant about this. And that like, one, you're giving people a ton of ammunition now to attack you with. And then two... I feel like there are ways to talk about certain things that give, I'll say, inspiration maybe to people that have these things. And then there are ways to talk about these things that make them feel like even shittier. Like when I talk about being like quote unquote short, like in my mind being, I've said this before and I maintain this. I didn't know that like 5'8" was considered short for a guy or whatever until I got on the internet. I saw men freaking the fuck out about their height. I've never, in the real world, I don't feel like I've ever had to deal with weird shit about that. I almost consider it stolen valor. If you're like 5'7" and taller and you're like complaining about height and you're a guy, chances are you're either hideous as fuck or you're just like a piece of shit. Nobody likes you. Now, Guys who are like 5'5", 5'4", I think you actually start to run into issues where being short is going to be something that you're going to have to deal with. Like women will start to, like, that's going to be a thing. But like guys that are like 5'7", 5'8", and taller who are like, oh, it's just because I'm not 6 foot tall. Nah, you're probably just kind of a fucking loser. Nobody likes you because you have a shitty personality. But I just can't imagine bringing up like, oh yeah, like somebody pointed out that I'm 5'8", and it's really getting to me, and now I like feel like shit, and it's just like so horrible now being 5'8", and it is the worst thing in the world. And it's like, damn, like imagine you're listening and you're 5'7", 5'8", and then imagine you're just like an ordinary ass person and you don't have all the other advantages that me or like Valkyrie has. I don't know, it just feels like, damn, that's a harsh to come down on that. That's a lot.
And it's been ever since 30, it's been nonstop in this industry. And it's just like when it's like back to back to back to back, and it's like the topic. It's like, it's such an easy joke. And it's like
there is a legitimate thing to complain about where when people make the jokes over and over again, it's like, okay, well, it's just annoying. But to show that she's like genuinely really upset about her age in particular, I don't know, that's just crazy to me. But especially because like, for whatever you want to say about it, like obviously she's super beautiful. Like this is not a chick who's getting turned down by literally anybody. She's wildly fucking successful, rich. Like it's just, yeah.
It's like the topic.
I said this before a long time ago. When I lived in LA, I learned this. There are some things that you hear either as a medium attractive person or as like a working class or middle class person. You hear people say these things like, oh, well, like even beautiful people have self-esteem issues, or like, oh, money can't buy happiness. Both of those things are absolutely true. It is insane how insecure a lot of the influencers I knew in LA were. Just wild to me how much they felt hideous, or like every social outing you get back to the home and everybody's on like Facetune and they're like tweaking the fuck out of all their pictures and everything. And people just felt so self-conscious about the way that they looked. And I'm like, you guys are all like fucking 8s, 9s, 10s. You're so beautiful, and you're like wealthy, and you guys are, you know, get to go out and do whatever you want. I can't believe there's so much insecurity. Yeah, I don't know. It's just wild to me.
It's like, it's such an easy joke, and it's like, god damn, like I get it, haha. But after it's like the 15th time, it's like, damn, fuck. I should just die. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's nonstop. That's just how the kids talk. I know. But it's been new. It's been new because like I've been streaming for 10 years and it just was never ever a topic before 30, and after 30 it's like kill yourself kind of stuff.
Yugi, I know it's you, bro.
Arky hasn't said a word.
I know it's your ass, bro. I guess it's me. I'm the sheriff, bro.
Arky, I'm watching you.
Bro. I'm about to shoot you.
I'm sorry. That's not funny.
I just need a minute. Just a minute.
Somebody said, as a streamer, I'd imagine part of your career is tied to the youth. So as you grow older and further from the youth, it probably feels shitty. I think that that's only true if you're older than like the streaming crowd. Like I said, I've joked about this, but I remember, bro, Savior playing StarCraft 2 for my StarCraft 2 guys. That was kind of funny because we were like, bro, you're 30, you're old. But that's because all of us were like teens or in our like early 20s, like 22 and younger, you know? But as we've all gotten older, now it's not uncommon to see 30-year-olds like playing games or streaming, or I'm 36, right? Or just like, and I imagine like in 15, like if you saw like a 50-year-old streaming right now, you'd be like, ooh, that dude's kind of old. But in 15 years, right, assuming I don't get assassinated before then, right, I'll probably be streaming and a whole bunch of people are streaming. It'll just be more normal, you know? So I feel like we're growing up with it. It's kind of weird to be. But maybe, I mean, if you're trying to ingratiate yourself with very, very, very young audiences, maybe, but I don't know if she does that, if she's like angling for the WL community or whatever. Or other younger communities. I don't know. I also wonder how it feels. Like, imagine if this is a real soft spot for you and your boyfriend is constantly making age jokes at other people and constantly being insecure about his own age. I just feel like it's a really unhealthy dynamic. But also, I don't know what the relationship looks like. Who knows? You know, that just seems weird.
Ray,
yes?
please don't retire anytime soon. Please don't retire anytime soon.
Why would I?
I'm just making sure because you know what I'm saying. I know you're getting to that age, but listen, I always watch your streams. I'm always in there. Okay, I'm always showing support.
I can buy your whole bloodline. Like literally. I thought you wanted a financial advisor. I thought you wanted a financial advisor. What is this? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's actually crazy.
Okay,
actually
so I
killed him.
deafened because I can't deal with toxicity and negativity in my life at the age of 22. Okay, Ray. So I understand you might be very negative right now, but I'm just gonna let you be negative. Okay.
In her case, wouldn't it just be normal? Women don't like the age thing. There's different implications when you say that age and stuff like that. Yeah, sure. Like I said, I can understand it from that perspective, but like I feel like in that case, you'd be like, oh, like it's kind of like it's weird or annoying when people just joke about your age constantly as a woman, especially. Like that'd be fine. But when you're like, oh, it makes me want to kill myself, it felt more like an actual insecurity thing related to age. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Are you still trying to do canvassing stuff? Seems like you get really effective machine working for them advocacy. Yeah, probably. Like I said, right? I'm in my tendril. I spent the last few months being emo and all that shit, and I told you I was searching for myself. I found my shit. I'm working on spreading my tendrils again and getting out there for everybody. And then as the midterms pick up, we'll figure stuff out. What is this?
I've gotten over it. I'm probably never having kids. It is what it is. I'm probably going to play video games for the rest of my life. I'm probably going to be as hot for as long as I can. And I'm probably going to keep making money in the best ways I can, which is like doing commercials and shows. Like that's probably what's going to happen for the next like 40 years until I die. And I think people are just going to keep being mad at me about it. It is what it is. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Valkyrie feels your plan for the next 40 years of your life. Probably won't have kids. Play video games, be hot, make money. I feel like people who make these types of like attacks on people also never have kids, never have family, never have. But okay. Hassan's editor. What?
Here, nigga. The fuck? Nobody want to talk to your goofy ass, nigga. You like Shaggy.
Bro,
you like you pet dogs.
Bro, I'm gonna give it a buck. I'm gonna give it a buck. I could take my daily check and buy your entire fucking bloodline.
Out of here, nigga.
Oh, racism based. Okay. We have to get through our drama slot. Fuck.
Well, technically, I'm 5'7" ¾ but come on, man, that's really just 5'8". And you always wearing shoes, so you gotta add an inch, right? So really, I'm 5'9", but you always gotta round to the nearest 10. So really, I'm 5'10", but you gotta carry the 1 also. So really, I'm 5'11", and everyone knows that 5'11" is really just 6 feet. So I'm really 6 feet, but 6 feet's just an awkward height. So I'm really 6'1", right? But 6'1's a prime number. You can't just let it hang like that. So really, I'm 6'2". So I know technically it says 5'7" ¾ but come on, man, I'm 6'2".
Okay, based, true. Wow, Eliminator, thanks for the 500 subs. Don't you miss PUBG with Mutant, RNA, and Steel? Those were the days. Listen, we'll get back there, okay?
Oh, there's another guy. Are these guys?
Oh, because you could run through the... There was this glitch for a while where buildings didn't load.
Those guys were...
Where's the reminder you got banned for that? I think I got banned for a day from PUBG, but I mean, that's fair. It was kind of like bug abuse, right? Fuck. Do you remember, if you make this jump, I'll kill myself? No. Wait, what was that?
Shall I change?
What is this? Don't care. What is this?
It's not that I think it hurt your feelings, but definitely does not paint a positive view to the general public as someone who should be listened to about politics. You're wrong about that. People don't like that the article suffer of terminal that friend does too woke syndrome. Yeah. Only this community will see their favorite streamer get a major magazine article and go, actually, no, this sucks. You shouldn't like this and be happy. I know. But they're wrong. And I think that there's no reason to even go back and forth on whether or not this is negative framing, especially considering that my fucking idiotic drama-laden haters are probably going to do that over and over again. And the same dumb fucks in this chat that were like, oh, well, I told you this was bad, will then relitigate those fucking idiotic, cynical criticisms because they're fucking jealous, let's be real. And they will bring that back over here to be like, see, I told you. See, Asmongold said this article sucks. Well, Asmongold doesn't know how to fucking read. Why do you care about what his perspective is? You know? There's already plenty of fucking relatively sizable communities that literally make it a pivotal part of their content to just like consistently undermine every single thing that I do.
Because you don't talk about any of the issues. You're on this weird personal binge. And then you just like support terrorists and say the most retarded shit ever. You don't like, you barely do. You're like pop politics if that. It's like worse than the Daily Show. Like
thing that I do. I am an experienced media personality. I have an understanding of how these things work. This is literally my professional job. And I'm telling you, my assessment of this is that this is a very good, very humanizing piece.
Humanizing? What do you think humanizing means? I feel like it, or maybe it was just the pieces that I saw. It makes him seem like an out-of-touch elite, no? Here I am working out with a 6'4" Grecian Turkish god in his backyard gym, you know, in his West Hollywood mansion. What is the humanizing part? Or maybe there were parts of the article that maybe were more humanizing. I missed it. To be fair, I didn't read the whole article, so maybe there was. Like,
especially considering that it shows the full scope, okay? It shows that I'm brash. It shows that I can be edgy, but it also does not hide that I am a progressive figure who is genuine, who believes in the things that I speak out on, and I'm hard-headed and stubborn.
All of those things were the same thing. He made it sound like but, like there was another part here. It just makes you sound like an asshole, no?
Not hide that it shows that I'm brash. It shows that
you're brash and
I can be edgy
and edgy,
but it also does not hide that I am a progressive figure who is genuine, who believes in the things that I speak out on, and I'm hard-headed and stubborn.
And hard-headed and stubborn. Okay, what? Okay, I don't know why you use "but" in there. Destiny, the DG bill in Colorado is pretty base. Would you try to organize to make more of that happen, like education on how to write and introduce bills? This high-tism community may be better out of the canvassing. Maybe, yeah. I want to do more stuff like that. I'm still waiting on. I just need this flurry of rulings to come out of this court case. The only thing I don't want to do. This is why I'm like in tendril mode right now. The only thing I don't want to do is start like big political projects and then have them like try to drop like another, you know, like mysterious witness or something, or just some weird shit. But I feel like when I get the next flurry of rulings on all these motions, because I think there's like 6 or 7 fully briefed motions before the court, then we'll just have a better idea of where everything is going for this. So we're just waiting for it whenever that happens. The Trump admin is now seeking to replace PBS with Prager University, a far-right propaganda organization that actually isn't a university. One of their kids' videos has Christopher Columbus telling them that slavery was no big deal and better than being killed.
Slavery is as old as time and has taken place in every corner of the world, even amongst the people I just left. Being taken as a slave is better than being killed, no? Before you judge, you must ask yourself, what did the culture and society of the time treat as no big deal?
I mean, like, it's not good. There is a middle ground here, as cringe as it is. Because, like, some people will act like the white people of America were the only people in the fucking universe to ever do slavery, which is fucking retarded. But it also was pretty uniquely bad in some ways in the U.S. But I don't know. Apparently nobody can have any, I don't know. It's annoying. Wait, what's happening with this? Oh, these are after hours. No one cares. Shut the fuck up. Right? Was there a big announcement? There wasn't a big announcement. After hours trading is always fucking meme shit. But imagine if this was real. They saw the Peter tweet.
Holy shit. Can you imagine Ice Poseidon joining the fucking military and live streaming it?
Oh my god.
Can you imagine? He's like walking down the street like, yeah, guys, so here we are in Mosul. This is the safe section. Everybody's like, oh shit! Oh shit! It's getting lit! It's getting lit! Oh shit! Yo! Oh, what the fuck? Oh my god, guys! Oh my god, I don't know, guys. Oh my god, dude. That would be the craziest shit.
You can sell in after hours at that price depending on your broker. I don't know if Vanguard does after hours trading. I also don't know what the I'd have to do like limit orders and shit though, because I'm guessing the prices fluctuate a lot more, and if I did market orders, I might dump my shit at bad prices. I don't know, too lazy. This is what happened. Check my link. Just in, Warren Buffett and Berkshire Hathaway bought 5 million shares. Wait, what percentage of that is that? Bros! We are up so good! Wait, what? Wait, how many shares? What would you say? What is the float? UNH Trading View. Fine, I don't even know what the fuck I would click. Free float shares. Oh, 903 million shares. Jesus Christ. But still. 5 million. Oh my God. I'm just a god. I'm just a god. I just make the best. I just make the best picks. Okay, sorry. All right, catch us up.
I have been waiting to tell you about this Nick White thing. I've been biting my tongue. You guys
Sam.
might actually remember me now. You might remember me now talking about, like, saying something about Nick White and being like, I wish I could tell you, but I can't. Or saying something about Action Man and being like, I wish I could tell you, but I can't. I've known about this for like a year. I've known about this for like so long. Unfortunately for Action Man, I know somehow, somewhere, this is going to get back to you. There's no coming back from this. There's no coming back from this. No matter what you say, you can say everything you want to say to me, all the cliche, you're banned from America, you're a crypto scammer, anything you want to say. Action Man, there's no coming back from this. I can confirm 100%. Nick White, he put his little nerdy sausage, okay? Think of that thing. Think how that thing's been living in its little cave.
Our Action Man? No. We talked to a guy called the Act Man. That's not Action Man. Different guy. Trust me. Way different guy.
However many years Nick's been away. And it finally got to see the daylight, and it went Action Man's girlfriend. And that right there, Action Man, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That right there, there's no coming back from that. And that's why now you are permanently cooked.
Is that Shuby's car?
Action Man's on Keeper Kick? Sure. So apparently Action Man's girlfriend cheated on him? I feel like everybody cheats on everybody in this thing, so I don't know how you're like permanently cooked from that. I don't know. Okay.
Everybody back up like 10 feet.
How much is 10 feet, Yana?
First time arrest. Everybody on the curb. Single file. Somebody going to jail.
They're not going to jail?
Appropriate time to click this. Oh, somebody emailed me all these. I should set these up today. We'll see how lazy I am. This is Xena getting arrested, I think.
Do you need me to do anything, Xena? Xena, do you need a lawyer or something? Do you need a lawyer? Okay, you're all good. All right.
Everyone on the sidewalk. Everyone on the sidewalk.
Did you see the reaction tubes are in a civil war, Chud versus Willie? I saw that, but I feel like the, you know what, we'll go over that next, actually. I kind of have to. I'm, as a change in my behavior, I'm trying to not live in the criticism of other people. If people call me obsessed or whatever, I am obsessed. I'm obsessed with Justical in a stream, and I watch it constantly and always, 24/7. If I'm late for streams, because I'm obsessively watching all my ops constantly. I'm not gonna let people, and when people say like, oh, Destiny's trying to control the narrative or manipulate people, yes, I am trying to manipulate and control everything. That is true. I am. I'm not gonna let these people like mind fuck me into not being involved in any fucking thing because I'm worried about them thinking weird things about me, especially when I'm figuring out more and more that all of this is such an insane fucking projection. Peach was sending me messages earlier that on January 22nd, that Justical was messaging her. I knew that Justical was reaching out to people, Mr. Girl style, to try to figure out like, oh, has Destiny ever sent you bad stuff or blah, blah, blah. Justical was creating group chats with all these girls and dragging in his bottom bitch, Cherry, to try to get her to encourage the girls to open up obviously without disclosing the fact that Justical and Cherry were fucking and dating at the time. But Jesus Christ, actual like Mr. Girl Jr. shit. But I don't know. So yeah, fuck it. I have to be a little bit more public when I watch stuff so that there's like a little bit more support for these people, because otherwise they're basically all being hung out to fight on their own, which is difficult, you know?
We don't want your
Oh, Gunnar and Lav.
Whatever happened to that? You were supposed to take the IQ test. What happened?
For the off chance that you have to give the guy who your girlfriend $30,000. That's why we're playing this game. That's why
Okay,
we're
buddy.
playing this game.
Good one.
$2,000. Girlfriend $30,000. That's why we're playing this game.
And there. Okay, buddy. Good one. So should I drop the chest or not?
And for what? You have $1 million and on a mattress with no furniture. What was it for?
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure where you're pulling that from, but I mean, you should talk about other things, Lav, that you have done yourself here.
Him and his head mod, his head chatter, Zerka. Who else?
Oh yeah, Zerka, head mods. Okay.
What? Oh no. Like what?
1 HP. 1 HP Poseidon.
She's part of ISIS orbit now. So this Gunnar guy is a guy that she's been dating or into for years. I'm not sure if she was ever married to that COO guy of Ridge Wallet. I know she said it a lot, but the night that she forced me against my will to hook up with her, okay, when I was sick and miserable, and she forced me. I think I mentioned that I remember there was a time like we were in her car and she's like telling me to be quiet and she's calling like Gunnar Gooch and flirting with him and stuff. And that was when I think she was supposedly still with her husband. So I feel like her and Gunnar probably go back further than before her marriage ended. I don't know why. Yeah, so they've been together or flirting or doing stuff for a while.
1 H Poseidon.
Oh yeah, Zerka, head mods. Okay.
Dude, I don't even think you know what she was up to.
Oh, good one.
Is his name Gunnar or Gunnar? She always called him Gunnar Gooch. I don't know if that's his actual name or what his online name is, or that's what I hear it as.
All right. I think you might just be projecting a little bit, Lav.
For you and you're mad. Jesus Christ. Hope you didn't pay for it.
Ooh, Lav's really pulling out all the punches here.
Turn the stream off or else he looks like a bitch.
This Lav also has like unbelievable deep-seated hatred for herself because I know that she has pictures. I feel like she staged it all. Because I remember she used to pull this out so much. Oh, well, at least I have a husband. And oh, I just, you know, I'm married and you wish that you could be in my position and you wish that you could be, you know, just doing softcore random shit on OnlyFans or whatever. Maybe I'm getting trolled, actually. I don't know 100%. But apparently people are saying she does like full on fucking porn now on her OF. I don't know if that's with Gunnar Gooch or with another guy. and then she doesn't have her husband anymore, and she obviously still doesn't have kids or anything. So she's on a rough road. She married Gunnar Gooch. Oh, okay. Damn.
They are very upset. They are very upset that they are losing.
Ice, turn the screen.
I think Tazo's close, Ice.
I think Tazo's
close.
Tazo's
really close.
Ice, Tazo's close.
They are very upset.
Oh, Zemmy's close. Oh, Zemmy's close. Went way too far for no reason. You don't know.
There's plenty of reasons.
You don't know the behind the scenes, big dog.
Yeah, the little social espionage bull.
Espionage
that Kimmy's on everybody.
On every woman
like
who
lying,
exists.
Lying about me, lying about every other girl.
Yeah.
You guys want to hear the other leak? I'll tell the Cutebot leak now. Cutebot was so sick and tired of Kimmy and her that she put me up to the task to tell Kimmy that she couldn't move back in because we had a history.
Kimmy crashing out at every single one of her friends that Ice Poseidon messaged when they broke up.
Yeah, like it's just.
Are you still on okay terms with Ice? I think so. I don't think me and Ice have ever had a huge falling out or anything like that.
Sorry.
Their whole shtick is so stupid.
You guys want the clues for the next one? No, like the location?
No, we're trying to pinpoint them half so it just makes it square.
Oh, yeah? Okay. Well, I'm going to just leak ruin it for everybody because Ice sucks at running events. And I have a girlfriend, by the way. Kimmy. Yeah. We were roommates. So just spread the word. The Discord is still working on the clues. They were stunned. Yeah, they didn't know. They were like, W.
When we told Chicken Andy, he was like, yeah, so was everyone else. We were like, there's no way he lets us get the 30K because Tim. And he's like, so is everyone else. Like, he doesn't care.
Base Ghost, crash out now. It's your time, Base Ghost. He's speeding this event along.
He gotta go.
Yeah, we're gonna wrap dude.
Base Ghost is the only dude that hasn't. And you guys tried the hardest.
Base Ghost punching his keyboard right now.
I think apparently Lav is leaking that Kimmy, Ice Poseidon's current girlfriend, I think, apparently banged Gunnar or somebody else while they were, but I don't know if they were broken up or not, or I don't know.
It's like, hey, you said something really nice to me 2 years ago. Like, thank you so much. And she looked at me and she was like, okay, and? I was so taken aback by how rancid it was. Nobody has ever talked to me like that before. And then crashing out at me because you didn't text her back after she was like reaching back out to you in, what was it?
Yeah.
December or January?
Months ago when she was reaching out after she her face up for the third time.
What is Lav getting out of this? Some weird superiority complex? Maybe did Ice slight her or something? I don't know. Somebody probably said something mean to her, and this is her way of like getting attention and getting even. And yeah.
And by the way,
yeah, and she was like, yeah, which you were sweet, and you were like, hey, if you need anything, let me know, because she was on like watch or whatever. And then she was like, I really wish that I could move back in, and you didn't have anything to say to her. And then she was getting mad at me that you didn't text her back. And then she was like, you know, Ice Poseidon could leak it, because I was like,
yeah, like
Sam
she tried
Pepper,
to threaten it like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, so what Kimmy basically had done through the grapevine is that say that maybe like he like that Tim was like obsessed with her or something, that wrote her love letters or something, maybe to like pacify it for Ice to like be less embarrassed by him. And because it is embarrassing to him.
When I was sleeping on the floor with no mattress and gambling.
Yes. In the first 6 hours of meeting him, by the way, like just pretty brutal stuff. Yeah. Yeah, so then Sam Pepper like teases it when Ice Poseidon's crashing out. And we're like, and I'm getting scared, like, oh, is there a narrative that's like gonna get pressed and like all of a sudden we're not gonna be on top of it? I message her, I'm like, hey, I need to know what you said. She's like schizoing at me. Delete it right.
Jesus. She hated how the event was run? Okay. Lav is married to a guy called Goon. They have been participating in Ice's event. I think she got mad at Ice because she's emotionally unstable, so she started leaking messages and stories of Ice's girlfriend having sex in the past with Goon. Is Goon Gunnar Gooch? This guy is G-E-W-N. I think they were both single at the time, but she didn't tell Ice about it, and their relationship is always hanging by a thread. It started because Lav and Goon were frustrated with the clues in the scavenger hunt making no sense and calling Ice low IQ for making the clues. Ice then took an IQ test on stream and got a 127, and then he wanted Lav to take an IQ test, but she wouldn't do it. Instead, Lav decided to crash out on Ice, and one of the things she brought up was Kimmy, probably because she knows that gets him mad. She then exposed all sorts of Discord messages and aired out all kinds of drama, proving how Kimmy lives in a web of lies, one of which being that Goon and Kimmy were hooking up consistently while living in a content house in 2021. After Lav's rant, Ice crashed out back, saying he would ruin their kick her, etc. Lav and Goon claimed they thought he knew all this already, then they both ended stream abruptly after all this big mess for all sides.
It's this whole big thing, whatever, just is it just so rancid to me. Only real people in this space, Adriana, literally the most down-ass bitch ever, so sweet. Maddie, another sweetheart who Kimmy tried to blackball because Ice messaged her.
Oh, yeah.
Another, telling you about it.
Yep.
Wait. Lav, I don't want drama either. I've never tried to make anyone's life harder. I'm sorry that you are stressed about this and worried about being brought into it. I'm doing everything to try to keep the peace. No one is coming after you, and I'm telling you everything I know. I'm sorry if it upsets you for me to tell you that Paul didn't like this or that. It's Paul's feelings. Paul is Ice Poseidon. I don't control them by being honest. Sorry, that message seemed like I thought you were coming after me. I felt better after reading it and have no bad or negative feelings towards you whatsoever. I was in the middle of something while I wrote it and didn't want to... do I have... All this... This is just the same message over... Okay, it's retarded. This one is early July, by the way, before the event. Okay. Don't know, don't care.
Telling you about it, how she was going to get her removed from every single event just for being
There's a
super
reason why
hot.
Maddie's not here, because Kimmy's a psycho bitch.
Yeah, I mean, she probably also didn't want to do this because it was scuffed, but like, yes, there's a reason why Maddie was not invited a lot of places, why she's not bigger than she is, and it's just because she's hot.
And blonde, and Kimmy's replacement.
Yeah.
Why Maddie?
Another, yeah, telling you about it.
Yep.
Telling you about it, how she's a sweetheart who Kimmy tried to blackball because I'm
Wait,
literally the most down-ass bitch ever to me. Only real people in this space, Adriana.
I haven't heard anything bad about Adriana, so that checks out. Although I don't know these people super well, but that might be true.
Literally the most down-ass bitch ever. So sweet. Maddie, another
I don't know the Maddie person at all, so I can't say.
sweetheart who Kimmy tried to blackball because Ice messaged her.
Oh, yeah.
Another, yeah, telling you about it.
Yep.
Telling you about it, how she was going to get her removed from every single event just for being
There's a
super
reason why
hot.
Maddie's not here, because Kimmy's a psycho bitch.
Yeah, I mean, she probably also didn't want to do this because it was scuffed, but like, yes, there's a reason why Maddie was not invited a lot of places, why she's not bigger than she is, and it's just because she's hot.
And blonde, and Kimmy's
blonde.
replacement.
Yeah.
That was the fear, so.
Yeah, I like just.
You have no problem with the real people who are genuine human beings just trying to make it. It's the people that take advantage of those people. Scumbags.
Yeah, and there's so many secrets because everyone's trying to get in like Ice's good graces because he has the most money and he puts events like this. We don't give a because we make real money outside of this and we do this for fun.
Yeah, and I have a
to
real
see
job.
our friends. Yeah, there was a time where you needed Ice Poseidon when you were younger, but it's changing now. He's on his way out. Obviously, he can't throw together a good event. Can you do a Sam Pepper impression when he's covering this all tomorrow?
What the Kimmy?
I feel like it's so cringe to try so hard to associate with people, and then when things don't go how you want them to go, you're like, oh yeah, that guy's shit. He sucks. He fell off. He's irrelevant. It's like, well, bitch, why the fuck were you so like nut hungry to get on this guy's good side, to get in the good graces? Like, what? I mean, doesn't that speak poorly of you? I don't know. It seems kind of weird.
June? Wait, weren't they roommates? They were roommates 3 years ago. She told me that he wrote her a love letter. Chat, is this real though? Chat.
No, Chat.
No, Chat, this can't
is
be
crazy,
real.
Chat.
This can't be real, Chat. She said that he wrote her love letters and was obsessed with her. She said she never had with him. Does Paul know? Did she tell Paul? Chat, did she tell Paul?
Wait, is this
Oh
an
my
actual?
God,
Is that a real video of Sam crying? Was he actually crying over shit? I don't even know.
Anonymous tip $3.33. Never forget Ice took Kimmy back after Goona. Dude, you are pathetic.
Oh, good.
Goon's wife talks about you to Ammo's husband. Goon's wife? You mean Lav?
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
I can. Hi.
Oh, 4 hours ago. Oh shit. Fresh drama.
Good one.
Right
No,
on the other
that's
side.
complete.
You better know.
They're just mad. They're losing.
I wonder if he knew.
That's why I asked her. That's why I asked her.
Yeah. I wonder if she told him the truth.
I literally was like, what did you tell Paul? Because if he's gonna come out that like with what Sam Pepper said, then like we gotta get ahead of this. Like,
Yeah, might as well. Yeah, I wonder if she told him the full truth. It's fake, Ice confirmed. She was my roommate for a year.
it's not fake.
We shared a bathroom.
Yeah, I never made it significant to Paul. I vouched for Gunnar to be invited to events and things for that reason. Paul didn't want him around, but I said he wasn't going to tell people, and that I think he's a good person and will remain respectful. You didn't say that about me, you dumb, stupid cunt, when you were mean to me. I don't want drama either. Sorry that you're stressed about this, worried about being brought into it. I'm doing everything to try to keep the peace. No, weren't. The only advice I have is to not attack Sam or Paul. They both don't really have anything to lose and don't care. I said there's no reason for anyone
Hey,
to be attacking
CJ, what's
anyone.
up, big guy? I think Ice is watching you right now.
Actually, she crashed out on me, and then before I was able to screenshot it, she said, I don't really want logs of this. I don't really know to trust you. Probably a good idea.
Yeah.
Probably a good idea. You were saying that we were making fun of you for your bad nose job, which like we weren't doing publicly.
Yeah, everybody's
we were
talking about
trying
it
to be
behind your
nice.
back, but, like,
we were trying to be nice.
I
We
refrain
couldn't
from
control
talking
it.
about your face.
Also, Ice is like, they're lying. Also, I was lying when I said all these things about Kimmy. Okay, buddy.
Goon Squad.
I'm sure you have messages too. Let me pull up yours. Oh, sorry.
Keep losing.
Hey, I saw a clip from Keeper Kick. Sam doesn't actually know anything. He was trolling, which like nice trying to cover your tracks. I was upset. Yeah, I was upset by it and asked, and he was really confused.
Lav has such mean girl energy. I love it. Lav is like the person who it's like, Lav is like your, imagine she's driving and then she accidentally like rolls through a stop sign and she misses it. And then the girl next to her is like, hey, like, be careful when you're driving. Lav would like turn to her side and be like, didn't you cheat on your boyfriend? You fucking slut and you have AIDS. Like, that's like the type of Lav has that energy 24/7 peaking constantly throughout her entire life with every single person she engages with.
Saying just before he was asking who you were. So then he was saying, I know who you are, just a joke, really inconvenient joke for me. You said, I know he knows, retard, you don't have to lie. It's not that big of a deal either. Nothing was said. Kimmy said, I'm serious, I just pressed him for so long and he swears up and down he didn't know. I'm not lying, and to me it's not a big deal. I felt wronged. Or it is a big deal. You said, you realize you pressing him about me would insinuate we have a history. You gotta learn to just go and blow it off. She said, yeah, I know, but Sam is my friend, and so I would rather press him for doing that because why? He proved that he really didn't know. Goon said, yeah, and I told you I wouldn't weaponize that against you until you were mean to my wife. I wouldn't leak anything. Just be careful who you tell about stuff because you have a tendency to tattle on yourself. Kimmy said, yeah, I know I tattled. Go Sam just now when I pressed him because that conked him.
Certainly not.
Tell you, please don't say anything. I feel really vulnerable and I wish I didn't care, but it's different being a girl.
Goon and Lav have just dug themselves a very deep hole.
Uh-oh.
Like I said, you can enjoy your inflated viewer count.
Uh-oh.
But it is certainly not going to last very long.
Uh-oh.
There are some bridges that are just not worth burning. And Goon will forever realize that his wife has just his money.
Has just what? Fucked with his money?
Worth it.
Anonymous tipped $3.33. Ice as a big fan, I feel sorry for you. You look like a loser and a massive. All because you can't get over Kimmy.
This is the kick or keep clip.
Are you being friends with Ice Poseidon is good fucking networking?
What is
Were
this?
you not just going on about that? How it's like good networking to work with other streamers? You fucking retard.
So much shit is unlocking in my brain right now, which I can't say on stream, but now I know who you are.
Yeah, you know.
Oh my god. Oh, that's so embarrassing. Everything just unlocked in my brain, and you know what I'm talking about, but I can't say. I know what you're talking about. That is so embarrassing.
Wait, what unlocked?
Okay,
I want to know.
I want to know.
What's
going on?
What's so embarrassing?
What the fuck?
I want to know.
You're gonna be a
I'll be in big trouble if I say anything. Yeah, I'll be in big trouble if I say anything, but that is incredibly embarrassing. That is so cringe.
Hey, Sammy boy, don't bite the hand that feeds.
I don't know why he's so mad now. I get why he's so mad.
You guys are
what the fuck?
There's sex havers here?
Oh my god.
Oh my god!
Okay.
She was never good for you.
Oh, I already texted Kimmy. I said I broke up with her. I just texted her like an hour ago. I said we're done.
Oh no. For real, broken up with her?
So.
I'm sorry, someone keeps donating.
I'm done with her, and Goon and Lav are completely kick. I promise you that.
I would have skipped it. I'm sorry. I'm looking for an RFID in
So
the
I
sky.
truly hope it was worth it. Like, I don't have that much emotions. I can just throw you to the bus, but I don't like getting with. So if you f me,
Damn,
you should expect to get with right back, but in a different kind of way.
Captain Blanton tipped $4.20. Ice, that's not a very good threat. Goon has been streaming like one.
I don't care, dude, but thank you for the donation.
Well, Goon's KCIP was about $1 for a very long time before the Hunger Games. I hope he enjoyed those $1 days.
We have 20 minutes, right?
You know, Goon is kind of the bad guy here, though, too. I just want Goon to know that I fought for him in terms of bringing him to events and bringing him to everything. Kimberly was always like, don't bring him, I don't like him. And I was like, well, whatever. I think he's funny. So I always brought you to the events. I always invited you to places.
The Kick CEO is a massive Ice fan, by the way. That's not surprising me. Ice is probably like the most important streamer on Kick, I imagine. Because I think he streams exclusively to Kick. And so fosters like an endemic viewer base on Kick and everything else, yeah. No, that's Aiden. Doesn't Aiden stream on Twitch now?
And you want to try and f me over. But it's okay. You showed me that Kimberly is not the girl for me. But you also showed me your true character.
Oh, people are saying no. Oh, maybe Aiden Ross. How often does Aiden Ross stream on Twitch? Or I'm sorry, on Kick?
With your wife. So I will make sure to is not the girl for me. But you also showed me your true character with your wife. So I will make sure to make it my mission in life to now destroy everything that you and Lav have ever gained.
Uh-oh.
And as for Kimberly, well, I mean, I don't care what she does.
Oh, my bad.
I just want her to go home and never see me again. I messaged people to get you off the $1 KCIP. I brought you to all these events.
I think so.
Uh-oh.
I was like, no, I think he's funny. I don't know what's the problem here.
Uh-oh.
If not, we'll just combine forces.
But your character with your wife has been shown to be absolutely disgusting. Because instead of messaging me personally, you tried to clown me on stream. Like I said, enjoy the inflated viewership for the time being. At the end of the day, I am successful. You and Lav have...
Aiden is by far the biggest Kick streamer. He doesn't stream on Twitch at all anymore. I could be wrong, but Aiden feels view about it as fuck to me as well. But I'm not sure. Maybe not. I don't know. That's just like a very surface level opinion.
They're on camera for money, and it's not even that much money. So it's just sad. All right, well, I'm going to let these guys sit here and try to figure this out and marinate. I got to go deal with some stuff, so I'll be back tomorrow, all right? So sorry to end it this way, but I have some other things that are very important to go handle. So I'm going to give somebody a host here, and I will see you guys tomorrow.
Somebody in Kick Chat said, it's not about her fucking other people during our time on break. It's about her lying to me about it. She forced me to stop talking to any girl. I have ever had a thing with, but she continued to text goons sometimes without giving me full context. It's bullshit. Wow.
I don't think they're going to figure out the next few clues, so I'm not really too worried about that.
Why is Ice always so thin-skinned? Guy's all attack mode and then cries when he gets it back. I could be wrong, and maybe because I don't interact with that community that much, but I don't think that Ice is usually like attacking people or going in on people, unless they do something first. No, am I missing something? I don't know if Ice has ever been the guy. Like he does wacky, crazy, wild content, but I don't know if he ever is like going in on somebody for no reason. But maybe I'm missing that.
Hey, how's it going?
It's it's going pretty okay. Yeah, a lot of people.
Lav is one of the, oh my god, dude. She is going to have the hardest 30-year-old crash out like imaginable. It's going to be a rough life for her.
Are like, why did this happen? They were like, is it all because they weren't going to win 30K? And no, it's not that at all. First of all, Ice is a bully, and so is Kimmy. They're like huge bullies. And
how old is she? I don't know, but she just, I don't know. It feels like she was set up so well for life. She has like a, she was like doing like music stuff. Is this her song? I don't know what this is. Oh, she was like a little pop person. She used to hang out with like Paris Jackson and stuff, like just chilling and shit. 147. And now she's like crashing out on fucking Orbiter ice streams. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I remember Billie Eilish, I think, gave an interview and she was like, I think the question was like, if there was like one song you wish you would have written, what song would that have been? And she shouts out a fucking Lav song. I think that the Moon one. Yeah, bro, I don't know. It's just like, it's like an insane. Wait, does anybody have that TikTok? I think it was on TikTok, right? Or it might have been an interview. I don't know if there's like a link to the actual thing of her saying it, but it's an NME article. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Her downfall needs to be fucking studied. Jesus. Anyway, back to this.
everyone just lets them do it because they like run the kick community. So everyone's like Ice's like little slave. And Kimmy is like his queen, and she's like, and everyone's like a little slave to Kimmy. Kimmy tried to get like every woman blackballed and blacklisted that Ice has ever talked.
I know that Sam is in my Discord and wants to talk. I don't care. I'm sorry. I know that if you're here from Ice people, I'm literally just covering this because I just hate a lot of the people involved. Not Ice, mainly Lav. I just like to watch my ops crashing out, but I don't care that much about this drama. I'm not here to dig through and sift through all the cry. I don't care that much, right? I'm just here to laugh at some of these people. That's it.
We saw him crash out about your wife like a year ago. Like, she tries to isolate every single woman in the space, does like weird toxic politicking. She was extremely rude to me. She was super weird towards me, super rude to me, but I was like, whatever, I'm just like not gonna deal with this. And then finally I hit the final straw when Ice had been calling my husband Goon like stupid and like a loser and all these things.
Oh no, Ice called Goon stupid and a loser? Hasn't everybody called Goon that since his entire injection into the internet? Like, I feel like everybody.
For the past couple days, and he like got, you know, his whole thing is like exploiting smaller streamers and then like fucking with, like, that's his whole content.
Oh, and here we go. The exploitation. Every time a white woman uses words like exploit or manipulate, be careful, because usually that just means like had a bad interaction with. There are like certain words, like white women words, that when they use them, it's just like, whoa, that doesn't mean anything actually. It's like when a black person uses like the N-word as like colloquially, and you might, if you're like a white person who's never talked to a black person before or knows that like black people use the N-word, and you're like, oh my God, you're using a racial slur. It's like, oh no. They're black. It's like, it's a different thing. It doesn't matter. It's like a endearment thing. It's like, oh, okay. When white women say like, this guy was manipulative and abusive and exploitative, that might sound like a big deal. But if it's a white woman saying, especially online, especially younger, oh, they just mean like they had a bad interaction with me. That's what that means.
Which, like, I guess if you want to be like the Howard Stern of dick, you can be. But not like when I have info on you like that and you're like that guy, like, I don't, like, I'm not gonna keep your secrets, you know what I mean?
Gotcha. So you knew about it the whole time, or I guess, I don't know y'all's history. Originally I thought it was like, man, I thought Goon had leaked it based on the people in my chat talking about it. I was like, man, like, he's standing next to you.
Because he was tight-lipped about it, probably because it's embarrassing to fuck Natomaton. But no, but I got so angry with him trying to ego my husband that I was just like, dude, like, he fucked your girlfriend. Like, you're trying to ego the guy who, like, gave to your girlfriend. Like, what the fuck are you, like, come on, dude. And then he tried to say something like, oh, and you haven't done bad things, like implying with like the Destiny drama I had, but Destiny never fucked me. I never fucked Destiny. So
oh, you're the Destiny lab. I don't even know that situation. I've heard those
The
names.
Destiny lab.
Oh, interesting. Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's me. I know. It wasn't over the scavenger hunt. It was just over these like two super like mean people who like I just was like, yeah, I'm not. For what reason are we holding us back?
Yeah, we stopped giving a fuck about the hunt like 3 days ago.
Yeah, we didn't still care about like our teammates possibly getting to it, but then after it's not untenable, we had to go home.
Gotcha. Okay, well that makes a lot more sense actually. Because I remember I was like, man, like that's not like I don't know. I thought this my first ICE event. I'm pretty new at streaming, but basically it seemed really fun like day one, and then like it got kind of nutty.
Yeah, that's how they all go, because then you know the event just like turns into I'm gonna change rules, I'm gonna fuck people over, and then it turns into like who's willing to do the most for like the least amount of money for the most amount of money. Like how can I get these people who are down on their luck, who are desperate to start?
Are Lav and Mr. Girl still interacting? No, I think that Mr. Girl I think is like full on brain broken. He I haven't dug into his papers enough, but I think he's like full on like schizophrenic. He publishes on like free journals online about his theory about how the entire universe is just a giant black hole. He uses AI and publishes papers on that. Fuck, when was his last paper? Wait, is it not? Does he not publish them on his Reddit, or do they not get posted here? Here. Oh. Oh, Zenodo is the name of the site. Nobody crosses an event horizon. I think he has a theory that the entire universe as we know it exists on the event horizon of like a black hole, and that's how our whole universe is existing right now. I don't know how much the AI is doing the math for him here, but the author used AI language models to assist with drafting, derivations, and algebraic checks. But yeah, he literally just publishes papers on this. This paper demonstrates that the speed of light c is not physically measurable, as all experiments purporting to measure it rely on tautological definitions or conventions. Thus, c functions only as a lapse scalar and unit converter, leaving causal structure as the sole empirical invariant. Yeah, but I don't know if he has like a full on, like if he's actually like schizo or, yeah, I don't know, but.
Their career here to do whatever I want for entertainment, and he'll put people in like continuously bad, humiliating positions. It's yucky. I literally did that.
Yo, Destiny, an EDGer called Sognick sent me this link saying this shows you calling to fund KF and why you're a bad person. Queeman, I'm not gonna waste my time watching his shit. The story here, I mean, you can go back and look at all my published shit. I haven't really changed my position on this at all. My opinion is that if websites are going to be taken offline, I think that if you want to make a website illegal, then you should make the website illegal. I think it's weird to use like credit card and payment processors and domain registrars to try to take websites offline. I think that's weird, and I don't think it's good. And I know that we all got kind of spoiled by it when the credit card processors did it to porn companies like 10 years ago, but now it just happened with the credit card companies again with Steam. I just don't think it's a good thing. And I think Keffels was trying to pressure registrars and domain providers, I think, to delist Kiwi Farms, and I don't think that's a good thing to try to delist websites. I think at one point I said I contemplated like funding their legal defense if they needed to fight for something like that, because I don't think it's a good precedent to set. My opinion on all of that has never changed. I don't think I've ever even called for necessarily for like Kiwi Farms to be banned or taken down, or that like I'm opposed to the existence of that website. Like I've said this, like there's a lot of posts that I don't like that are insanely unhinged and crazy. But it's not like I'm saying like now, like, oh my God, Kiwi Farms need to be removed from the internet. Like you can hate a thing without wanting it to be like deleted or banned or made illegal, right? Like I hate Queeman. I don't want Queeman to be arrested or whatever. So yeah, but people try to link this like, oh, well, Destiny defended Kiwi Farms, a long time ago. So now that he's attacking them, he's a hypocrite. It's like, no, what? I defended them against being shut down by pressuring like domain registrars and shit. I think that's really unhinged. And I would still defend them today. If somebody like, I haven't advocated like contacting, like the web host to fucking Kiwi Farms and saying it should be taken off the internet, via that. Like, I think that's cringe. But my position on it hasn't changed.
I exposed Destiny for the same shit. Everyone said I was a liar, and now he's in fucking litigation. So, I have a thing about taking down men with big egos, I guess.
Her and Mr. Girl shared that obsession of like taking down abusers or whatever, so they see them fucking everywhere, apparently. I think Lab's first big Me Too on the internet, she accused some guy of raping her by forcing her to eat his ass. I'm not joking.
Gotcha. Yeah, I had that thought too, because like this is my first event, and I remember thinking like, man, like people running at these $1 chests or whatever. I was like, this feels like it's just a lot of people who like that's they need that money, and like it's like a whole hamster wheel of people doing that in an event.
Yeah, and then like people drive to be like people spend thousands of dollars to go to.
I still think you should sue Kiwi Farms. They've done so much damage to you. If that was ever to be the case, it would only be relating to Noel knowing that like my revenge porn was posted on the site and like implicitly supporting it by tweeting about it, right? But other than that, I mean, Kiwi Farms, I think, is probably entitled to the same 230 protections that every other website is, right? If there are people posting on the site you don't like, that doesn't mean you go after the website. It's the same like if people are posting unhinged shit on Reddit or unhinged shit on YouTube, you don't sue Reddit or you don't sue Google, So like, no, and I mean, like, I think it's worth talking about. Like I talk about now a lot of these propaganda models, and somebody needs to do something about it. But I think the first thing I think is a big, like, there needs to be a big cultural change. Like, I don't even know how you would make a lot of it illegal. Like, I don't think and even with the way that it exists right now, I don't think that there's, the problem isn't like these weird off spaces. The problem is people like fucking Hassan and all these major streamers now supporting them. But who knows? Maybe that'll change with Ethan suing everybody and with me doxing everybody. Maybe it'll change. Maybe people are like, you know what? Maybe this actually isn't a good thing. And when it's starting to happen on our side, when we're starting to get fucked, it actually doesn't feel good. So maybe we should all be against this. Which, you know what? I'd be cool with that.
The events, he ate a cockroach, and then he planted a like desperate to like win or whatever. Then he planted like a demon box or whatever, and then he like made it so that it was like negative 2,000 points, even though Shuby's sort of an idiot. Like he's just doing stuff like that where it's like I get that this is entertaining for people who like are soulless, but it's like it's just yucky. And then I obviously have a personal tie with him, like calling my husband a loser. Like how you go? Like there's no way I'm gonna let you call my husband like a loser, like holding information like that.
You hearing this? Next time I need you to defend me.
I don't have any things to get back at streamers even yet.
She would probably be like, yeah, he's a loser.
Like, hey, that's my loser.
You can't do that. You gotta have your man's back.
Well, Nick, you're a gangster. We all know that. We know how you hold it down.
That's true.
Well,
Spartan women gotta protect our Spartan men.
I know that's the law, but in your ideal world would keep that. I feel that allowing websites to be sued for hosting defamatory stuff would improve things. The problem is that you open up a weird thing where it's like, what if somebody posts defamatory stuff in DGG chat, right? Can I get sued for it? I don't know if that's a good thing, a good standard to set. There's like one thing that's like hard to measure is like the scale of obsession is starting to feel different. I've kind of talked about this on stream before. If somebody wants to talk shit or post somewhere online about somebody, that's one thing. But when people are like doing it 24/7 for months and months on end, like the whole Snarko community stuff, and then especially when it's getting amplified by big streamers, it starts to take on a much different tone. Or like when you fucking retards were obsessively defending that guy sitting outside of a restaurant recording, right? Like, do you have a right to privacy in a public area? No. And if somebody's recording or whatever, you know, could it wind up somewhere? Yeah, sure. But it feels meaningfully different when there's a person like standing there recording you, knowing he's going to upload it to his YouTube channel later on, and the whole world can watch it. And it's just but I don't know how you address there's like a scale issue where there's something that it changes it after a point in time.
No, I'm glad I got y'all's in the because I was a little bit confused at how everything went down.
Yeah, everyone keeps acting like it's about money. We were like top 5. We were literally going for like, we could have won, but he was never.
Oh my God. Hold on. What? Michael Burry just disclosed owning $100 million in United Healthcare? Bras. We are up fucking bigly.
We're gonna let us win. Well, we actually didn't even know, so Kimmy's such a huge cunt liar that like we thought she had been feeding the information that he knew.
Why do you think Diorio is refusing to take a side on the Willie drama? Because I'm still like on the peripheral involved, and taking a side with Willie looks like taking a side with me, because Queeman and Gisticle are desperately trying to say that Willie is just like one of my drones, and that's why I'm in his DMs manipulating him. I showed that DM the other day, right? Where Gisticle's like, I bet he's telling Willie everything to say and do. And I'm not, and there's no proof of that, and there'll never be proof of that because it's never happened. Yeah.
And that he like did that if we didn't get ahead of it, he was going to say something. And then she had said information to Sam Pepper that like she had rejected Goon Tim, and that like nothing ever happened, but like he sent her love letters. Like they had a whole fabricated lie. And I said to Paul and said that Kimmy was saying behind the scenes like, no, I don't want him to join. I don't want him to join. When she was doing the opposite, like it's just so fucked. We had no idea. We actually thought that we were getting ahead of it because he was going to release information. Like that's what she made it seem like. She almost threatened me in DMs.
Oh, interesting. But so you are kind of surprised, I guess, that we're all kind of surprised then that he wasn't aware.
Oh no, we were.
All of these losers like Lav, Gesticle, Queeman, etc. all used the talking point that Mr. Girl was right when Mr. Girl made specific claims about using specific examples, none of which were correct or even similar to what you're accused of currently. Yeah, it's all like, it's kind of like the conservatives doing the thing where they're like, when they say, well, weren't the conspiracy theorists right about everything? And that's actually, I think that's the mainstream opinion in America today. Most people think the conspiracy theorists were actually right about a surprising amount of stuff. But the reality is, if you go back and you evaluate the claim, they were right about basically nothing. And yeah, the Mr. Girl shit is the exact same, yeah.
We were completely surprised. In fact, we both like kind of feel bad now. I sent him a message that was like, hey, I know that you do not want to hear from me, but like we fully thought that like we did not realize that this was the situation. I thought that like we were on an even plane. I almost thought that he was taunting us with it.
Gotcha.
He was talking about him.
Okay, then yeah, now it makes a lot more sense, because basically y'all thought it was just like a maybe a little pointed rib back at him that he already knew about.
Yeah, at least to like some degree, because he also like, it's not like he tried to protect Kimmy, he like threatens to kill her. So I thought that he like, I thought that he was like trying to bait us, and then we were like getting ahead of it, and then also I was so pissed at him that I like wanted to ego him back. Like, I'm not gonna say it was altruistic, like it was a mix of things. Obviously I wanted him to feel bad because he was trying to ego my husband, but yeah, it was like very convoluted, and we totally thought the situation was different. There was I had an inkling, because Tim actually had asked her before Hunger Games, like, does he know, is it weird if I do this? And she was like, no, he's okay, like, it's fine, we're mature. Like, she totally lied to everyone. Like, we thought there was no thought in either of our minds that he did not know, and we both had.
This whole drama seems so stupid. So am I missing something, or did this all just start because Ice was just saying like Gunnar Gooch was dumb? Is that what started all of this?
Yeah.
Like the rest of it, it's pretty justified because Kimmy's such a bitch.
Hey Destiny, I'm in one of the Fed agencies, so most of the political stuff is pretty surreal for me. Just wanted to say, appreciate hearing you bring into the Democrat arguments and debates. Keep it up, man. Thanks, buddy.
Ice like abusing people, but we do genuinely feel bad that he wasn't aware that it all came out like this.
Yeah, that's obviously like,
wish that on anybody.
Yeah, that's super unideal. He's still a scumbag, but I'm like empathetically that sucks.
Yeah, especially in that setting. But I feel like guys generally would rather know than not.
Yeah, of course. It's been 3 years also, so she's been lying for 3 years. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Like just gnarly. Like, it's just
is Jader in chat?
Yeah, I'm new to the space, so it's always like I'm learning how the dynamics work, and it's like trying to not step on any accidental landmines.
Well, also just don't be like a huge bitch. Like people are like, everyone knows each other's secrets here because we're all friends. Just like don't expect people to like keep your secrets if you're gonna like fuck them over or like be a huge dick. Like I feel like it's like street rules. It's like normal.
Okay, I mean yeah. That's Yeah, I'm very, like, Kate's been in the space for a bit, but I've mostly been behind the scenes, if at all. And so the whole streamer dynamics are super new to me. I feel like, I mean, it's funny I say this because, like, hearing that, I'm like, okay, so it's a little bit webbed and stuff, but, like, I feel like it's worse on Twitch. Yeah.
Oh no, it's way worse on Twitch. It's honestly, I think because Ice Poseidon had to move over to Kick, that's like the last of the toxicity. Every single person we've met through Kick is incredible. Like,
yeah, a lot of the people are really humble and cool.
Yes.
But when you get to that level where they're like just like boarding over a bunch of people, it turns you into something.
Yeah, Hachiman's great, even though he's sort of like a gooner. He's still like very genuine and great. Like even Ice's friends, like Hondro's great, Chicken Andy's great, Adriana Lee's great. Like like there's so many people who are like genuinely good people. It's just.
Wait, this is Billie Eilish mentioning the song?
People? It's inspirations.
Oh.
People? Bloody Osiris, Tyler, Lana, Childish Gambino. Inspirations that aren't people. The Babadook. The movie We Need to Talk About Kevin. I don't want to kill people at all. That's not that. It's about the cinematography of the movie. Favorite songs that aren't yours? I would probably say like in that I would say like the songs I wish I wrote. That's how I'll answer that. Would be Off to the Races by Lana Del Rey, From Me the Moon by Lav, Gatekeeper by Jesse Reyes. Yeah, probably anything by Jesse Rutherford or The Neighborhood. If you weren't a musician, you would be.
Yeah, Jesus.
It's like the people who moved over to Kick because they couldn't do Twitch anymore that suck.
The permabands or whatever you're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha. Yeah, I hung out with AC7. That was fun. I got the same impression. Yeah, just super genuine. Like basically, what you see is what you get. He doesn't really mince anything. Yeah.
Totally, super genuine guy, and there's plenty of that on Kick. I think Kick is the optimal website. I think it's much better than Twitch in regards to like networking and making friends. But yeah, definitely don't like go into it entitled thinking that like you can ego people because of who you are, that's just stupid.
Gotcha. Are you guys at any level kind of worried about like what he's saying about the whole, because I saw y'all make the joke right when y'all got off of like y'all retiring, but like how seriously do you take him saying that? Like, will he come down off of it, or does he?
Is there anything else in here I care about? I really don't think I care about anything else here.
Or does he like get over things, or not really?
Well, I mean, you have to. If I was in his position, I would do anything I could. He
has to save face on that.
Yeah.
Kind of like make a.
Bringing him
I don't
to
care though. I don't care about streaming anymore.
Kimberly,
It's not good.
I think bringing him to everything. Kimberly was always like, "Don't bring him. I don't like him." And I was like, well, whatever. I think he's funny. So I always brought you to the events. I always invited you to places. And you want to try and fuck me over.
I'm just going to do my two together. I think I can reach it. Wait, I'm going to do my...
But it's okay. You showed me that Kimberly is not the girl for me. But you also showed me your true character with your wife. So I will make sure to make it my mission in life to now destroy everything that you and Lav have ever gained.
Apparently this was Ice's messages about Kimmy this morning. And yeah, she forced Maddie out of every stream possible. Oh, well, that was true. Oh, wait. It's from bottom to top. I wasn't aware of the extent of the relationship Kim had with Goon. It's pretty upsetting, and I can't look at her the same anymore. It's just pure disgust and how she lied for so long, but I ceased all communication with any girl I ever had a thing with. Goon is a coward for not just telling me, man to man, and Lav is a mentally ill, weird-ass, dog-fucking bitch. Cutebot is the one who got a nose job and convinced Kim to get her one. So that bitch is retarded. Wait, Cutebot is the one who got a nose job and convinced Kim to get her one. Convinced Kim to get one for herself? Wait, it's top to bottom? Well, it's bottom to top per thing, but then top to bottom per image, if that makes sense. Cutebot looks way different now? Wait, does she?
Hello.
Oh, guys, I need a drill. So if you.
Wait, did she get big booba and everything? Is she like, Jesus? Okay. She had labiaplasty. She actually got it done twice. Jesus Christ, bruh. She has 10K in her bank, living in LA. Let her die offering up a slut to guys who won't give a shit about her to get her rent paid. My God, chill. Damn. Yeah, she said she forgot to tell me about it, so I just said, never talk to me again. Nah, I win. I lose the lying girl and I'm a millionaire while Goon and Lav have to fuck for money and Kim has to learn to deal with having no money. Too old plus too much maintenance plus lazy, aka doesn't clean or cook or do laundry. I have no clothes 7 days into this event and my house is a mess when she's been there every day. No, I don't care about that shit. It's like 10K, I could care less. She was completely useless as a woman, didn't do anything, just leech my money to buy stuff and rent. My house is clean and organized when I'm alone. When she comes to the house, it becomes a mess within days. Jesus. Well.
Can't get
dunk kick.
All right, fun times. Okay. Well, we're caught up with that. Jesus. Did you see, I quote tweeted, fucking Abby came back on Twitter and was like having an insane, like, mental illness crash out? Jesus Christ. These people are insane. Please, Lord Jesus, let me move on. Do you have screenshots? No. Maybe somebody took screenshots? I don't know. It was pretty wild. It was just, she's like, my therapist told me that I was the most likely person in the highest percentile group to kill myself. And I was like, bro. Diario and Willie Mac time? Is there like one video for this? I don't want to have to sift through like 50 videos of retarded shit. The fuck is this? I didn't know there were people who could actually be happy about someone losing a family member and going through trauma. I hope this man never experiences losing someone and losing everything he has. Wait, what?
If they make a third game of this, they need to be fucking sued. We hope you enjoy the sleep process experience. This game means a lot to us, and it's the first one we've developed after a fire destroyed our home and burned everything.
Wait, what? Hold on.
This game means a lot to us, and it's the first one we've developed after a fire destroyed our home and burned everything.
I mean, is he really laughing at the tragedy, or just that message seems like a tad jarring and inappropriate? Solitary Studios. Are these the people who made the game? Jesus. On a Bad Game 2? Oh, I thought this was Silent Hill. Silent Still 2. He was shit talking the game, and it's a little weird to come up. Yeah, sure.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Sorry if everyone thinks we trauma dump. I'm personally apologizing to everyone. I'll try to remove it, and we'll never add a credits section to our future games. Based. Watch this start again. Sorry.
If they make a third game of this, they need to be fucking sued.
Oh.
We hope you do the sleep process experience.
Yeah,
this
Jesus.
game means a lot to us, and it's the first one of the.
Jesus.
Holy. Super, I'm watching your stream, bro. Why you trying not to laugh? What the fuck is that, bro?
Okay, just going through my daily logistical Discord slot for the day. Destiny is trying to save his reputation by crazy making. The orbiters are all nodding as usual. It was Justical that called the police and had his girlfriend committed for being suicidal, right? I don't think I've done that to anybody. No. This is legit why I think Not So Erudite still being a part of this is the most fucked up thing, because she's exposing so many young incel men to a serial abuser. God damn. Why abuse cereal? Oh, you got all the Abby tweets. Nice. Apparently she's suing like 50 different people or guys for abusing her or something. This is Abby. This is the star witness in my case, by the way, who still dodges subpoena and we haven't been able to contact. But why are all these people suddenly coming after you this hard? It's not sudden. These people have been talking about me like this for like 8 months in Tristicle's Discord server. I'm just spotlighting a little bit more now as they all kind of start to crash out, and to give critical support to our friends Willie Mac Show and H3 from the H3H3 podcast. Before court tomorrow, I want to vehemently express that I've had numerous medical visits since the beginning of this year, and I'm diagnosed with severe PTSD. I was told recently by my clinician that I am in the top percentile of women who are at risk of suicide. Why would you tell a patient this? Is it? I don't know if I believe that, but... At my doctor's appointment yesterday, my emergency medications were upped to their maximum dosage. I've been writhing, rolling, crying, and screaming myself to sleep every night for months. Nothing is able to tranquilize me effectively due to my extreme and excessive trauma. It's so crazy because at the beginning of the year, she told me that like she had moved on and healed from all of this. I don't know if something set her off. Like I don't even know what the fuck happened to her. I still haven't even heard this. Like she's always vague and weird about things. I remember she crashed out hard on like being an alcoholic, and she crashed that one dude's car, Gavin's car at the Darius house. And then I've never heard anything past that. Who's Abby? She was the girl who was on Darius' stream sometimes. She lived with them. She might have dated Darius for a little bit. But this is the one witness on my case who claims that I sent her videos of Pixie or whatever. But this didn't happen. She's just lying. And the sad thing is, I'm pretty sure Pixie and them know it because they said at that hearing that they don't even have any evidence that I sent this girl anything, but they just have her here because they're trying to keep their case alive. I am incredibly blessed to have a wonderful team of knowledgeable clinicians, doctors, and more. I would not be alive today if I had stayed with my abusive ex-boyfriend. I don't even know which one she's referring to here, Darius? And they are so proud to see my small improvements when physically possible. I am also grateful of them, their databases, and systems around who have been collecting and compiling my medical records in an ethical way to help me. Though some institutions have broken HIPAA law, others have seen me, they know. I am recognized. In order to better manage myself and my health, I have not engaged in any way that has been attention-seeking, victim baiting, or begging since the immediate relief I felt after leaving my abuser. I have spoken only the truth. This evidence will come out. I am a victim. I am not to be silenced. I will see every facet through. Apparently she has a GoFundMe. $45 raised. I don't know what she's even raising money for. Oh, I guess if you want like a connection to the Twitch world, she's the person who caused the E-Rob breakup, because I think she's the one who made out with E-Rob at that club, and then E-Rob and his girlfriend broke up. My name is Abby, and I'm a victim of abuse, doxing, and harassment. Our personal safety was and may still be at risk. Didn't she fuck Wes? Yeah, I think her and Wes were pretty close for a while. I don't know if she's accusing Wes of anything or if she's still friends with him. I have no clue. The messages that she left me several months ago, I mean, it ended. They were pretty nice, I think. But then I guess she decided she wanted to be on Pixie's case against me. I have no idea. I don't know. This might have been when they were in Austin. Long story short, I started drinking a lot when I first moved in with Darius. I couldn't cope with my feelings for him and our sexual relationship / living with him / Xena involvement. And slowly I became a full-blown alcoholic to cope. And I was in such a dark place for a long time. There was always drama and sex in the house, and it got worse. So yeah, one night I went to the club with friends in West by the Way, like we normally did on weekends, mixed my Xanax prescription with too much alcohol, crashed my friend's car, spent the night in jail and got a DUI. Basically was then decided after some other stuff. I should have probably left them, so I did in November and haven't spoken to them since. Oh, maybe, I guess that's when she crashed
They both have problems with
Gavin's car. Darius roommate drama leaked by Wes.
her. There was the Danny shit. Danny apparently is still cool with her or something. And then Gavin, the guy who's madly in love with her, is becoming her lapdog. So this guy is like driving everywhere, doing everything for her. And this is still occurring now. Even after she stole and drove and wrecked his car, he got a rental and he's still just like doing everything for her, taking her everywhere, treating her like a queen, blah, 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 blah. And this girl can't pay him. Oh, by the way, if you're curious why the reason she started trying to hook, she lost her job at the strip club because the same strip club that she works at is also the one she decided to drive from and then got in the car crash. That combined with missing work or some shit. So now she has no fucking income. So now she's resorted to slinging puss, I guess. I don't know. That's, yeah. So that's where we are. And we haven't been able to talk about this for weeks because out of respect for Abby. But then I recently found out that during all this time where she's saying she's depressed, she's doing all, I don't know if it was with Danny or Gavin, but she's at her house. And the reason I found this out for sure is because I went over to Darius' house to pick up Hayden last night to take him to the strip club. And I hear her laughing and screaming and joking with some guy. I don't know if it was Danny or Gavin. So Abby has mind-fucked this house. It initially was between Hayden and Darius. So Darius was banging Abby kind of semi-regularly. And then every now and then when Hayden, the gay guy Hayden, would get drunk, Hayden would then fuck Abby too. And then Darius found out, and now Darius fucking hates Abby because he thought it was just his pussy pal.
Yeah, that's not true.
That's 100%.
That's not true.
That's how it looks. That's how it looks. That's how it looks. Every essence of that seems entirely correct from an external point of view.
From an external point of view, yeah. I can see that.
It's so crazy. These are like her last message to me. Yeah, listen, man, I know our communication has always been spotty, and our relationship was/is hardly anything, but I've always had, we were like friends and like hooked up once. Like that was my only history with Abby, right? But we never had any problems that I was aware of. Yeah, listen, man, I know our communication has always been spotty, and our relationship was/is hardly anything, but I've always had such a love and appreciation for you, not only as a past friend and lover, but also as someone who'd introduced me to a whole new world in life. I know you're legitimately, legally not allowed to speak about it at all, but just know that I empathize too, and I hope that your court case ends okay for you. We weren't chatting much, but for a year living with Darius, I listened to your voice echo through the house every stream and every goddamn day from his loud ass annoying surround sound speakers, and I miss you. And then a month later, I think the law firm representing Pixie sends me a demand letter from Abby saying that she wants $500,000. I'm like, okay, bro. Nice. Bayzed.
I can see how other people would assume that, which is why I have to do a lot of talking about it, especially to my ex who caused a lot of issues with.
I thought Hayden was gay. Gay until he's drunk. Okay? Any man, no matter straight or gay, you get drunk enough to put your dick in anything. Okay? Don't let Hayden fool you, by the way. He'll fuck anything. All right? And if you look at the type of things that he does fuck, he fucks girls with cocks. He's not even a real gay. If you took him to a pride parade and he tried to explain it, no, everyone would be like, fuck off, loser, you're not one of us. Okay? Love Hayden to death. That's my boy. Okay. Have I covered everything? There was so much I had to talk about. Like, I feel like I'm shotgun brain. Okay, question. Bring me questions. Because maybe questions will help me trigger. I know there's shit I'm leaving out.
So what?
I would like to see a little chemo.
Bring Hayden in. Hayden didn't respond to my DMs.
Respond to my DMs, because I just messaged him a couple minutes ago.
I'm assuming their house is ablaze right now.
No, not drunk though.
I see. E-Rob involvement. So this is really all separate of E-Rob. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Do you think it was a deranged attempt to get you to talk about it so she can give it to Pixie? Yes, it was. Because on our Twitter DMs beforehand, I think she was saying like, she was asking like, oh, hey, just curious, but like, have you ever sent anything that we've recorded to anybody else? Ha ha ha, or whatever, he he he. Like so I'm pretty sure she was just trying to bait me on that. I don't know if Pixie told her to try to bait me on or somebody else, but yeah.
As juicy as this whole crazy shit is, I don't think E-Rob and Abby fucked. I know they kissed because I was at the party when they kissed, apparently. I thought they did, but she confirmed it to my face that was the party they kissed at. But then I think the true reason for E-Rob's downfall, this is guesswork, but I feel like this all makes sense. So from meeting Abby invited him to the strip club, and then he comes to the strip club, meets her stripper friend, who I won't name, bangs the stripper friend.
How did Wes become a lore master on this? Because Wes is involved, it's his lore.
And then that somehow unfolds his marriage. Interesting, and go on, Xena. I'm not saying another word until you see a widespread picture of your asshole with something in it. That's all about.
I didn't know that.
I do not work for free. This is not a charity work. Fuck you. The goal is to save Gavin or let him drain his bank account on her. I think after we expose this, there's no way that Gavin could think that she actually likes him. You know what I mean? Because she streamed Gavin along to use him. She tried to stream me along to get money. I'm not lying, she got a little bit of money out of me. If it was if the amount of money I gave her was anyone else, though, it would have been like a big deal. I gave her a couple $100. That's fucking crazy.
Nigga, you lost those sponsors.
You haven't seen Xena's Discord? No. I don't want her horse shit. I don't want your OnlyFans pictures. I want unique, specially taken, B-hole pics with something in your asshole stacked. Okay? Fuck that shit that everyone else gets. I want uniqueness. I want something special, and I want to be different.
Everyone wants to feel special.
Damn. Okay.
I noticed.
Gavin hasn't hit yet. Gavin is still, I think, like a kiss of virgin. And Gavin's been in love with this girl for years. To the point where he's got to know that other dudes are banging her. But every time she comes home, he's like immediately on her dick, in love with her. I'm trying to save Gavin because Gavin's car got wrecked. $30,000 car. Insurance not paying for it. Abby can't pay for it. And I'm assuming Abby is using that guilt as a way to be nice to Gavin. Maybe she did bang him now. Who knows? I feel really fucking bad for Gavin.
Bro, you niggas need to fucking cut it out.
I'm gonna be honest, the reason I do is because I used to be similar.
Corny.
Listen,
don't shit where you sleep, bro. What is this business?
Well, it's a new art. I mean, you live and learn.
Well, you're fucking almost 30, man. What the hell?
Wait, it's a new art. First of all, Darius hasn't done it in a very long time.
Oh, he hasn't done it since 5 months.
After the last time we talked, I never did it past that again.
Honestly, I don't believe any one of you because half the time somebody goes on stream and is like, I've been fucking this chick for 9 weeks. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? I was hanging out with you. I thought at that fucking date, and it's like, no, bro, I was doing it inside of the fucking closet, bro. Dude, get a fucking hobby, man.
I believe Darius. I think me and Darius are on the same page about this.
I learned. Listen,
No more.
I technically am. I'm technically in an age regress, like in a real sense. I'm 24, and
that's weird.
But no, in a real sense, because I spent 4 years of my life not talking to anybody after I was 18, and then I got 4 years or 6 years.
I spent the first 19 years of my life not talking to nobody.
Okay, yeah, you spent the first 19, but it's different when you're a teenager.
What's your excuse?
When you're a teenager, I spent 19 years not talking to anybody either.
Okay, so then what's your excuse for this debauchery?
Well, I told you I'm like technically 22 when that happened. I'm technically 23 when that happened. If you want to be like real specific.
Remember, one of the big lies that Justical did was that he just started dating. Cherry in like June or something. And even people in his Discord are like, and Justical should maybe disprove the dating since February claim, since he stated factually otherwise. Those are the only two things I was saying he maybe should respond to. But Justical always says this. I would like to disprove this, but it's so invasive to do so. I can, it's there in the logs, but I'd have to do long scrolls or something. It would be absurd to do. The right people don't care enough. All Justical says, it's so funny, once Kelly decided to fucking orbital strike him and nuke him from orbit, he would go over on stream and he'd just say, that's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie. And then that's it. He would just say that over and over again. But he can't, but the problem is it's fucking Kelly, you know? I don't think she's lying about anything.
But yeah, dude, Relly won? How did he win?
What was the picture you leaked on stream? Oh, we were talking about Abby's mugshot picture.
Wait, did you see it? Did you see it? Did you see it? Yeah.
Sam is very kind to me and sweet, never disrespect me ever. Great, you're dating a gay. Congrats. Pegging him in the ass.
So
You fucking homo. Like, what? That's so crazy. I don't know anything about Sam. He might be a nice guy. He might be a nice guy. He just looks like a goober.
Bro, I feel like this shit really doesn't, like, it's funny externally, but it, like, really doesn't.
It really doesn't matter, like, in a real sense of it. It's just more of just, like, getting reminded of
I mean, it matters a lot for them, specifically, because they fucked up real bad.
Yeah.
And they should feel bad about, like, the things that they did. But other than that, like, from an external point of view, like, who cares?
That's what I said.
If everybody knows it, who cares?
It got to a point.
Your life doesn't change at all if everybody knows this happens.
Yeah.
Not really. I mean, what, people are not going to trust you, in a car? That's it? Okay.
It got to a certain point where I was like, why are we not leaking this? And Gavin was just telling me that. He was like, because he doesn't.
Why would we leak it?
Because it's a funny story. That's what he said. It's a funny story. It's a funny story. It's funny.
We have very different, like, perspectives on it. I'm not just going to leak shit just because.
Yeah, if something's funny, I'll talk about it. I don't care.
I'm not going to. Why would I do that? If it's somebody else's business, somebody else's shit, why the fuck would I talk about it?
That's what I said.
Because it's funny.
But if somebody else talks about it, I'm very happy to add to the conversation. But
I'm probably not gonna add much, if anything.
But for the past couple weeks, I haven't said anything because it's between Gavin and Adam.
That makes it up. That makes it up.
Not on me.
I guess that's it, right?
See clouds and realize that she's just stringing his ass along. Or maybe this makes Abby go like, you know what? Fuck it. There's nothing else I can do. I'm taking Gavin. That's the technical. That could technically happen, right? Maybe this ends up in Gavin fucking Abby. Because I like said all this. He's like, what the fuck, bitch? You didn't fuck me. I'm going to get my knife. And she's like, oh fuck. Okay, shit. Okay. I'll fuck you. I don't know. Can you tell Darius and Irrelevant not talk over you, please? I don't have anything else to say.
That goes hard. That goes kind of hard.
I'm sure that shit I didn't. I'll go link it and message her Darius in chat if I didn't. Back to normal game stream tomorrow.
Okay. I don't care about it. All right, I think we're good here. Last meme. My name is Abby and I'm a victim of abuse. In America, types of abuse encompass... Oh, did we read this on stream? This is like ChatGPT shit, right? Oh, this is where she accuses people affiliated with CX as also abusing her and everything. As of today, 7/24/25, I was threatened on my Twitter account. I've been receiving death threats, strange phone calls, and texts for the past month. This is all recorded evidence. Yeah, I don't know. No, don't kill yourself. You're going to be the one that saves me. Aha. Wait, what is this? What is the context of this tweet? What? Wonderwall Oasis joke. I kind of wondered that, but I feel like doesn't that sound like 15 years old? Verifiable proof that Riley CS has cheats installed.
This individual has been caught using overlays that are banned in many first-person shooters. Overlays that EA themselves will ban you for.
This is actually a screen crosshair that you download, and it helps you shoot straight. Just in case you need help, finding the center of your screen. If you look down the bottom of the screen, right there, you'll see the application. This is it here. This is what it's called. Riley CS uses overlaid crosshairs in the center of her screen to help with her own aim. This cracked god at gaming has to have a crosshair overlaid on the screen still to this day. Yeah, moving on.
Here, if you go to Documents.
So that is the crash dump file right there at the bottom.
First of all, I don't even think these should be illegal because you can literally do this on monitors these days. You can just push a button and automatically we can put like automated fucking crosshairs on it. And also it's just a crosshair. Who the fuck cares? It's not auto aiming, it's just a crosshair. Or if you really wanted to, you could just put like a piece of tape or a marker and just draw a crosshair in the center. Like, what the fuck?
And that is the actual overlay for the crosshair right there in the center of our screen. Now, there's a lot of stuff online saying that you can be banned from games for using these crosshairs. There's even an EA thread.
Yeah, no shit. Oh my god. Okay, we need to do the news.
Spike in the producer price level of inflation. Breaking news right now, and a spike in the producer price level of inflation. Take a look. Markets are selling off here because the July PPI came in up 0.9%, worse than the estimated up 0.2%. This is the headline number. It was expected up 0.2, came up.
Queeman in Lonerbox's chat. Wait, right now he is?
Up 0.9%. Year over year, it is up 3.3% versus an estimate of up 2.5%. Now, when you look at core, it's also troubling because in the core PPI, it was up 0.9% versus an estimate of 0.2%. Year over year, the core up 3.7%, also higher than the estimated expectation, which was up 2.9%.
How do
these numbers have caused market?
Nice. How do these people have time to be everywhere? Wait, what the fuck? He's in there right now. You should ask Queeman for a debate about how bad BE is, bad empanada is. I think he thinks he is bad, but it's like normal bad. I've definitely not said that, Linneo. What did he say? It's live. Whether or not Queeman knowingly facilitated his community delivering the target docs to Bad Empanada. Glitterbell, you are an insane person. We've all been there. I don't understand how these people have so much time to just be in every single, or I guess if it's all the same community, Jesus Christ. Fuck, okay. All right, last meme drama we'll do. Link me the fucking I guess the Queeman Willie Mac video. We'll watch that and then we'll do news. I don't understand why Loner doesn't immediately ban him. I feel like Lonerbugs might be the only person on the internet who seems to be able to hate things within a gradient and not get immediately fucking audience captured to the opposite side of an issue. I think he might be literally the only fucking person on the internet that I've ever seen that can do that. I don't know why or how, but
It's 5-10 years.
Willie Max's Willie Max doxing disaster. Okay, I'm gonna use a restroom real quick. Hold on. First, for people getting back into Dota 2, have a training video. 1 sec.
Hello everybody, my name is Kamink and I'm here with Ronan, and today we're doing a things to do in Dota 2.
Hello.
This is things to do involving Pudge. Now, you have to use Pudge for this things to do or it won't work really, because mainly of the meat hook ability. So you probably want to pick yourself up a Blink Dagger, and as you can see I just blinked into the trees there and pulled in a Marana. Now, we were actually winning in the game by a lot, as you can see, 29-6, and I was just having a bit of fun. I like doing that, so I decided to do it with the Kunkar over here, blink into the trees and pull him in.
So you're just trolling your teammates,
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah, well, not out of spite, just think of it out of fun and happiness. Even though he did threaten to report me and shouted at me quite a bit. So, moving swiftly on, I blink into the trees again here.
So you go and do the same thing.
Yeah, go to pulling the kunkka, but I miss and get a creep. I'm thinking, this is quite interesting. The population of the trees has grown by 1. Now, you can't get out of these trees. It has to be in a part where you can't get out, or this won't work. So I go put in another creep. Population grown by 2. So I've got another 2 here. And this is another one. And this is actually seen. I remember seeing a video of an enchantress and a Chen where they blocked the whole lane and managed to get a load of creeps.
I see. So that's where you got the idea from.
Yeah. I TP back to base and get myself a Quillin blade so I can actually break the trees. Needs to be a Quillin blade or some tangos. And there I am, running back to base. This isn't very realistic because someone of that weight could not run. So here I am, blinked back into the trees, pulling another one. And eventually, when I think I've got enough, I'll break the trees and they all go out. Now, if you do it the whole game, you get loads, and you need to make sure you're doing it in an area where they're not. Because basically the way creeps work is they run in a straight line, so if you do it there, they're not going to really get out. So you need to do it in an area where you can actually do it. So, that's it.
That's so cute. Queeman, aka Kamink and Ronan, show you a sneaky technique in Dota 2. Aww. Lies and leaks. Willie Mac shows doxing disaster.
Beta Panada's a known.
I didn't watch Willie Mac's original video on this, although apparently I wrote the whole script, so maybe it doesn't matter.
Doxer and harasser. If you go on his Twitter account at any time, you can see him doxing people. So I guess I shouldn't be surprised that when my dox gets found, Beta Panada immediately posted everywhere. Uploads a video blasting my name, my bride's name, the address of her wedding, all over the internet. Truth is, Beta Panada did not originate my docs. He maliciously spread it everywhere, but my docs originated on a niche forum by this guy's unhinged viewers.
What? Huh? Dude, surely people are going to point out how insanely
Rewatch. Oh wait, did I watch the whole thing? I was probably doing emails then. I don't remember. My bad.
dishonest this is. What is he even pointing to there?
I've made videos on communists, Nazis, misogynists, feminists, scammers, and traffickers. People with millions of followers, yet this tiny little community is where all this doxing takes.
In Willie's video, you predicted what happened to him.
Bro, this guy's saying Willie is a competition for biggest footsie retard. Come on, dog.
Yes, but he's saying that because you won't come out and post a video like unequivocally calling me like a mass. This is what they do. So whatever like you're working on right now is a waste of time, because if you post this, you're gonna have Hassan's community, you're gonna have these people on. That's fine, but you say that now, but it'll turn into them going after you, and then they'll try to dox you or your girlfriend, or they'll go after your family, or they'll go after friends of yours, or they'll go after other people in the commentary community until they make videos about you. Like this is like the pattern. It is so fucking irritating. That's why people like Gisticle and Queeman, if I could, I would put their balls in a vice and crush them and then slice them off and then feed them to them and then slice them and kill them, them, because they're amplifying all this shit and they're knowingly playing a part of it. They know what's going on, but like Kelly Jean, dude, I can send you like 50, there are so many albums of them just constantly talking shit about me, talking about my dick, talking about my girlfriend, talking about my kid, like constantly. It never ends. It's never ending. Constantly talking about me, constantly talking about my girlfriend. And half the time it's just stuff they're like getting off like Kiwi farms. It's disgusting, like in their servers.
Poor Hannah gets no grace for going through the exact problem that Destiny's complaining.
Crazy that all. Holy shit! This the UNH buy. I'm a goddamn fortune teller. Okay, I have special sight.
What? What? Where's the doxing? What doxing is coming out of these community? Are we just Keffels now? Are we Keffels posting now? What are we doing here, dude? This is fucking insane, bro.
Yeah, Willie's flaws and all, his mishandling, I will happily take his side. Yes. If Willie's got evidence, he's got to come forward with it, at least to satisfy them, but I don't care if he does or doesn't. I decided to take a look at it. I dug into it to see what truth, if any, there is to Willie Mac's allegation against Queeman in his community. The user who found and posted the link to Willie's wedding announcement page mentions Queeman 0 times.
Where's the proof? No fucking proof. But you know what, guys? Queeman's an asshole, so fuck him. Queeman's mean to me, so fuck him, dude. That's the standard that Willie Mac Show is creating right now.
There is no evidence at all that this person is in any way affiliated with Queeman. It is completely made up, to be clear. 2 seconds, by the way. 2 seconds of Googling.
Nicholas Diorio has now officially blocked me on Twitter for being slandered by Willie Mac.
Now, why about probably 6 of you are in the stream? I just wanted to briefly talk about this Willie Mac show drama because it's what's been requested upon me by everyone.
Your friend is making doxing allegations against somebody who you have also publicly feuded with. I feel like that's probably something you should at least look into. No?
I think the commentary community can probably handle this one on their own.
At least watch the fucking video.
There's really not much I can say or do.
Do you think it's appropriate for Nick to respond? Bearing in mind that Nicholas has watched a bunch of Willie Mac's videos recently and even defended it. Yeah.
I wish you both luck in your forever war.
I had a back and forth with Nick, right, in his Discord. He's basically saying that he doesn't owe us anything to respond to interpersonal community drama. And I think that framing is completely dishonest, and I think it's completely cowardly. A YouTuber with hundreds of thousands of subscribers, who gets hundreds of thousands of views, who you've previously said is kind of like a gateway to normies into drama.
When I see Willie's video, I see like entry-level video that gets you to Ryan Beard's video. Willie's not like internet people, he's not terminally online, he's just like some fucking guy who makes commentary videos. I just think that Willie's like a turbo boomer too, and again, I think that's also being removed from this conversation.
Just dropped a video with one of the most dishonest, malicious segments I've ever seen, where he straight up lies about Queeman, tries to paint his community as doxers, doesn't show any proof, and then he makes a segment about Augie.
Basically, what they were saying was it's kind of hypocritical for Destiny to get upset at Willie Mac for getting doxxed when he has a history of doxing people and is currently right now calling for their doxes, right?
So he never plays the context and then acts like the reason I'm mad is because they called Destiny a hypocrite.
Where he completely misinterprets his point too, which I think is on purpose.
So he plays the clip of me saying, I don't think Queeman has celebrated your dox, I don't think he's made arguments supporting you getting doxed, and Willie plays that clip and he's like,
seriously, if that's the extent of your analysis, you need to quit.
And that's supposed to be like the mic drop in the video. But he forgets to actually respond to what I'm saying. Why is what I'm saying stupid?
I've been tired of dealing with it for 6 months with no retribution, so now we do the retribution.
TV said anything involving this bad empanada guy or anyone that supports him is justifiable ammo. Anything is justified against bad empanada and anyone that supports him. Would Destiny be saying that those who dox people, those who make calls to violence or allusions to violence should be fair game?
Wink, wink.
Anything is justifiable against Destiny and the people who support him. No? Is that not standard? That's what he's laying out for me here. What is a way I could have phrased that point? That Destiny's standards...
Destiny has recently doxed J-Stock and Queeman.
...leave his own supporters and fans open to being doxed and harassed.
His motivation behind this is that everyone they associate with him ends up getting doxed and harassed, so he's doing it back to them.
Self-defense doxing, is that what we're doing now?
How could I have phrased that to where Willie Mac could not have accused me of dog whistling in the way he did?
When I see this clip, it's obviously a dog whistle to fuck with me.
How is this a real video, dude?
Willie acknowledges that Destiny
does he do a video on this, or is it all just like clip compilations? Is this...
as doxed J-Stock and Queeman. And he says that's okay because everyone that hangs out with Destiny gets swatted and doxed by their communities.
The victims I know are Destiny's girlfriend, Dan Saltman and his family, me and my wife, Hutch and his family.
Any evidence that they've done any of this doxing? Or
that was him talking? Yeah, but is it like a new thing, or is this just from past like streams and videos? Was that him talking in this thing, or...
Anything is justifiable against Destiny and the people who support him.
I don't think...
Nice clip, by the way, where Queeman is clearly saying that that's what Destiny's position is. Not that he supports that standard of morality. But again, this is Willie's dishonest fucking editing right there.
In the clip, I explicitly state that I'm not okay with doxing. Now, I have principles. I don't think it's no bad tactics, no bad targets. That's not me. Anyone knows this is my position. I don't agree with no bad tactics, no bad targets. There's not a wink and a nudge. There's not a, oh no, but actually we do. No, I don't. Unequivocally. Like anyone that has watched any of my content would know.
J-Stock and Queeman.
I'm at a loss over this Willie video right now.
Like, is this original for this video, or is he just... Are these just like past clips of him talking about this?
To be honest.
Later in the vid, he talks to the... Okay, this is retarded. Jesus. Where do we get to the actual...
Cool.
Where I called him trying to ask
Jesus
how their
Christ.
communities have just been a giant fucking pain in the whole thing and stuff like more. This
because to get it because even in together.
There's an effort to speak with
their own principles. And now apparently I'm the guy who's no bad tactics, only bad targets. After months of fighting on that, after hemorrhaging viewers for 3 to 6 months over arguing that exact position, but somehow they have found a way to just manufacture this desperate smear.
To be honest, I'm glad that this happened because I've seen his nature, you know what I mean? Because he's clearly malicious now.
It just seems very bizarre that Augie was trying to get both Queeman and Willie Mac on stream for a debate.
But I think it's clear that Willie will get very nasty with you if you perturb him in any sort of way.
Now all of a sudden Queeman's a terrible, terrible doxing guy.
But, you know, he has shown that he's capable of doing this really to anyone that upsets him.
So ask yourself, why is it that Willie only engages with a single clip where he can cry victim in a completely incoherent way with the rest of the arguments in the video about doxing and his wedding and his bride? Why is it that that is the only thing Willie engages with? I think the answer's pretty obvious. I think the answer's pretty clear.
Holy 14-minute intro. Jesus.
I think we should get straight into this. I think we should start talking about this. So, for those who don't know, Willie Mac released a video last night, okay? It's a video mainly about Bad Empanada and Bad Empanada doxing Willie Mac's wedding. Now, Willie claims Bad Empanada is not the one who doxed his wedding. I take a slightly different definition of doxing. I think pretty much any reasonable person takes doxing to mean any instance of someone publishing a collation or piece of PII that is obscured from the public, generally, or isn't directly linked to the content creator for the purpose of harassment. Now, that is what Bad Empanada...
Wow. My definition.
Did. 100%. That is what he did. Now, did he originate the dogs? No. The dogs originates with a Kiwi Farms post by a completely anonymous account, as far as I can see, that has 2 posts, neither of which mention me. I don't know how I'm supposed to have any control over that. I don't know how I'm supposed to take any responsibility for that. Obviously, this person might watch my content, but there's no way for me to know.
So, just as a quick thing, and again, it's hard to do this. Like, you would have to literally put together like a schizo manifesto, okay, in order to but I feel like I've already done that in terms of like showing how a lot of these accounts are connected and everything. But one of the people that harasses me the most, or like A-logs me, stalks me, harasses people around me, is the Blav guy on Kiwi Farms. Like, this is like a screenshot from Queeman covering stuff related to me. Blav won, Blav won, Blav won, Blab always wins. Let me outside over this guy. He's just walking the traps. Total Blav victory. Blav won, Blav won, Blav won. Who the fuck is Blav? I don't know if that person is being serious or not, but W Blav. Blav always wins. Blav is a legend. There's no way, like, all these people watch and support and cross post. And it's like so fucking obvious. The funny thing is, like, even Blab on Kiwi Farms, like, says as much. Somebody posted the attachment. I don't know what this video is, but I saw that, but it felt too narcissistic to post. Queeman's chat glazes me too much. Like, it's so stupid that he likes to pretend, like, I don't know any of these people. I don't know any of these guys, or blah, blah, blah. The stranger me person is Blav. Although it's obvious that he, Destiny, I think, still reads the thread. I personally do think he probably has limited how many times he reads it, because I do think he doesn't like being reminded of his brutal molestation at Destiny, a victim of brutal molestation. So I'm beginning to think he actually probably has been reading DGG Snark more than KF, as at least there, he doesn't have dozens of people mocking him for being brutally molested when he was a kid, but that's pure speculation. However, he still 100% reads us, though. I'm still listening to the coverage of people, but I did want to record and post Queeman's stream beginning, as I agree with it, on everything in its entirety. And like they're like cross-posting videos. Now, the important one, I agree with Queeman. This is 100% the narrative that Destiny's going to try to spin. Like, it's like huge clips from the streams. Like, they're all chatting about it. They're going over like what the narrative should be, like how some of the screenshots should go. Like, it's just so funny that these guys, and I understand for the commentary community, no offense, but the commentary community are cucks, and they're too afraid to ever mention. I don't even know if Willie Mack mentioned Kiwi Farms by name, but nobody will mention this website by name because they're all fucking they're like traumatized by it. But like Queeman and all these other guys, they know what's posted here. The Kiwi Farms people talk about them. They talk about the Kiwi Farms people. Yeah, like they go over shit like this like all the fucking time. There's just going to know the videos. Destiny's brutal rape as a young child under 10 is very relevant to my journalistic interest. Yes, as Code Cave said, he has mentioned that he tells it to pretty much all the girls as some sort of trauma riz. Oh, this is a thing, by the way, that Queeman has tried to bring up on his stream too, in like reading old Reddit posts of mine. Like Queeman centers a lot of this stuff too, but like all of this like bounces back and forth. They try to create narratives here, or they'll try to like spread facts or whatever, and then they somehow end up in Queeman's community, and everybody's just talking about it there. But they always say like, "Oh, show me the doc, show me where I've linked this." But it's like obviously they don't. They'll ban the direct links from that community, but somehow everybody seems to know. Isn't that kind of crazy? Yeah, it's funny to hear like, oh, I don't have any connection to these communities. Oh, I don't know anything.
There's literally no way for me to know. And even less, there's no way for me to take action on it. Because clearly they don't use the same profile picture or account name or whatever everywhere. So there's nothing I can do about this. Despite what Willie Mack probably wants you to believe.
This Bad Empanada did not originate my docs. He maliciously spread it everywhere, but my docs originated on a niche forum by this guy's unhinged viewers. So when I see this clip, it's obviously a dog whistle with me.
So I saw that video last night. And Willie Mack's basis for ascribing this to me now is a clip that takes place, and purely you can see this from the video, it makes no sense otherwise, a clip that takes place weeks after Willie has already been doxxed. He uses that.
Is Blav the dude who obsessively posts about you having a raped mind?
The ones doxing him.
Blav does, but also Jistical and his whole server do that now as well, and then Queeman will do that about me. We're used to it, yeah.
And that necessarily has to be the case, because in the clip Willie Mack's talking about, I'm reacting to a Destiny quote tweet of Gato Fumador. And this Gato Fumador person posted a video, a clip, of Bad Empanada's video of Willie Mack's docs. I don't watch Bad Empanada. I'm not a big Bad Empanada viewer, so I hadn't seen this video before. I didn't know the contents of this clip intimately. And it is partly blurred. It is partly blurred at one point, and the docs does not appear until like a minute, 2 minutes into the clip. So it plays silently while I'm discussing it. Obviously, I knew what the clip was about because, I mean, everyone was talking about how Willie Mack had been doxxed. So I was tertiarily aware of sort of what was happening. But the clip plays on my stream, and this docs information scrolls by while I'm making a point. Now, in Willie's own video, Willie says he does not blame Destiny because by the time Destiny quote tweets his docs, it's already viral. It's already broadly seen. So I'm absolutely baffled how I'm supposed to have any responsibility when the quote tweet I am covering to make my point about Destiny already has like 100,000, 200,000 views when I'm looking at it. And I have a few hundred live, and then I censor it for the VOD upload. Because obviously I don't intend to dox Willie Mac. So I censor it for the VOD upload.
They're like, why aren't you mad at Destiny? He quote tweeted your docs too.
Why aren't you mad at Destiny himself?
Destiny's defending my already viral docs. That's already in the hands of all the people who hate me. We're acting like context and scale don't matter.
So a few hundred people saw this through my stream when hundreds of thousands have already seen it through Destiny's video. Yet Willie Mac uses that logic to absolve himself of any culpability in JStalk's docs because Destiny, or Destiny's fans, had already posted it with hundreds of thousands of views. But for some reason, this logic that Willie Mac uses to absolve himself.
Does Willie Mac ever post Justicle's docs anywhere? Did that happen? Or repost anything of me doing it?
Doesn't apply to me. And that's not the only point where Willie Mac is refusing to apply vindicating logic that he knows to be true, that he knows himself to believe. Where he refuses to apply it for me, but is happy to apply it for himself or for his friends. So, great example of this. The Dark Viper drama. I don't remember what it was, like a year ago now. Chud was
Oh,
also
he's just talking about Willie Mac replying to it? Okay.
back and forth with Dark Viper pretty hard over a copyright strike. In the course of this drama, Kiwi Farms latched onto it. Kiwi Farms ended up doxing Dark Viper. Dark Viper made these massive claims of people etching stuff into his door, scratching stuff into his door. And what did Willie Mac say? He said, you can't ascribe that to Child Logic community with no evidence. You need to show some evidence to start ascribing that to Child's community. You can't just smear him.
It's always this, like, show me exactly, I need to see the exact post in my community. Like, how can you ever have that much of your chat, like, spamming Blab ones and then pretend like, oh no, we have no association whatsoever? I don't know what this video is. This was on Kiwi Farms. What is this?
The Destiny is,
I haven't listened to this before, so I don't even know.
Roughly.
What is this?
Destiny is seething over his Kiwi Farms thread, posting screenshots from it, giving a certain person exactly what they want, and I'm sure they're fucking... I mean, he's giving everyone what they want today, I'm gonna be real. Yeah. Okay, guys. I don't like mentioning specific stuff on there too.
It's Blav1. Oh, that's where the Blav1.
Pretty much.
That's where this chat clip came from.
Obviously it's
Oh, yeah,
Blav
gotcha.
voiced, yep.
How does everybody? I don't understand how everybody in Queen's chat knows about this though, because these guys never post or talk about or cross-post information. Why does Queeman not like you? He seems to have come out of nowhere. So supposedly Queeman has not liked me for a long time, but it was hard to tell because every time we were in group chats together, he just was a huge bitch and never said shit to me. I don't know why or what's going on there. Maybe I fucked his mom and I didn't realize it because this kid's like 12 years old. But he's part of like him and Gesticle are like the two strongest anti-fan warriors against me who are like corralling the rest of the retards, I guess, to try to take some huge stance against me and Ethan Klein and every single person that is even like tangentially associated with me with any way. It's super cringe and weird.
Yes, obviously. Anyway, let's carry on. With the insane behavior of some Kiwi farmers who happen to have latched onto this drama.
You're prescribing
Kiwi farmers who happen to latch onto this drama. Where did they come from? I don't even know. Yeah, so he's such a cringe. God, he's such a fucking loser. I wish these guys would just own it, but they can't because they try to have this like moral superiority over every fucking topic as well. That's why they can't just own the fact that they're degenerate fucks, you know?
a doxing allegation to his community based on nothing. It's crazy.
And it's not like he's just said that once, either. In the Keffals drama, Willie makes the same points. He says it's insane for Keffals to ascribe the actions of Website Zero, who, yeah, won't say the name here for all the many reasons people said Website Zero, ascribing their actions to Kiwi Farms. Simply because Keffals' Kiwi Farms page was so active at the time, ascribing the swatting or the doxing to Kiwi Farms, even though the dox was reposted on there, ascribing the doxing and the swatting to Kiwi Farms is absurd. Because just because there's a bunch of activity there doesn't mean it's them, and they moderate against it. They moderate against it, much like I do, much like I always would. I moderate against doxing, so like it's Kiwi Farms level. He would obviously make those points back then. He has in his Keffals videos. He covered Keffals.
I thought he was a big Mr. Girl fan. Oh, maybe. He might have been. I feel like I saw somebody say that, but I don't know if I've ever seen proof of that, so I'm not sure.
Himself. He wouldn't consider himself part of the harassment against Keffals. That would be absurd. Yet, in this video, he is perfectly happy to take a bunch of unsubstantiated harassment claims from not so erudite, the my community or JSOX community has swatted her, trying to get her deported, I hear has been claimed. Taking this absurd claim from a schizophrenic Odashara on Twitter, the JSOX community sent a letter to him, something that he's been asked for evidence for before, and has refused to provide. He said he threw away the letter or some shit. But he's perfectly happy to just repeat these with little to no interrogations to the truth of the claims. And the idea that People are just okay with this. The people like Nicholas Diorio, for instance, who will extol the virtues of self-policing when convenient. When he wants to bitch and cry about some fucking wretched, degenerate transgender, he'll get on stream and screech self-policing, self-policing. Why are you guys not keeping kids out of your communities? Why are you not, stopping the DIY HRT stuff? Why are you letting them defame people? Why are you letting Keffel's call Child Logic a pedophile? Whatever it be. Perfectly happy to extol the virtues then. When it's a Cheeto fucking up a Sniper Wolf DMCA story, perfectly happy to talk about how everyone around the Cheeto should be turning on him, should be holding him accountable. But the moment he's in a tough spot, the moment he actually has to take a shot that might, he's always the last one off. He says, oh, I'm the guy. This is bullshit excuse. I'm the guy who wants to do the dirty work and take out my friends.
I've literally taken about 7 of my friends and former associates out back and put a bullet in the back of their head, so I really don't care. I'll live with it. If you think I'm sweeping for somebody, that's perfectly fine. I've literally executed half this fucking space, so whatever. Sick.
No, you're always the last one off the fucking bus. That's the reality. That's why you feel like you're the one taking out your friends all the time. It's because you are the last fucking idiot to realize and admit when you're talking about a fucking lost cause. When you're talking about a fucking lost cause. You're the last one to admit Bo Black is a wretched degenerate.
Queenman was a DGGer until the Mr. Girl split. Check out his old chat logs in DGG. LOL, he was a real fan of yours. Is that true? Jesus.
The last one to admit that John Swan is a lying, despicable, manipulative freak. You're the last one to admit that Willie Mack is completely lolcowing out, crashing out on Twitter, bullshitting, lying, smearing about anyone that opposes him. That's what you mean when you say, I'm the one who has to take out my friends. It means you're the fucking last one. It feels like you're putting the bullet because you're the fucking last one. Mutahar, exactly. Because you read the room and you ride it as far as it goes. That's the reality. Willie Mack has been useful up until this point. He knows he's an idiot. He knows he had to force feed him the correct take 700 times. He knows just the other day he was having to explain.
Why do these people hate you so much, bro? I don't know. I'm hoping once the court case shit is over, they find something else to talk about. Because they obviously don't care about politics or anything, but they all somehow dick ride like Hassan and all the weird lefties just because we're like enemies. It's just very weird and cringe.
Listen, Willie, Dan Saltman's a doctor. He knows this, but Willie is useful. Willie doesn't ask too many questions. Willie's on side. Willie doesn't swing inwards. Willie doesn't take shots inwards. Willie's useful for a bit, for a while, until now. Until he does something that is so broadly unpopular, anyone with any fucking sense who's left in the pockets of commentary community, whatever that means at this point, has immediately clocked that this is an utter breach of standards, a complete abandonment of the very logic that has allowed their careers to flourish for 10 fucking years, 10 years. The exact delineation of responsibility, drawing clear lines where when you moderate your community to keep a behavior out, you can't be blamed for some anonymous schizophrenic who latches onto the stuff you're saying, goes and does something in a place where you have no control. They need that logic to stand. How many dramas, if you accept this logic, how many more dramas can these people survive? How many more dramas can Willie Mack survive? How many more dramas can Nicholas Diorio survive if that logic is accepted? How long is it until they're covering someone who's also being spoken about in KF and they get doxxed? What is my level of responsibility here? How could I have made the point I made about Willie Mack without being accused of dog whistling to swat his wedding? How could I have, what is a way I could have phrased that point?
A frequent
the Destiny standards leave his own supporters and fans open to being doxxed and harassed. How could I have phrased that to where Willie Mack could not have accused me of dog whistling in the way he did? There is not a single way I could have phrased that where he wouldn't be able to make that same allegation. Especially
Dan the
when
content,
in the clip,
man.
and you might not realize this when you watch a video through a first time, because he chops up the clips and leaves parts, gives a 5-minute gap between stuff. But I explicitly state that I'm not okay with doxing. But I don't believe it's no bad tactics, only bad targets. That's, in fact, been a key point that I've been hammering for 5 months at this point, maybe.
Jesus.
For a long time. This has been a key point that anyone who has been even in like osmosis range of my community knows I've been hammering about Destiny, about Ethan, about all these commentary guys. This is, like I say, this is the Keffels thing, this is the Ethan Klein thing, and it's the Destiny thing. It's what these fucking losers do when they don't have a better response. They just start trying to loop in, guilt by association, all the people that are critical of them with the absolute worst people coming after them, with the absolute most, by association. It's what these fucking losers do when they don't have a better response. They just start trying to loop in, guilt by association, all the people that are critical of them with the absolute worst people coming after them, with the absolute most, insane, no bad tactics people that you can find. Whether it's Kiwi Farms, in this case, specific Kiwi Farms user, whether it's...
Like, the guy that revenge porn leaked all of my shit, whoever the fuck was on that girl's account, was a Queeman fan and viewer. Like, the guy regularly posted in Queeman's Discord. I think he even went back a little bit and posted after everything. Like that was a Queeman viewer. Blav is a frequent Queeman viewer. Like, this isn't on accident. It's not by mistake. Like, there's a reason why they all originate from and are active in these places.
It's some random person. We don't even know who did the CPS call with Ethan Klein. We've got no idea. What is this other than no bad tactics, only bad targets? What mindset has Nick Diorio adopted? Willie Mack adopted? What mindset have these people adopted other than no bad tactics, only bad targets? The exact thing they would have railed against for years. I don't think it's no bad tactics, only bad targets. That shouldn't be the case. But that's what these people have adopted, and that's what this dipshit Ace is defending in chat, as he always does. Anyone knows this is my position. I don't agree with no bad tactics, only bad targets. There's not a wink and a nudge. There's not a, oh no, but actually we do. No, I don't. Unequivocally. Obviously. Like anyone that's watched any of my content would know. So what am I to do? He claims that a Max Striker donor, this is Max Striker, someone who will just donate like straight Nazi talking points in the middle of me saying something to try and make it seem like it's a Nazi stream, or will start dropping some crazy pro-Hamas shit when I'm talking about Palestine, or we'll just say shit that is horrendous optics and is made to make me look awkward, or for me to be awkward in dealing with in some way, or to have to say, okay, this about that. It is always obscene and stupid. And this person comes in and says, well, message received, orders heard loud and clear, with a $10 dono. Please explain to me, if that wasn't a joke, if Max Striker federal rape, genuinely meant that, why on earth would they do it in a $10
Here's Queeman doing the blab/cave molested memes. Oh.
Like, right.
I had a weird experience growing up as a kid or whatever, and people interpret this as me being raped or molested or whatever. So this is why. So he went back here and found this 7-year Reddit post because Blab directed him to it, and this is why they do the raped and molested thing.
I don't like it when one dimension of a person is used to completely shape that person's identity.
So he goes back and he reads this, and then this is part of where this. I like how this is unlisted though. This was 5 months ago, but he got this reference from Kiwi Farms and from them mentioning it in their thread on me or whatever. Yeah, but these people are. It's just so funny to or it's not funny, I guess. It's retarded. They just rely on people not being as deep into this weird internet drama, I guess, which most people aren't, to be fair. But it's just. God, it's just annoying when they try to do this moral high ground shit because people don't know anything about it. They'll disappear eventually. I mean, it happens to all these people, I guess, right?
Donation to my live stream. I have DMs with this person. I follow this person on Twitter. They could come in at any time. If they wanted to go and coordinate with me about doxing, they could do it in private, perfectly happily. You know, not that I would obviously accept that. But the point is there's communication open there. They're able to do that if they wanted to. Why would they put it in a $10 donation? Are you dense? Are you fucking dense? Literally, how stupid can you be? Falling for just an obvious troll dono. Taking it totally seriously as if it's a genuine statement of action. It's absurd. The idea that you could string any commentary YouTuber up by these fucking standards. Imagine all the deranged super chats Nick Dorio's gone. Imagine all the deranged super chats. Like, what standard?
Like the original leaks that came from the guy on the account, that solo guy, literally happened in Queeman's Discord server. He can pretend that it's not the case, but like, I mean, there's just so many logs like connecting all these weird people. Like, and President Sunday is not my fan, you know? Someone called Solo and Queeman's. Technically, they weren't even sent to me. I just made screenshots because I didn't trust their links. Like, all of this got dumped. Solo leaked in Queeman's server with permission from their owner. Oof. Oof. And like, this is President Sunday talking about this in Gistigal server. Like,
are we applying here? Seriously, what standard are we applying here? Not to mention, of course.
But he'll just pretend like, I don't know any of these people. I don't know what's going on.
This was weeks after William Mack had already been doxed that this clip happened. The original dox. So the idea they contributed in any way is absurd on the face of it. I'm at a loss over this Willie video right now, to be honest. I'm at a loss over...
Like, just stop being a fucking loser. Like, just... Why not just, like, make normal internet content? Or if you want to be a loser, at least embrace it. Be like, yeah, we are the doxer, you know, abuser crew, whatever. Like, do that. Then fine. At least, like, own it and be based, you know? But just don't do this cringy, plausible deniability. Oh, we would never do that. We would never do that. Like, it's just so fucking cringe.
Over the Oreo's utter cowardice. I'm seeing some incredibly despicable coke posts in his Discord, which Alex Gekmo was rightfully calling him out for. Because I don't usually go too crazy at Nick, because I do think that I don't think Nick is ever acting in like a way where it's like he's totally like, I don't like using this term, but directionally against his own principles.
Destiny, who the fuck is she talking about? Shirley at 15-2 and Justin O'Kelly. Oh, this Pixie tweet? No, she's just defending Hassan. I think that Ethan did a stream earlier going over all the times that like Hassan is sharing nudes with friends from girls that are DMing him nudes or whatever. And I think this is just Pixie trying to defend Hassan. Oh, sending unsolicited nudes to a stranger is sexual harassment and no one should get in trouble for showing evidence of it. And she's retardedly implying that when Hassan is like sharing nudes from chicks that are DMing him on whatever media platform, that Hassan is just showing evidence of it. I'm pretty sure that's what this is in response to.
You know, broadly, he's sort of in line roughly, but he's willing to sort of veer a little bit. But this is such a veer outside of everything I've heard this guy say about how online community should function, how they should self-police, how commentary should work. Completely contrary to everything I've heard him say about this. And even worse, contrary to what he said last night when Alex Gekmo confronted him, tweeted at him, asking if he was going to cover this. He said he would, and then he flip-flops today. It's absurd. And I think it's just because he claims people bad if he was going to cover this. Even worse, contrary to what he said last night when Alex Gekmo confronted him, tweeted at him, asking if he was going to cover this.
See this, right? All these people pressuring them. You've got to cover this. You've got to push our narrative. You have to do this.
He said he would. And then he flip-flops today. It's absurd. And I think it's just...
And then he flip-flops today. Then he flip-flops, right? This is like all of this is... I don't know how these guys have so much time. I don't know how these guys have so much time. I don't know why people give into it. These people are losers. Why do you guys give into these fucking nerds so much? Holy shit.
He claims it's people badgering him to. And he doesn't want to I don't know, capitulate people badgering him to do it. It's because the heat's high. It's because the heat's high, and you're worried that a fence-sitting, oh yeah, I guess the video's bad, but Willie's really stressed, isn't going to fly. Because another lean on the CPS lie isn't going to fly for this one. Because another Willie's bride, but Willie's bride isn't going to work, isn't going to get you through this one. Because people might have more questions about it than that. Because people might actually want you to take a stance on Willie's principles or his arguments. People might actually want you to say, this is bad, Willie's video sucks, and this shouldn't have been made. It's fucking absurd. It's totally absurd, and it's transparent as fuck. Sorry, I do have a couple of notes just to make sure I hear everything here. Oh yeah, so 2 other things. So, Willie claims that it was my audience that doxed him initially. But I had no knowledge, nor did anyone in my community, from what I know.
Oh my God.
Have knowledge of Willie's wife being Israeli or Jewish. Now that was actually public. That's not even dox information to say Willie's wife or girlfriend or whatever is Israeli or Jewish. He actually does have old tweets talking about how his wife's Israeli. There's old clips of him talking about how his girlfriend's Israeli. He has said that on his streams. That's not even, it wouldn't even be dox information to spread that. But I had no idea until the Bad Empanada dox was viral that his girlfriend or wife or whatever was Israeli or Jewish. I think you can even find, if you really dug, you could find clips of me making fun of Willie, saying that in the photo of his engagement ring, it looks like his wife is Hispanic or Arabic of some kind. So I was actually slightly off. I was actually quite off, to be honest. I actually was accusing her of being...
Wait. Queeman claimed at the time of the leaks that the leaks were shopped to him, and he rejected the offer and he dumped them elsewhere. Either Sunday is mistaken or Queeman lied. I literally have DMs with Gisticle saying that all of this stuff was being leaked and dumped into Queeman's Discord. Like, I have screenshots of Solo actively posting in Queeman's Discord. Like, he's just lying. I mean, like,
being Hispanic up until very recently. So the idea that I had any idea that Willie Mack's wife was Israeli Jewish is absurd. The idea that my community were doing it. I literally hadn't even seen the post on KF because I don't fucking read Destiny's thread every day. I just check in when there's like some big leak I have to grab info for.
oh, okay. So you do read my Kiwi Farms thread, you do grab info from there, and then you do spread it. Why would you even admit that? You're so fucking retarded. Why would you even say that?
Willie Mack's wife was Israeli Jewish is absurd. The idea that my community were doing it. I literally hadn't even seen the post on KF because I don't fucking read Destiny's thread every day. I just check in when there's like some big leak I have to grab info for. You know, it's like if there is some big story developing, yeah, people go to KF, like commentary YouTubers do. Like all commentary, like Turkey Tom, like Willie Mack, like Nick Diorio, like any of these people would. When a big story develops, they go and visit because that is where they compile. That's what I'm looking for. Compile archives of content. So if someone in a big situation is taking stuff down, leaking stuff, it's going to be posted there. It's going to be posted there, and they've defended that, and they've defended the use of it. Destiny has defended the use of it. That was the whole Keffels arc. That was the whole Keffels arc. That was the whole thing. Was you can't just use ancillary connections to KF to ascribe all the responsibility for KF's actions to those content creators, and then use KF's ancillary nature to potential swatters to blame KF for all swatting. You can't just draw these connections of responsibility to try and rope everyone in and shut down criticism.
Which is true. You can't just say that because somebody happens to cross post here, because there's like some interflow. But I stand by that. But the problem is that you guys don't just have a little bit of interflow. It's like the same fucking communities. The crossover, if it was a Venn diagram, it would be almost a perfect circle. Like, it's not even remotely close to the... it's not like oh, this guy happens to be here and happens to be there. Like, they're all the same dudes.
Which is what they're doing. Make no mistake. That is what Willie's doing. He has been fighting with us for months, and only now attempts to even remotely engage with anything anyone said in one of his videos. Because, why? Because he found an opportunity to shut down criticism, obviously. And from the start, I was blatantly right. My criticisms of his first video, he worked into his second video. His second video, go back and watch Willie's first video, watch like my coverage of it, watch the debate with Willie, watch Augie's debate with Nick, and then watch Willie's second video, if you get the time. Watch these pieces of content. And try and identify. Willie has never acknowledged this and never will, because he's a pathetic, embarrassing, spineless, egotistical, thin-skinned pussy, which Augie has 100% confirmed with some awesome leaks, by the way, as well. He will never admit that those criticisms were right, but he still changed the second video, incorporated all those criticisms into the second video, and did it exactly.
Like, I'm doing this so that I guess the other people that talk about this have more ammo, I guess, right? This was posted about in Queeman's Discord 1 hour ago, was shared to multiple creators / randoms. I'm getting tidbits sent to me. I asked for it so I could forward it. This is a partial leak. There's more sexual shit. If you want me to stop updating you, I will. Jesus, delete that message. Still haven't seen anything about that. Could be a partial leak. I don't like having shit like this in my DMs in case other leaks will stream. Like this was being posted. A lot of this was being posted in Queeman's Discord, and that solo guy came from Queeman's Discord server. Like,
on top of that, one of Destiny's dox attempts on me is in both of his videos. A name is in both of his videos. And in his second video, he plays a portion of the released Cherry audio the non-consensual cherry audio, non-sexual portion, and shows all the KF posts of where to find it. So the idea that I am getting blamed for leaving a video playing on autoplay that Destiny has already quote tweeted to 200,000 people.
Like, that's not the problem. That's not what people's problem are with you. That's not the problem, bro. The problem is your community is literally facilitating all of this, and you guys play nice with all these people, with all the snarkers, with all the weird Reddit people, with all the doxers, with all the people from QB, and then you like sit here and like laugh and joke and you like play cute or whatever. Like, everyone knows what's up. But this is why I don't give a fuck. This is why I didn't give a fuck because by the way, you want to say I control people? Willie Mack confronted me on this like 7 months ago, and he hardcore disagreed with me. You remember that? And Willie was like, "Oh, I think this is wrong." I was like, "I don't give a fuck. I don't care about any of these motherfuckers." That's why I said it, and I don't. I continue not to give a fuck about it. That's why none of these bullshit ass fucking excuses work on me. I don't give a fuck what kind of bullshit ass argument you put up for your fucking 9.87 thousand YouTube subs. Like, it's all bullshit. Anybody knows anything knows it. I don't even know who he's making these videos for. Oh, it's for other people in the commentary community that he's trying to brainwash, I guess, for these other weak-willed losers like Chud Logic or Nicholas Diorio or the Augie dude.
The idea that I am getting blamed for that live when I censored it in the upload, got throwaways to censor it on Twitter, even though I usually don't control the people that fucking clip my shit at all. I don't like making recommendations to them or anything like that. I still went out of my way to fix that. Willie had to be basically pressured into fixing the cherry stuff. It's like totally absurd.
Jessica's new talking point about Solo is that Solo is a member of your community and never even heard of KF before you viciously told DGG to go raid Anavor's thread. Oh, that's what Solo said. You can go find, if somebody has that clip, I'll play it on stream, where I viciously tell people to go to Anna's thread on QB Farms. My quote there, like what I was saying was that I didn't want people to be obsessing over Anna and her personal life and harassing her or whatever, and I didn't want any of that shit in my community. And everybody was like going back and forth between this QB Farms thread, but this is like, I knew this at the time. Notice I'm not like, I don't know how anybody's getting this information. I don't know. What I said was, if you want to go and talk about it, you want to go post about it, go to QB Farms to do it. I don't want that shit in my community. Right? Now, if Justical and all these guys made the exact same statement that I made, I wouldn't have any problem with that. If they were like, hey, I don't want to hear calling Destiny the raped one or any of this crazy shit. If you want to talk about that shit, go to Kiwi Farms, post it. Don't talk about it here. I would have no fucking problem. The fact that they're trying to twist that into me like helping people post on Kiwi Farms is that's retarded. It's absolutely fucking retarded. The only reason I even brought it up is because I didn't want the interflow of information coming from KF to my community about it, because I didn't need the people constantly fucking harassing Anna and constantly bringing up the drama over it. If they would have made the exact same statement, I would have been fine with it. It's like it's the exact opposite of what they're claiming the purpose was. Like, I was trying to get people to harass her. I have my own chat. I could just talk about it here. He just said, I don't control clipping people, by the way. Wait, what? That is the Ryan Bede narrative? I mean, go find, somebody has it, I'm sure. Find the clip of me bringing it up on stream. Also, Justical saying he didn't know, Solo didn't even, or not Solo, Blav didn't even know about QB Farms until Destiny pushed him in that direction. That's what Blav types on QB Farms. I think he only started doing that within the past couple months. I don't know if he got that from somebody, or somebody can try to find the first post. He's like, I didn't even know about QB Farms until Destiny told us to come here after the Anna stuff.
I still went out of my way to fix that. Willie had to be basically pressured into fixing the cherry stuff. It's like totally absurd. It's totally fucking absurd. Now, like I say, Willie does not care about this doxing incident, okay? This is pretense. Purely pretense.
Chud Logic is a good man. You should talk to him to clear things up. So I think Chud Logic tries to get stuff right generally. Like, I'm not going to put Chud. I don't think Chud is on the same level as these people. I think the only problem is that Chud Logic has one of the most popular, like, in this community, streamer chats, and it facilitates a lot of this like horrible behavior, and I think he doesn't want to get rid of it because it's so popular. That's the main issue. It's the spicy chat stuff, and like spicy chat has gotten a lot of complaints over the years for having a lot of unhinged shit, but I think Chud Logic he likes that he has like the largest collection of kind of posters in that chat. Yeah, and like I'm not gonna sit here and say like, oh, you should disavow or delete it or whatever, but yeah. Destiny, he's a drama farmer. He's like NSC and Destiny banged being unhinged. His editor called you rape. Oh, I don't know. Or maybe he is. Maybe he is more audience capture than I realize. I don't know.
Because it's a safe way to swing at me, to swing at JStore, to swing at Augie, because we put pressure back. Because there has been, he's hit a kind of wall, he's feeling some pressure, and he wants to take a swing. And I'm pretty confident, even more so than I would be from just the...
Chud Logic hates your guts. He's basically the same as Queeman, Augie, just to go, oh, is he? Maybe I just haven't seen as much then. I don't get sent anything from him. Willie Mac Show will go to any links to predict his relationship with Destiny, including attacking for... What relationship do I have with Willie Mac Show? What do I even do for these people? I boosted Chud's career more than Willie's, or all of these guys' career probably more than Willie's. Every single one of these people probably have a stronger connection to me than Willie Mac does. Queeman definitely did. You saw his logs. Gisticle definitely does. I made him. Chud Logic, I helped him, and I defended Chud Logic early on. I was the only fucking guy who defended him early on from bogus sexual harassment allegations. I was the only motherfucker online because he was a small YouTuber back then. I was the only person who came out and said anything about it because I thought the accusations were bullshit. Augie, I think I met him in real life. I don't remember. On some... I don't know why he's so obsessively hateful to me. I have no clue. Who would have thought that all it took for Willie to become a disingenuous victim Andy was to marry a Jew? It's almost like this consistent pattern. Jesus Christ. Guarantee Destiny told Willie Mac that a Queeman fan doxed him, and he believed it uncritically. I might have said that. Hold on. I never deny... I won't ever deny anything I messaged somebody. I did tell Willie when he got doxed. I don't remember if I said... Let's see what I said exactly. Wait, this is way back in March. Fuck, I don't talk this guy much. Hold on. July? Oh. I messaged him and I said, no clue how active you are in these communities or how much you follow this stuff. I think this might have been after he got doxxed on July 21st. And then I sent him this screenshot. Why is Gisticle coming after Willie Mac? He's a total retard, but I'm not actively going after him right now. Just commenting occasionally, signaling to his fan base. You said he couldn't form agency. You come for his throat. This might be, I don't know if this is spicy chat or if it's Gisticle's Discord server. You said he couldn't form agency. You come for his throat. He's legitimately illiterate. Why? Why be pranking someone about to go to jail? No, false. Oh. So I sent him a message on July 21st. I said, no clue how active you are in these communities, how much you follow this stuff. I sent him the screenshot, and then I said, but people like Jessica will amplify doxes from places like Kiwi Farms, or people like Bad Empanada, and others like Queeman will make sure everyone else they can reach, like Augie, Diorio, etc., falls in line. Be careful, matey. That's what I said. I mean, like, but I feel like almost even in this video, you've admitted to like grabbing shit from Kiwi Farms. All of you guys talk to each other. You literally talked earlier in this video about pressuring another guy, I don't even remember the guy's name, to make videos about this, and that he turned around and didn't do it. Like you guys, you're in everybody's fucking chats. I mean, like,
the previously public information that this is the case. Because just now, just within the last hour or two, Augie appeared on Chud's stream. Now, one of the things that Willie said about Augie.
Oh, and then I sent him another message on July 23rd. I said, I don't know how much you keep tabs on spicy chat, but a lot of these people will say that they quote unquote disavow when chatters in their communities dox people and stuff, and that's quote unquote true, insofar as they will kind of laugh and say it's not allowed just so they don't get in trouble, but they fully participate in places where people are always doing that shit, and they're always laughing along with it and not saying anything to stop it. And then I give two screenshots of... this is from Spicy Chat. These messages might still even be in there. I don't even know. Where they're just like posting pictures of, like, Bad Empanada really is the left's Nick Fuentes. Bad Empanada is funny as fuck. Fuentes doesn't need to post stuff like this. He's an army that does it for him. That's the Shamu guy. And they're just posting pictures of, I guess one of these people is supposed to be Willie Mac's wife now. Mrs. Mac Show gets to look at this whenever she pleases, and you're complaining, fine, this is the last time. Bottom shelf. Like, all these guys, yeah, they all do this. It's like... And then, wait. Willie said they got that pick wrong. Those were random girls. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it's not... Well, I mean, they were trying to then, but I guess they just fucked up.
In this video is that Augie left streaming primarily due to the harassment and doxing he was receiving from Salvo Pancakes. Now, I saw Stardust, who I was about to call something else, but I won't. I saw Stardust quote tweeting or tweeting out, what does Orky think of Queeman associating with Salvo after Salvo doxed his mom? First of all, me and Salvo are very good friends already. Okay, first of all, so don't even attempt to drive a wedge like that, because we're very good friends already. And I'm also very good friends with Orgy, just to be totally clear. Just to be totally clear, we're all very good friends, actually. Now, what I will say is, despite Willie Mac alleging that Salvo doxed Orgy, or his mom, or whatever, and while I'm sure Salvo, I do believe, sorry, I shouldn't say I'm sure, I believe Salvo has doxed people by revealing their phone numbers before.
Oh, I also sent this to... You have all of Kiwi Farms amplifying / attacking you as well and stuff like this. The Queeman / Shistical crowd all work together with them inside Discords and stuff. And then this is one of the posts that I sent. I know it's probably kind of gay / lazy to just post straight up Queeman clips, but he's probably the best we've got in terms of anti-Felcher representation, not in the thread. Justical is decent at making arguments as well, but unfortunately is pretty easy for Destiny to poison the well towards because of the cherry connection, and is also kind of too much of a moral fag. Queeman debunks the Pixie sent the video to claim, rapes Hutch in the process. This is the third time she's Me Too'd me. It's such an obvious attempt to poison the well against her to his audience by making it seem like it's just part of a reoccurring cycle she engages in because she's mentally ill. Even if there is a cycle he can point to, accusations of him committing a sex crime, reporting such sex crime to the police isn't anything close to any past instances he's referencing for it to be a part of whatever pattern of behavior he thinks. If you're ever wondering like where like the Queeman or Justical talking points come from for stuff at least related to me or people around me about me, it always originates here first. But yeah, this is like it's just so funny that Queeman's like, I don't know, I have no idea. What?
Salvo didn't dox Orgy's mom, as far as I'm aware. What Salvo did was Salvo took a photo from Orgy's main Twitter timeline, his public content creator timeline, of Orgy and his mother visiting
the cross exchange of information is actually so much that if you read the people in my thread, they even type the same. They all started doing like Kelly Jean does it, and everybody the way they do the exclamation mark stuff on like random sentences that they type. Like everybody or a lot of the people in my thread started like typing that way too. It was just funny. Like how, like it's so obvious.
Grand Canyon. Salvo posted a short making fun of Orgy's mother and the way she looks with a green screen background on a short. And then did a live stream talking about how he wants to fuck Orgy's mom and all this shit. And that stream is honestly one of the funniest things I've ever seen. And I don't, you know, Orgy might hate me for saying that. I love Orgy. But that stream is genuinely one of the funniest things I've ever seen. It was actually insanely funny. I watched it like, I don't know, a year ago maybe. Stupid funny. Just stupid funny. Unfortunately, hate to say it. Hate to say it. But yeah, so Willie, you know, I understand it's not popular to stick your neck out and say, Salvo's being slandered here. But he kind of just did. He kind of just repeated doxing claims. I don't know if Orgy called it doxing. Apparently Orgy has called it doxing in the past. But just repeated doxing claims without any evidence, and they seem to be just bullshit from what I know. Like, it's just totally absurd. But it doesn't stop there, because Orgy, on Chud's stream, said Willie is completely misrepresenting that conversation. Because what actually happened is a couple months ago, Orgy and Willie had a private call where Willie was venting some of his frustrations, his fears, his worries about getting aped all over social media, about getting aped in the replies, about just getting aped all over aped and torn asunder. Aped and torn asunder. Willie was actually venting his frustrations about this to Orgy. And Orgy, in an attempt to commiserate and empathize and, you know, be on Willie's level, said, oh yeah, man, it was rough for me as well when I was going through that stuff with Salvo. You know, it can really get to you. I get it, man. I get it, man. Who cares if Salvo was slandered? Very easy position to take, Smeggle, but this is about principles, okay? I understand it's easy to say who cares when someone you don't like. But Willie Mac is one that would endlessly bitch about Hassan for getting something wrong about Netanyahu, for instance. Are we saying Salvo is more deserving of slander than Netanyahu? That's what Willie Mac seems to be saying. Hey. What was I saying exactly? Yeah, so in an attempt to commiserate, Orgy brings up his experiences with Salvo. He doesn't say, I quit the internet because of this. He was commiserating with Willie. And apparently, when Willie started talking about sort of how he was feeling, Orgy tried to sort of push back and ask a couple questions. Be like, oh, well, what are they doing? They're harassing you? What's happening? And Willie freaked out. Willie freaked out. Willie instantly apparently goes to Orgy. Are you recording right now? Are you recording me right now? You try to set me up? Because he fears that I or Chud or someone is in everyone's ear trying to turn people against this guy. And that's why all of a sudden people are talking shit about him. Why all of a sudden people are saying, wait, is this guy retarded? Not because of his own embarrassing actions. Not because for a long time his videos have been swept for, despite being utter dog shit, being essentially clip compilations that fail to make any argument through the entire runtime in some of them. Not because He has no understanding of the principles he espouses and simply adopts them because they're convenient from the groups that he's in. But because I must have, and this is a Destiny narrative too, I must have, me, a sub 10k, hard stuck, sub 10k, 500 viewer max streamer, control the entirety of H3 Snark, Kiwi Farms, Commentary YouTube, the Destiny community cast-offs.
Like, no, you don't control them. You just like work along with it. And then you and Gisticle like are always like scheming in the background. But like, again, he was in fucking Loner Box's chat. We see him typing in Pisco's chat. You see him and Gisticle talking to each other and pressuring all these other streamers. Like you literally just said, you go to my KF thread to grab information to post on your videos. Somehow your entire chat knows who Blav is. Like the #1 poster on my Kiwi Farms thread. Like, yeah, the connections are pretty obvious at this point.
Hassan Piker and his entire community. I, somehow, am the epicenter, the divergence point for these communities where everything comes together. The person pulling everything together. I'm hearing Destiny compare me to Hamas, apparently on stream today. Something that is beyond fucking parody. Hysteria.
Have I compared him to Hamas?
That is beyond parody. And for what? Because I was just the first guy saying, hey, maybe people are going a little bit too far and excusing actions against people that are against their own principles. And now
that's the only thing he's done. True. The only reason why people don't like this little bonger fuck is because he said, oh, maybe you're going a little bit too far, betraying your principles. True.
I'm the guy who's no bad tactics, only bad targets. After months of fighting on that, after hemorrhaging viewers for 3 to 6 months over that exact position, over arguing that exact position, for people that I don't have any sympathy for, particularly, Hassan Piker, Bad Empanada, whoever it is they've decided to start a Denims TV. Like I give a fuck about denims. But somehow they have found a way to just manufacture.
Like, didn't I have a link the other day? Like he's saying, oh, I don't give a fuck about these people. Wasn't him and Aaron Straighterade and like 2 other of these like weirdos all talking about and shitting on Ethan relating to the lawsuits? Didn't I just have that YouTube video up like 3 days ago? Like they're literally all doing this. He's like, I don't care about these people. Meanwhile, makes content out of all of it.
This desperate smear. When I have, for months, laid out exactly what my criticisms are. Exactly what they are. Think, for all these people.
Oh, it was Aaron and Augie. I think Queeman was in that stream as well, wasn't he?
Who claim, Willie, who says this all the time. If you've got an issue with my video, if you've got an issue with something I said, respond to it. Fire up a live stream and react. Do a response video. Why is it that Willie only engages, ask yourself, why is it that Willie only engages with a single clip where he can cry victim in a completely incoherent way with the rest of the arguments in the video about doxing and his wedding and his bride? Why is it that that is the only thing Willie engages with? I think the answer's pretty obvious. I think the answer's pretty clear. Yeah, we'll jump on Hutch's stream. I bet he won't talk to, assume he won't talk to Augie. I would love to, if Nick would like to do his part and moderate a debate between me and Willie, that could be also, that's a neutral ground, isn't it? You know, I'm more than open to any of these suggestions. I don't think it's gonna happen. Anyway.
It's funny how whenever Queeman and Jessica target a new person with hate segments like Hutch or Willie, they're doxed in a week by Kiwi Farms and Bad Banana. True. The anti-fans are going around even small creators like Wick to pressure them to stop platforming you, LOL, comparing you to Mike from SS. Or the Kiwi Farmers. Wait, what? Who is this?
Well, very fair, but I think you've been witnessing it grow over the last few weeks.
Who the fuck is this guy?
You know, Mike from PEA growing more and more anti-Semitic to the point of yelling blood libel. Hassan, you know, essentially being such an extremist. He, what was it, today or the other day? Forgive me. Went on a rant about how Kamala Harris would be the exact same as Donald Trump. And now we have Destiny, who's just openly wanting to dox people.
Okay, well, doxing is bad. I disavow doxing. Anyone who's doxing left, right, center, my team, their team, Destiny's team, Hassan's team, any team that doxes, you shouldn't do that. I disavow doxing bad. Okay.
But it's not just, in essence, disavowing. Do you not think that just as you were equally saying that, you know, for Pisco and Econoboy, we should despise any connections or, you know, affiliating with what they are, especially in the Democratic Party?
That's so crazy. First of all, Wick doesn't do the weak, like, gisticle disavow. We're like, oh, I disavow. Like, Wick is on, like, fucking Twitter constantly, like, Destiny, you shouldn't do this, and blah, 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 right? I know I don't hate Wick or whatever, but, like, me and Wick obviously disagree on this point, and it's obvious that we disagree on this point. And my guess, I don't know how much crossover is between mine and Wick's community. My guess is most of Wick's chat probably agrees with Wick on this point, that, like, all doxing is bad or whatever. So, like, you don't have to actually guess. Wick is not doing this, like, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, like all these fucking losers do. But now notice this guy lifting not only my arguments, but stronger versions of my argument, where I'm like, hey, bro, it's not enough for you to wink, wink, nudge, nudge, tell people not to do this. If your whole community is involved, that's pretty fucked. This guy's saying you need to go even further and say, not only is it you need to disavow and your community needs to disavow, you have to get rid of all the toxic connections. Wait, what?
Do you not think any connections or affiliating with what they are, especially in the Democratic Party? Do you not think equally so would be Destiny and all these other people who've gotten more extreme over the last year?
So I don't have the same opinion or argument as Destiny when it comes to Pisco and Ghana Boy. And I think I said this after the panel that I had with them a couple weeks ago when Destiny left. I don't think Ghana Boy should have left Live and Learn or should have been kicked out of Live and Learn. I don't think that Pisco needs to disavow or stop working with Straightery. I do think that the Democrats, as a rule, and Pisco and Ghana Boy, I think that their ignorance of what I think the left, the lefties, the socialists, the communists do in these spaces is what makes it a problem. If they are aware, right, that a lot of socialists, a lot of communists will try to subvert and infiltrate these spaces, I think it's fine to work with them or on a specific issue, and I think it's fine to have them on your show or even co-host with them, right?
But yeah. I think it's getting a little bit lost because I'm not just focused on the aspects of them being socialist or, Hassan Piker being a freaking tanky.
Oh, you're talking about doxing? Yeah, I think doxing is...
No, not just doxing. It's the notion of we have now allowed a festering idea of extremism is okay within our party to the point where anybody that goes low, we need to go lower.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get revenge on you for what you did is a problem. I agree as a concept. I think that, and I've argued with Destiny about this, right? That he's like, well, they're doing it, we should be able to do it too. I don't think that that's necessarily the case, especially in situations where the other side is doing what I would consider immoral actions. I don't think we need to sink to their level, and this is an argument me and Destiny have had many a time, right? He knows my stance on this. I know his stance on this.
I get that from I get that from your standpoint, but is it not time to say that he has become so, not him specifically, but all these characters has become so cancerous to not just the party, but just even platforms altogether, where now we're seeing like Nicholas Fiorio have a commentator civil war over this entire situation?
I don't know. Like, I know who.
Like, I don't even know if Wick has any like crossover at all with like any commentary people. Maybe they do, and I've just missed it. But this guy sounds like he's from the Queen Majestical orbit. If he's bringing up Nicholas Fiorio, I wonder does Wick even know who he is? I don't know. Maybe he does actually. Maybe, and I just haven't followed that.
Nicholas Fiorio have a commentator civil war over this entire situation.
I don't know. Like, I know who he is. I just don't know what you're.
It's the whole situation where Destiny and Willie Mac show are like talking and like co-friends in regards to the doxing situation against Augie and a bunch of other stuff that's going on. But like, that's just what I'm saying. It's even gotten to the point where it's spreading past political communities.
I'm not familiar with.
A small commentary.
Yeah, Wick has no clue. And I'm not saying Wick is dumb. This is a totally separate community. Like, most of you people probably don't know a lot of these commentary people.
No, hold on. I think that it's not okay.
Except for when I bring up this fucking drama shit on stream.
I'll be real with you. It's not coming from on top and seeping to the small commentary communities. It's the opposite. Commentary has always been this way. This is not new. This is not different. This is standard practice for them forever. What's different is it's seeping up into these more mainstream kind of bigger platforms, and they are, for whatever reason, being able to pull levers on these bigger stages. But no, this isn't new.
That's one of my talking points. I don't know if you got it from me or not, but Hassan platforming Bad Empanada is just unhinged.
I'm not saying that it's new, but I'm saying in the past how people used to be ejected from YouTube, we should treat those like Mike from PA, like Hassan, like freaking Keffels, like freaking Destiny as aerosol in the past and completely
I like how he wraps me in with those three other people based.
Rid of them. Stop thinking or caring.
There's two things. Someone wants to come on, I guess, and fight you on the doxing thing. Is that okay?
I guess.
I guess too. But before I do that, I don't know who he is. Maybe he's stupid and we'll kick him. I don't know. But the second thing I ask is, before I bring him on, what is your advocacy here for me, right?
My advocacy for you is, even though I understand, especially with your conversations recently, he's a bit of a cash cow, to no longer associate or work or utilize him. Like aerosol.
I like how he's very blatant and open about it. Nice.
Especially with your conversations recently, he's a bit of a cash cow, to no longer associate or work or utilize him. Like aerosol of the past.
Well, I've had Nazis on my show. I would have a murderer on my show. I'd have a rapist on my show. I'm not here like platforming you or having you on my show doesn't mean I condone your actions in any way, shape, or form. And if I'd have a Nazi on the show, if I felt it was appropriate for the topic, why would I not have someone who even if I will grant you everything you said, is a doxer on my show? Why wouldn't I do that?
Probably because you shouldn't.
I'd have communists on my show.
Well, because it's not the theory or the ideals that they apply to. It's the action that's committed that we don't want in civil society. The same reason why I have a small platform, but I've been so scared to actually join the internet is because of this type of idiocy.
People are asking, would I have Hassan on my show? Yes, I'd have Mike from PA on my show. I've had Pinkies on my show. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Like this.
I think what's getting lost a little bit is though it's not just their ideals; it's the actions and what they say.
Who have behaved badly. Hassan, who I believe has behaved badly and done bad actions. Like I'd have them on my show. Right? I don't see being on my show as me condoning what you are doing. If they've done something illegal, right, then the law should take care of that.
Then do you not think, or actually not even not think, prior to you getting the gentleman on, would you say that it's whatever in your mind, or it's a negative that the Fuck America tour had a bit of difficulty starting up due to what is his Destiny attitude, especially with the political sphere nowadays.
Yeah, as I've argued with Destiny, I think it loses him opportunities. I think it hurts us. I think it hurts Democrats. I think it hurts our electoral ability. And we've had this argument. Yes, I agree with you on there. But let's bring in the gentleman.
Of course.
Hello, gentleman caller.
Okay, we won't watch all this, but supposedly this guy says I'm the only reason Hassan is relevant?
Like, that's why I find it hilarious. Can you please let me finish? That's why I find it hilarious, because the biggest person keeping Hassan alive is Destiny, because he just won't let him die and stop talking about him. For God's sakes, the biggest reason why I know so much about Hassan is Destiny.
Well, doesn't Hassan have like 50,000 viewer live streams? Like, isn't Hassan
on Twitch? How popular is he on YouTube?
He's also popular on Twitter, on TikTok. He has even YouTube channel.
Why are these people so obsessed with getting you removed from other shows? Because this is how it all works. How many times do I have to repeat this? Justical Queeman, this is how it all works. This is what they're trying to do with Willie. It's why everybody's mad that I think Nicholas Dioro is not taking a strong enough stance. If you don't follow, it's why Justical's Discord server has an e-rape defense for him. If you don't align 100% with every single thing they say, do, and believe, then they will isolate you and then try to excise you from communities and make sure nobody's friends with you, nobody talks to you. Like, this is what they do.
Well, yes, because just as we were talking about the issue of extremism and whatnot, where do you think they most likely fester?
I don't
Twitter,
know what you mean.
Reddit,
So, like,
these communities that allow and promote and, kind of like softly introduce into other communities extreme ideals. I mean, literally, Hassan got popular because of Destiny. Are you stupid?
In the year
what the fuck are you saying?
In the year 2025, why is Hassan popular right now?
Because he continuously promotes terrorism, and his fucking Destiny continuously attacks him. That makes wonderful clips for
Easy
Twitter.
question for you to determine if you are actually for the asylum. If tomorrow Destiny disappears, he goes into witness protection, disappears. You're saying that Hassan will become irrelevant?
No, I'm saying that he would lose relevance because those that don't get attention die. They'll die off, not literally die.
You're saying that he will be like half as important as he is now.
Forgive me, isn't that what happened with that one crazy guy who made a 50-page docs about who Destiny sleeps with? That nobody talked to him, and now he's, castigated to the edges of social media? So what the fuck are you talking about?
Is he comparing Hassan to Mr. Girl?
Mr. Girl?
Yeah, Mr. Girl. Nobody fucking talks to him because he went crazy and got ousted. Like...
Wick, I want the moderator to give opinion. Do you think if Destiny disappeared tomorrow, Hassan will follow the fate of Mr. Girl?
Hassan has a whole team behind him. He gets on NPR, he gets on CNN. He has a lot of journalists that prop him up and give him attention.
Did I say that he would die or that he would lose relevancy and eventually die? Kind of like how he was the largest streamer on Twitch and is now getting beat by Asmongold, who's kind of fucking stupid, no?
Do you think he will lose any relevance, Wick?
Would he lose any relevance? I don't think so. I think that he'd just be free to... What I think would happen is him and Asmongold would go at it and they would flip farm each other, and that would be that.
I think this is somewhat delusional if you cannot see in big issue.
How many viewers does Asmongold get? Like 100,000 a stream? Like, he's huge, isn't he?
I'm saying it is a bit delusional to think that one of the biggest characters being, who is so inflamed against that it garners attention to is Destiny with Hassan.
Bro, you have Destiny derangement syndrome. Everything around you revolves around Destiny. Even Hassan.
No, because it was literally, we need to oust these people just like we should with Mike from PA. Just like we should from Hassan. We should do the same with Destiny. From the
rationalizing reasons to kick Destiny.
I'm not. It sounds like you weren't listening originally when you were here.
No, I'm listening perfectly. So you tried the docs thing, it doesn't work. You're trying now to say that there is
wait. How did the docs thing not work? Because it absolutely did. It just sounds like you don't understand because you don't want to.
When someone is attacking you and attacking everyone around you, and it's attacking
once again, how is Destiny the victim in this situation? As I said earlier, that you never answered. You can if you answer the question.
Yes, I'll explain how Destiny is a victim in this situation. So you have a whole anonymous community that is constantly coordinating harassment campaigns against not only him, not only people around him directly, not only people who talk to him online, but people who mention him online and don't immediately condemn him are also threatened, doxxed, and harassed until they anathemize him completely.
So what was the harassment campaign that these people did? Let me finish. What was the harassment campaign that these people did that made Destiny...
before you interrupt.
He's literally monologuing without getting to the point. Because what did these people do? No, you didn't. What was the action? That they were talking about how Destiny did some fuck shit with Pixie, where, hey, even though it may not be a win in Pixie's case, he's still a crappy person and they talked about it? This is fucking ridiculous.
That's literally the only thing true.
Just real quick, Van, hold on, just real quick, Van. What did Ukrainian Anna do that required Ryle Kittenhouse to say that she should be raped?
I don't know.
Oh shit, does he know the talking point for this? Before Ryle got Uber doxed and ejected off the fucking internet. See ya, rip bozo. The talking point for here was that Ryle had no idea that Vim had just said that Anna needed to be raped. He thought that she just said that Anna needed to be murdered or whatever. And that's why he was saying Can't Close Band was correct about her, which is funny, but...
because
Did
isn't
Ukrainian
Ryle
Anna
Kinhouse
do
a
anything
massive Twitter guy?
inappropriate with a woman or a man? Did she engage in any sex pestery? Did she engage in any doxing behavior?
I don't know. It sounds more like the animosity of what is a lackey for JStock and who perceives somebody being a lackey for Destiny.
What I'm asking this for, the reason I'm asking is because she has been a victim of this harassment campaign that they have engaged in, right? Because she is associated with Destiny. So when this gentleman here, DRT0, says that these people engage and attack people who are even just associated around Destiny, this is one example of him being just correct.
Which literally was initiated, like I said, when they simply started discussing the Destiny Pixie situation. That started the fallout, where Destiny was going after these people's information. So how is he a victim of harassment in this case? Now, to the degree in which you describe of, this woman in Destiny's community versus Ryle Kinhouse, sounds like the fallout of those who perceive their internet war. Do you disagree with that?
I disagree. So you're.
I'm asking Wick.
Oh, I was only half listening. Can you repeat?
That what this is, that what we're seeing now of the woman that you described being attacked by Kyle. Yeah, her being attacked by the Ryle Kinhouse character is because it is the end abouts of what we see of an internet war and not the trigger in which we are describing and talking.
The trigger. What do you think the trigger is?
Destiny doxing people. Say it. Say it. Destiny doxing people for no reason. Destiny attacking people for no reason. Say it.
It was these small communities talking about Destiny and Pixie situation.
Oh, that was it. Just them talking. Oh, just that was the only thing. Oh, okay.
And you think that this is what?
That is what ultimately started this massive fallout.
Does it matter?
The funny thing is, I'm pretty sure it's in my court filings now that Justigal was literally directly communicating with Pixie, trying to figure out what was okay for him to say on stream and not on stream. It was, Justigal was literally saying that he could join at any time the lawsuit because he has so much important information to drop about me, but he decided he didn't want to because it was too dangerous for him, whatever the fuck that means.
Matter what started it at the end of the day?
Apparently so, because this is what deems to Destiny being a victim and how he is then allowed to take the offense.
I disagree
as
with
DRTO is describing.
I disagree with DRTO that allows him to engage in the same kind of practices. I don't think that's right, and I don't think he should be doing that. I think that's wrong of him to do so. DRT0 and I disagree on this. But to act as if these people are being attacked are just simply innocents that aren't engaging in the exact same fucking behavior is laughable, honestly, to me. They're both engaging in the shittery, okay?
The reason I said that it's not... The reason I said it's retaliation, and it's, in my opinion, justified retaliation, is not because they were talking about the Pixie situation. This is not the reason Destiny is... this is not the harassment. The harassment is everyone around him being threatened, being doxxed, even regardless of the Pixie situation. Just mentioning Destiny in a positive manner without without saying he's a bad person or anything like that is enough to get you doxxed on Kiwi Farms. Look at what happened to Hutch. He didn't talk about
Hutch, Josiah,
of the Pixie situation, like Ukrainian Anna, even though it's completely ridiculous to say that Ukrainian Anna talking about mentioning offhand that situation makes her part of some holy war. Regardless of that, Hutch didn't do that, and he still got supremely harassed by that filth. So when everyone around you is getting done that to them, put yourself in that situation. If everyone you talk to who doesn't spit on you is like being harassed and gets threatened to get their lives ruined, wouldn't you retaliate? Wouldn't you think you have some moral authority to retaliate in that situation?
No. It would actually, the moral authority, you're freaking idiot. What you would do as the moral authority, especially being the larger platform, would be to move on or make jokes as he did in the past.
And then there's this always, the deranged, oh, you have the bigger platform, so just move on. The infinite harassment machine. As long as your singular individual stream is smaller than the other person, you have carte blanche to do any possible thing that you want. True.
Not take the offensive and push his communities to dox people. What the hell are you on?
Platform size doesn't matter. This is asymmetric warfare. You have people who are anonymous versus person who has his name and face, and everyone he associates with have their name and faces. So you're saying that somehow because he's a big channel, he should allow everyone around him to get their lives ruined. This is ridiculous. If you were the big channel and everyone around you was getting their lives ruined because of something you did, you would also retaliate.
No. Once again,
what I think should happen.
You would be the bigger man.
Here's what I think should happen. Trump should federalize the police to occupy the internet, basically. DGG and all these other communities should be sat on, and all of it should be demilitarized. Okay, gang? That's what I think should happen. Is there anything... look, I think this has gone on long enough. Thank you guys for calling in.
Okay, can I say one final thing?
One final thing, go ahead.
Check out my channel if you enjoy this convo. I'm trying to grow it.
Check him out, gang, I guess.
Can I do one speculation?
Do the one speculation real quick, yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if that guy is in those servers. So just keep that in the back of your mind. Maybe someday we'll find him there.
See you later, buddy.
See you later.
Fuck me. Okay, last album, and then we're done with all this shit for real, okay? Check out his channel. No, I'm good. This is in Jessical's Discord server. Did Blav actually make an account on here a long time ago? This is a year and 5 months ago. Someone already said above, this is my name in my Cave account. I want to know where Sunday lives for no interesting reason. I don't want his docs. If I wanted it, I would try other things other than asking a 70 IQ chat room from a subhuman bonger streamer. Can you tell me why I would even want to doc Sunday? He's done nothing wrong to me. It's definitely not my first time on Discord, but I'm generally curious if it has been purged recently, which I'm guessing is the case. Oh, Jessica had to start doing regular purges of his entire Discord because of the unhinged shit that they would say constantly. Is this... Oh, this might be spicy chat. I'm sorry, this might be spicy chat. He's the KFer who wrote the post about Lord Southern. Your line of questioning is not only suspicious, but incredibly pathetic coming from a new Discord. Get good. I'm not American. I don't know American accents. I'm just curious where he's from. Is that really hard to believe? Oh, and then he left the server. This is March 16th, 2024. Why did his profile change? I've had this name since before Live was an orbiter. It's a meaningless set of letters. It doesn't mean anything. Oh shit, and then he changed his profile? Was he actually in Spicy Chat a long time ago? Spicy Chat, General Spicy Edition. Blav is a hero. Wasn't that Blav's PFP at one point? Justical Mods thought I was Blav and banned me, but I got unbanned instantly. They confused Blav with Black Lav. Blav rests his soul in his unhinged walls of text about how much he hated Peach were a thing of beauty. Man was a professional hater. An appeal from Blav, by the way. Oh, literally cross-posting. Oh, this is in January of this year. His post on from KF to Spicy Chat. Also, I would appreciate if Chud's Jannies would stop banning all my accounts from his Discord. I promise I won't dox anyone anymore. It would just be nice to have a main place of communication if it's needed, since Destiny will always find a new way to shoot himself in the foot a couple months from now, and I will probably want to mock him again. Or at least, if you suspect that an account is mine, don't ban it. Thank you. Vald equals Blab genius. Isn't Blab the psycho KFer? Blab with the save, and Blab is banned. Oh, if we're talking alts, then Blab is probably 30% of the people that post in that thread. True. Blav reply stream. Da 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 da. Oh, Queeman. Oh, crazy how he knows about this obscure person on my Quee Forms thread. Oh, it's Justical. I actually forgot just how reliable that schizo poster is. Why is this guy trying to reinforce that even Blav's most deranged theories are correct? So Justical and Queeman are guilty to Destiny because they've talked to Blav? New Blav leaks in KF. Holy fuck, this Blav guy is insane. Ha ha ha. Limeo is still Blav's balls in your mouth. Blav is competent. Blav obviously would know how to avoid that. I actually forgot just how reliable that schizo poster is. Why is this guy trying to oh, this is the same message. Blav is pretty on the money. He's careful. Maybe Blav's psychoanalysis of Destiny is right. True. You will come to find that Blav is often right. At this table, Blav is a hero. President Sunday, cute. Total Blav victory. Do we know this Dean person? Am I supposed to know who this guy is? It goes to show that Blav is completely right when he says that if you're unhinged and obsessed enough, you can fuck with anyone online. President Sunday too. So President Sunday, I think is like, I hate him. I think he's weird, fucking whatever. But President Sunday is his own crazy person. I don't think President Sunday is ever involved in the weird like group dynamics of like Justical and Queeman. President Sunday is like a chaotic meteor that just like comes through solar systems, and whoever he doesn't like, he'll just do his own thing. I don't like him, but I don't think he's like part of the group dynamics of like all of this stuff. He's just is there and crazy. Blav is a hero based. This was like 2 weeks ago. Oh, I forgot the Solo Leaks guy came from Queeman's community. 04. This is 4 months ago. Oh, even these guys knew it. Solo would Solo leak everything he was sent and basically gave time for Destiny to delete all the videos and shit, but he didn't. The beginning of the leaks are Sunday explaining the timeline of Solo leaks to Willie Mack. Solo leaked shit through a bunch of people here and in Queemans. And apparently the Solo guy was leaking in Spicy Chat for a bit as well, but they banned him from there when he started doing it. I don't want to watch Destiny porn, but who else is in the league? Jesus Christ. Nice. Queenman. It's not fun now that everyone knows about the Lauren Southern thing. Nice. Based. Nice. Good stuff. Good stuff. Is the Solo person the one who originally spread all of your revenge porn? Yep. Strangely absent from the court case, though. Weird how that works. Okay.
All right, did you hear about this? A Democrat
Done with the drama. Good job, guys.
whistleblower has told the FBI that then Congressman Adam Schiff approved leaking classified information in order to discredit President Trump, and the White House is giving its first reaction.
Man. The president has already said he wants to see.
He really just takes what Fox News says and just believes it immediately, uncritically. I love the media analysis.
Adam Schiff held accountable for the countless lies he told the American people in relation to the Russiagate scandal.
I hope that Trump knows that there is nothing that would make people that vote for him happier than if he actually put one of these people up for treason.
Jesus Christ, bro.
Like, the moment that he charges a congressperson for treason, I think his poll numbers will go up by a high one-digit
They literally can't go up anymore with conservatives. His polling numbers are like trapped at like 90%. Conservatives just love. MAGA is obsessed with Trump. There's no room for them to even go up that much.
Like, I'm thinking 8%. Like that when people see shit happening like that, oh my God.
I have a quote from the FBI director.
Bad take. Okay, clip it. Just clip it. Wait, maybe 10.
Years, certain officials used their positions to selectively leak classified information to shape political narratives. It was all done with one purpose: to weaponize intelligence and law enforcement for political gain. Those abuses eroded public trust in our institutions. The FBI will now lead the charge with our partners at DOJ and Congress.
Iowa Congresswoman Mariannette Miller-Meeks joins me now to react. Congresswoman, good morning to you. If true,
what kind of treason? I don't know.
Serious of an offense is this?
I don't know what kind of treason, just any kind of treason. Just be based. Watch Democrats getting executed. Centrist, by the way. Center left, by the way.
Can be done.
Yep.
Well, it certainly is very serious, and Shifty Adam Schiff is
Shifty Adam Shift. Shifty Adam Shift. Shifty Adam Shift.
Justifying his name that he was given. Leaking classified information, as you know, is a serious offense, and it will be up to the Oversight Committee, Judiciary Committee, in order to handle this. But this is a very serious allegation. I've asked for Senator Schiff to resign. He should resign immediately.
Well, a Democrat staffer is the whistleblower.
Yeah.
He was a Democrat staffer on the House Intel
She's trying to
Committee
say Shifty Schiff lived up to his name, but she tongue twisted herself and she couldn't do it. It's okay. I do it myself.
For 12 years.
Yep.
And on top of claiming that Adam Schiff approved leaking classified information, this person also said Ranking Member Schiff was particularly upset as he had believed he would have been appointed as the director of the CIA had candidate Hillary Clinton won the election. What do you make of those details?
What a surprise.
Well, remember that we were upset with Adam Schiff being put on Intel and kept on Intel. We thought he should have left Intel, been off of Intel when this was suspected earlier before, when also suspected that he was lying.
I'm sure you're aware, but this is how Tectone gets his news. He doesn't watch news. He's got the typical talking points, but watches Asmongold. I mean, a lot of people do watch Asmongold for news. More people on Twitch watch Asmon than any other streamer. He's the most popular political streamer in the world, right? Who else gets 50,000 plus concurrent viewers doing politics online? I don't think anybody else does. the Joe Rogan of the streaming sphere, right? In terms of reach and everything.
About classified information. So
Nobody
this is a
could have
serious
guessed
charge. He needs to be held accountable. But people need to call for his resignation. And I think members of Congress, at least on the Republican side.
No, the thing is that everybody gets so tired of this calling for resignation shit. No, you got to put them in jail. You put people like this in jail, and then things start to change. The problem is that the only...
We tried to put somebody in jail for this, and we followed the process, and no one cared and nothing happened, and you just called it all political. Donald Trump was convicted of 34 felons. Judge didn't want to give any jail time because he thought it would look bad since the guy was the president now again. We had cases open against Trump that were being actively pursued, but Trump didn't cooperate with anything, waited till he won the election, and now they're all gone. So, I mean, like, what? Clearly you don't want that. You just want one side to be jailed.
The worst case scenario for these people is that they just get to retire until like their friend group gets back in power, and then they get to act like they were the victim. Like, that's really the issue, is that like nobody ever gets charged for anything bad. Nobody ever gets really in trouble for this shit. They fearmonger the grunts with treason and the higher ups. Yeah, as a former intel guy, this really pisses me off. They fearmonger the grunts with treason and the higher ups get free passes and book deals. Yeah, no, of course that's what happens. Of course. What a surprise.
2 weeks ago? Bro, I don't care. We're done. We're moving on with that.
This is the same thing that happens in every company and every apparatus is happening there too. Wow, what a surprise.
Are asking for him to step down.
How will the investigation into this play out?
What polls do you use for Trump's approval? You can just look up Gallup, Trump approval rating. All right, don't these guys keep track of it? Oh, they're sliding. Sorry, I lied. I said they were 90, stuck there, never moved. They were at 89. Okay, 89% of Republicans. My bad. Okay. Whew, he took a big hit on the Epstein stuff, I guess. Wow. He's losing a lot with independents, at least. That's good. However, I don't know what number of people that is even made up of, but.
I think what you'll see is, even though we are on our August work period in our districts, you'll start to see that Judiciary and the Oversight Committee will start making, proposals that he be brought in to give testimony in front of the House to be a witness. They'll start investigations, and they may issue subpoenas. They may wait until we're back in, but those plans are ongoing now.
Okay, well, a spokesperson for Adam Schiff responded to Fox News Digital saying Kash Patel's latest smear against Senator Schiff is absolutely and categorically false, and is just the latest in a series of defamatory attacks from the president and his allies meant to distract from their plummeting poll numbers in the Epstein file scandal. These baseless smears are based on allegations
See,
that
Trump needs to release that Epstein shit. Like, he really does, because like that's like his January 6th right now. Because like they're right with the Epstein stuff.
I like how he says the Epstein files are like Trump's January 6th. Motherfucker, January 6th was Trump's January 6th. What are you talking about? Oh my God.
That's the problem, is that he gave them ammunition, and it's working ammunition. Like, he's right.
Kill me!
Like, he's got to get this under control because it makes him look like a retard. He won't? Just take himself off the list. Why can't he just take himself off the list? Yeah, if he's on the list, just take it off.
What? Is he advocating for Trump to lie and cover for himself?
Well, because it makes him look like a retard. He won't? Just take himself off the list. Why can't he just take himself off the list? Yeah, if he's on the list, just take it off.
Found to be not reliable, not credible, and unsubstantiated from a disgruntled former staffer who was fired by the House Intelligence Committee for cause in early 2017. Your reaction to that statement from the Schiff camp?
Again, he's living up to his name.
Simply
he's trying
epic.
to deflect blame and attention from him and from his actions. This was already, people already suspected him of both lying about classified information and leaking classified information. You now have a whistleblower. We didn't have to change the whistleblower law like they did with President Trump and the Russian collusion hoax. But these are serious allegations.
Supporting a pedo to remove evidence as crimes? I'm going to ban you. I'm just going to ban you.
What?
That's not what I said.
Wait, what did you say? That's what I heard. Don't ban me. Wait, I thought that's what he said. That's what it sounded like.
President Trump and the Russian collusion hoax. But these are serious allegations.
Supporting a pedo to remove evidence as crimes? I'm going to ban you. I'm just going to ban you. That's not what I said. I'm saying, like, if somebody, like, I don't see the logic, though, right? Because, like, if somebody is, like, a fucking psychopath pedophile, why wouldn't he just remove himself? Like, I mean, this is obviously not a person of good moral caliber, right?
Oh, he was just asking a question. Okay, well, it sounded like he was making it as kind of a statement, but okay.
I mean, I would not expect this to be, like, a law-abiding, upstanding moral paragon.
You mean the felon is not law-abiding? Okay.
I never said that. Yeah, and y'all gonna get people, not y'all, like, there's like 3 people in chat that are like this. If you do one of those things where it's like, I'm gonna take what you say in a way that you didn't intend it and then, like, try to, like, reframe it to make you look bad, you will get permit.
Ooh.
Everybody knows knows what we're talking about. Everybody knows it's being discussed. Yeah. It's that simple. You already made the argument 3 weeks ago because a third party would release it a full unredacted list anyway. That's the only way it makes sense to me. I don't think it's that easy to just remove yourself from evidence, though. Well, he's the president. Like, you really, I mean, if he can't figure that out, he's a moron. People delete and destroy evidence all the time.
And he will be held accountable.
All right. There's also this that we want to ask you about. Ending on some positive news here. The U.S. military is seeing a significant spike in female military recruits across all service branches. This year, there have been nearly 24,000.
It's probably just, it's gone up in general, right? I mean, that's really what it is. But no, I saw this guy, like, I hope Trump knows that if he actually goes and arrests these people, pretty much everybody will be happy. Everybody will be happy on this. It'll be great. Is reasonable ban someone misconstrues your statement? However, someone's misunderstanding your statement, then it's wrong? No, misunderstanding. No. Every time, oh, it's a misunderstanding. No, it's not. It's you're trying to reframe something to make, like, a lot of these people live and die by optics. And so they build everything that they say and do around how it sounds. That's what matters the most to them, is how something sounds. And so that's the reason why they say it that way. It's bad faith. Exactly.
Hey.
CNN did a video about Destiny.
Stop. Newly declassified top secret emails sent on December 22nd, 2016, complying with President Obama's order to create the manufactured January 2017 ICA about Russia expose how DNI James Clapper demanded the IC fall in line behind the Russia hoax. Clapper admits that it was a team sport that required compromise on our normal modalities. Okay. Jim. I've just returned from a TDY. What does that stand for? Trip, Dick, Your Mom. Oh, temporary duty? What? What's the Y for? We've gone over this before, have we? Okay, fuck, whatever. Okay. The Y is for your mama. I've just returned from a TDY overseas and been updated on the current status of our efforts to produce a joint product related to Russia attribution and intent for the DNC/DCCC hacks. I know that this activity is on a fast track and that folks have been working very hard to put together a product that could be provided to the president. However, I wanted to reach out to you directly to let you know of some concerns I have with what I'm hearing from my folks. Specifically, I asked my team if they'd had sufficient access to the underlying intelligence and sufficient review of that intelligence. On both points, my team raised concerns. They were clear that at the staff level, folks have been forward-leaning and trying to ensure that we have an opportunity to review and weigh in. But I'm concerned that, given the expedited nature of this action, my folks aren't fully comfortable saying that we've had enough time to review all of the intelligence, be absolutely confident in their assessments. To be clear, I'm not saying that we disagree substantively, but I do want to make sure that when we are asked in the future whether we can absolutely stand behind the paper, that we don't have any reason to hesitate because of the process. I know that you agree that this is something we need to be 100% comfortable with before we present it to the president. We have one chance to get this right, and it is critical that we do so. If the intent is to create an integrated product that the CIA, that is CIA/FBI/NSA jointly authored, that we can all defend, we need a process that allows us all to be comfortable, and I'm concerned we are not there yet. In addition, if NSA is intended to be co-author of this product, I personally expect to see even the most sensitive evidence related to the conclusion. However, if your intent is to create a CIA only or CIA/FBI authored product, then I will stand down on these concerns. I would welcome your thoughts on any of these points and any adjustments we might make to the process to ensure that we have the necessary level of confidence in the final assessment. Okay, this is from Michael Roger, who is the head of the, what was this guy's job at the time? Michael Rogers. Was the NSA director? Is that what we're talking about here? I think. Okay. And then James R. Clapper responds. And then Clapper was the DNI, the Director of National Intelligence. Okay, just making sure. Mike, John, Jim. Understand your concern. Hold on. What the fuck is this bullshit? Good one. Okay, understand your concern. It is essential that we, CIA/NSA/FBI/ODNI, be on the same page and are all supportive of the report and the highest tradition of that's our story and we're sticking to it. This evening, CIA has provided to the NIC the complete draft generated by the ad hoc fusion cell. We will facilitate as much mutual transparency as possible as we complete the report, but more time is not negotiable. We may have to compromise on our normal modalities since we must do this on such a compressed schedule. There's one project that has to be a team sport, Jim. This is demands that the IC fall in line behind the Russian hoax. Clapper admits it was a team sport that compromise on our normal modalities. What do they think? Is team sport just to make it sound like it was like a political thing or whatever? It sounds like they wanted to produce something and they wanted to make a joint statement from the entire intelligence community. That's what they mean when they say team sport. It sounds like Michael Rogers felt like if the CIA was who he was representing, was going to stand by it, like to say like 100% that we want a little bit more time to look over things. But obviously the timetable here is very crunched because Obama's out of office on the 20th of next month. So they have like, yeah. So they probably would want more time to look over this. But I mean, if they don't release it before Trump comes into office, it's never going to be released, obviously. Yeah, she's implying that team sport means partisan politics, but they just mean that if we want the whole IC to stand behind this, then everybody in the intelligence community needs to be fully comfortable with everything. But I mean, like, they were right about all of this, right? I mean, maybe you could still argue that you can be right and be sloppy at the same time, right? But I mean, like, it was Russia that hacked the DNC and the DCCC and leaked everything, right? Like, that's not contested. This isn't sloppy, in my opinion. No, what's sloppy about this? Well, it's not so much that it's sloppy. It's more so that if you're going to release a joint statement from all of your intelligence community claiming that they all feel super confident about a thing that they're putting out and they want to all stand by some statement, because if you work for the CIA, the NSA, or something else, you have to you don't want to put a big weight behind a thing and then later it comes out that it's wrong. It undermines your credibility a lot. And they're pushing on a really accelerated timetable for this, and so Obama's going to be out of office soon, right? And so this Michael Rogers guy is saying, like, hey, listen, like, my people don't feel 100% comfortable. We're not saying that we disagree on anything, but we would like just like a little bit more time to go through this if you're going to 100% throw our weight behind this. So I think he was either asking for more time or more information exchange or something. And then so he's saying, like, well, we're going to we can facilitate as much mutual transparency as possible, but we can't really move on the timetable. It's not negotiable. Yeah. But it's crazy that MAGA is at a point where they can just lie in their tweets and post the source material, because she did this with the last thing that she released. And I guess they just rely on nobody reading any of the underlying stuff. But okay. They could literally just upload any email or really any picture of text and claim it finally 100% proves the Russia hoax. This is primarily for magazine. Yeah, I guess, yeah. Wait, they released that report late as well, or late as hell, and without part of the intel community. It was reported upon at the time. Wait, is that true? Did part of the IC that this guy was representing not back the report? Because if so, then that would mean that this whole thing is a waste of time, because then they didn't feel comfortable buying it and then they didn't. Wait, can you link that? Link what you're talking about right there. Hold on one second.
All right, now last night we brought you breaking news from John Solomon, justthenews.com, and last night it was about Adam Schiff, allegedly approved, leaking classified information to hurt President Trump during the Russia hoax.
I love how they have like the tagline, like the remember the Russia hoax. Oh my God.
Earlier today, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt responded to John Solomon's explosive report. Take a look at this.
Take a look at this,
guys. The president has already said he wants to see Adam Schiff held accountable for the countless lies he told the American people in relation to the Russiagate scandal. I brought Tulsi Gabbard out to this podium to talk to you about all of that. And this administration is taking accountability very seriously. As for this new FBI whistleblower report, I understand Kash Patel last night declassified a 302 FBI document showing that a whistleblower who is a Democrat, a career intelligence officer who worked for Democrats on the House Intel Committee for more than a decade, repeatedly warned the FBI in 2017 that then Rep. Adam Schiff had approved leaking classified information to smear then President Donald Trump over the Russiagate scandal.
What is are we going to find out, or do they ever mention what exactly he approved to be leaked?
This is obviously a bombshell whistleblower report. Hopefully,
it's a bombshell because I say it is, by the way.
People in this room will cover it as such.
Also, the FBI director, Kash Patel.
I hope people will cover it as such. Make sure you put bombshell into your headlines, guys.
Bombshell whistleblower report. Hopefully more people in this room will cover it as such.
Also, the FBI director, Kash Patel, who was all over this, he weighed in as well, writing on X, quote, now Congress can see how classified information was leaked to shape political narratives and decide if our institutions were weaponized against the American people. And tonight, we have more major breaking news to share. Again, with John Solomon, editor-in-chief, founder, chief investigator of Reporter, justthenews.com, revealing tonight that an FBI investigation uncovered the fact that Mr. Higher Honor himself, James Comey, routinely leaked classified information to the New York Times through an intermediary, a friend on the faculty of Columbia Law School. The sheer amount of leaking appears to be political, deep, dark, purposefully deceptive, and in a myriad of ways. Here with details is investigative reporter, founder of justthenews.com, editor-in-chief. All right, Mr. Higher Honor, years ago on this program, I said, you have the right to remain silent, and you might want to use it. This is a very long piece that you have here.
Yeah.
It is a worthwhile read. I'll let you sum it up, and then I want your conclusion on what you're finding here, because to me, it's very damning.
Well, what you find out is that James Comey decided not to work for the FBI press office when he wanted to change the narrative in Washington, burnish his reputation against attacks from Democrats, and try to sully Donald Trump's reputation. If you remember, Democrats were mad that James Comey let out of the bag just before the election that there might be some new evidence in the Hillary Clinton email scandal. Hillary blamed Comey for throwing the election. She blamed the Russians for throwing the election. She blamed everybody but herself for throwing the election for her. But Comey was trying to rehabilitate that. And so he had an intermediary, a Columbia law professor by the name of Daniel Richman, who the FBI confirmed and interviewed. And Richman said, yes, I used my relationship with a New York Times reporter named Michael Schmidt. He's one of the authors of the Pulitzer Prize winning package that President Trump is now suing over. And my goal was to improve negative stories about James Comey and to set a narrative, i.e. set the Russia collusion narrative. This guy worked around the
Wait, does anybody have a link to his story or his report? What is the actual quote here? Don't ever trust any of these ghouls summarizing anything.
Official channels of the FBI press office. And at one point, the FBI noted, you met with James Comey. He gave you access to classified information. A short while later, you had a conversation with that New York Times reporter, and he ends up reporting something that appears to be classified. Did you do it? And he gives, I think, perhaps the most famous denial people will remember since Bill Clinton says it depends what the meaning of the word is when he tried to obfuscate whether he had an affair with Monica Lewinsky. He says, I can say, I don't think I confirmed the information. I can say.
Wait, was that what the Bill Clinton thing was? Depends on is? I thought that was in response to asking if he had ever had sex with Monica Lewinsky. And he said it depends on what that means, because I don't think they had penis and vagina sex. It was oral sex or whatever. I feel like that's what that was in reference to, but I could be wrong on that.
With a discount that I didn't give him the classified information. With a discount means you got to give me some room. It's an extraordinary moment. The FBI clearly had strong suspicions that this was a potential backdoor for information, maybe classified information to get out to the media with James Comey's fingerprints on it. And they didn't go much further. They didn't put Comey before the grand jury, that we can tell. They didn't appear to put this gentleman, Daniel Richman, before the grand jury. And like Adam Schiff, as we told you last night, here they have an eyewitness whistleblower said I was in the room when he authorized leaks of intel. These end up being a dead end again. And it's another reminder of a dual system of justice that the Justice Department had the last 6 years. These are documents that were never given to Jim Jordan. Jim Jordan confirmed that to me today. And we're just learning 8 years later, because of what Kash Patel turned over, that the FBI had all the evidence of how the false narrative of Russia collusion was spread across this country to the detriment of voters, to the detriment of President Trump's first campaign, and they did nothing about it.
It's
exclusive. Democrat whistleblower told FBI that Schiff okayed leaking classified intel to hurt Trump. A career intelligence officer who worked for Democrats on the House Intelligence Committee for more than a decade repeatedly warned the FBI beginning in 2017 that then Representative Andrew Schiff had approved leaking classified information to smear then President Donald Trump over the now debunked Russiagate scandal, according to bombshell FBI memos that Director Kash Patel has turned over to Congress. The FBI 302 interview reports obtained by Just the News state the intelligence staff for a Democrat by party affiliation, whose government was a friend of both Schiff, California Senator, now a California Senator, and former House Speaker, considered the classified leak to be unethical, illegal, and treasonous, but was told not to worry about it because Schiff believed he would be spared prosecution under the Constitution's speech and debate clause. No publicly disclosed opinion from the Attorney General or the Solicitor General can be found making that determination as a matter of law. Wait, what determine? I mean, you can say, what? You can't be arrested for shit that you say on the floor of Congress. In this meeting, Schiff stated the group would leak classified information, which was derogatory to President of the United States Donald J. Trump. Do they say what? This is the document? That they're citing? These are just media stories, no? Wait, hello? Okay, CS received the above reference blank dated June 23rd, 2017 from the link reporting the unauthorized disclosure of classified information in 8 articles published between April and June of 2017. Subject matter experts determined that the articles disclosed blank information. What is this, CIA or FBI information? Classified up to the TSSCI, maybe? I don't know. We request that the FBI open an investigation regarding the 4 articles listed below, Articles 1, 2, 3, and 6, in the June 23rd crime report. Other articles referenced in blank will be addressed in separate correspondence. Okay. Oh, so there were leaks here, and they were trying to figure out where the leaks were coming from. And those articles. So this is a field interview. In reference to these 4 articles. Do we have... Is there anything from the interview here? Okay, hold on. Yeah, Washington field office opened the Arctic Haze investigation based on blank. Related to New York Times. The article was titled "Comey tried to shield the FBI from politics. Then he shaped an election," which probably the article was written by New York Times reporters. True. Okay, the article discussed the FBI mid-year investigation concerning Secretary of State Hillary Clinton's use of a private email server. In particular, the article focused on FBI Director James Comey's decision to make public statements regarding the mid-year exam investigation. On July 5th, 2016, Comey issued a public statement announcing the FBI had completed the mid-year exam investigation. Comey spoke indicated on several occasions that classified information contributed to his decision to make his independent July 5th, 2016 and October 2016 announcements. Comey provided sworn testimony to the U.S. DOJ, OIG, and Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. Comey testified he made the July 5th announcement independently because he believed participation by Attorney General Loretta Lynch would result in corrosive doubt about whether Lynch was acting impartially. Comey provided several justifications for this belief. First, Lynch was appointed by a president of the same political party. Second, Lynch had earlier directed Comey to refer to mid-year exam as a matter, not an investigation. Third, Lynch had a widely publicized private conversation with former President William Clinton during an apparent chance encounter on the tarmac of a Phoenix, Arizona airport on June 26th. And fourth, Comey had concerns with the classified information, which directly related to whether or not the Attorney General should have been recused from the mid-year exam investigation, would be leaked to the media, or would be or otherwise be disclosed. Comey stated, "One significant item I know the committee's been briefed on. There's been some public accounts of it which are nonsense, but I understand the committee's been briefed on the classified facts." Comey alluded to the classified information in his book, higher loyalty, truth, lies, and leadership. According to Comey, there was a development in early 2016 concerning some classified information that had come into the possession of the United States government. According to Comey, the information came from a classified source, which remains classified and is still unknown to the American public. Had it become public, the unverified material would undoubtedly have been used by political opponents to cast serious doubt on the Attorney General's independence in connection to the Clinton investigation. Comey wrote he was bothered that there was classified information that would someday become public and used to attack the integrity of the investigation, and more important, call into question the independence of the FBI. The classified testimony of the OIG confirmed the specific classified information, which was discussed in the New York Times article, and indicated it did impact his decision to make unilateral public statements about the mid-year exam investigation. Do we know what was that classified information? Do we know what that was 100%? What he's referring to there? Since the start of the investigation in August 2017, investigators taking the following steps: searched all FBI hardline phone and email records for contacts with known reporter facilities, reviewed spin searches on blank hardline phone, obtained and reviewed a multitude of telephone records at FBI cellular and work phones for FBI employees, analyzed handwritten notes, reviewed. Based upon discussions with DOJ, these investigative steps did not generate sufficient proof to charge any individual with willfully transmitting the classified information, conspiring to transmit the classified information, or aiding and abetting another person's transmission. FBI assisted with the April 2017 article. Investigators learned the FBI Office of Public Affairs was told to assist the New York Times with the April 2017 article. According to interviews with FBI employees, Comey either directed or otherwise authorized FBI's official assistance to the New York Times. FBI OPA did not coordinate or brief DOJ leadership or DOJ OPA Office of Public Affairs is what that is. Decision, even though AG Lynch had left the department and DOJ regulations called for DOJ as part of the FBI's assistance, FBI official Peter Strzok and Lisa Page were interviewed by the New York Times concerning this article in the presence of DOJ OPA officials. During an interview with the investigative team, Strzok stated that he believed FBI executive manager told him to meet with the New York Times. Strzok said he recalled being told to provide an investigator-level briefing on the mid-year exam investigation. These briefings took place during the class. He did not recall the New York Times having classified information, but Page told investigators she specifically recalled the classified information. Wait, do we know what this classified information is? I don't think we do, right? Somebody does. Crown, Richmond. In 2015, Comey instructed the FBI to hire Richmond as a special government employee and to grant him a top-secret clearance with access to sensitive compartmented information. FBI records indicated Richmond was hired to work on ongoing dark matters. The investigation revealed Comey also hired Richmond so Comey could discuss sensitive matters, including classified information, with someone outside of the FBI's regular leadership. Comey also used Richmond as a liaison to the media. On several occasions, Richmond spoke with the media without consultation with FBI or DOJ's offices of public affairs. Richmond contacted journalists to correct stories critical of Comey, the FBI, and to shape future press coverage. Richmond did this both when he was a special government employee and after he resigned to the FBI. If you're a special government employee, so this was like record for the FBI, right? I guess if they're making him an employee. The investigation revealed Richmond had been a source for Michael Schmidt, one of the reporters credited with writing the article at issue. And the New York Times, since at least 2008, Richmond first spoke to Schmidt regarding the investigation. Legal activity in sports. Nice. Okay. Although Richmond later told interviewing agents Comey never asked him to talk to the media. I wonder. Team interviewed Richmond. According to Richmond, Comey and Richmond talked about the hammering Comey was taking from the media concerning his handling of the mid-year exam investigation. Richmond opined Comey took comfort in the fact Richmond had talked to the press about his feelings, crediting Comey's handling decision-making. Richmond claimed Comey never asked him to talk to the media. Is this the article they cite? I thought, isn't this supposed to be about Schmidt or whatever? Counsel for the FBI to conduct a limited search of his Apple iPhone. The FBI conducted a forensic examination of the telephone. The examination conducted the telephone contained 4 voicemail messages, 4 instant messages, 2 Securities turn their attention to individuals who have not been interviewed. Has not yielded sufficient evidence to criminally charge any person incoming Richmond with making false statements or the substantive offenses under investigation. Okay. Good one.
It's a credit to the FBI. It's a credit to Kash Patel. It's a credit to the people that are involved in sharing this information now with the public. Do you see legal jeopardy here?
I think if Pam Bondi goes the grand jury route, that these are people that are going to be hauled before the grand jury. I want to remind people, most classified information statutes have a 5-year statute of limitations, but there is a provision that extends it to 10 years if it's willing and knowing. And there's some pretty clear evidence of a strong apparatus put in place to make these leaks occur, according to the FBI documents. I think a grand jury could go back and try to compel testimony and find out if it rises to the level of criminality. Tomorrow, though, I think we're going to take people on a new destination, which is how often did the FBI get blocked in trying to investigate Hillary Clinton corruption at the Clinton Foundation? You're going to be shocked by the answer.
You're going to be shocked.
We'll have you back tomorrow. I'm John Solomon. This is unraveling very quickly. Thank you.
Unraveling. Great. What is unraveling? I'm still not. I don't even know what is unraveling. But okay, cool. What a bombshell.
So President Trump putting Putin on notice ahead of tomorrow's high-stakes summit. If he does not agree to end the war in Ukraine once and for all.
What do you think is going to come from tomorrow? Oh my God.
Face any consequences if Vladimir Putin does not agree to stop the war after your meeting on Friday?
Yes, they will. Yeah.
What will the
there
consequences
will be
be?
consequences.
Sanctions, tariffs?
There will be, I don't have to say, there will be very severe consequences.
It'll be severe, and it'll be in 2 weeks. Trust me.
The president agreeing to red lines in tomorrow's talks and is already eyeing a second meeting with Zelensky in attendance.
So White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, who's making the trip up to Alaska, joins us now. Caroline, when the president, great to see you. When the president says there'll be consequences if there isn't enough progress, roughly, how would you characterize progress to avoid consequences?
Well, first of all, Brian, and great to be with you too. Let's take a step back and look at the progress.
Yeah, how would we like figure out if progress has actually been made? Well, let's step back and look at what the progress has been. All right, I need a countdown timer. Timer until Biden is brought up, until it's mentioned that this is Biden's war.
That has been made over the course of the last 7 months, thanks to President Trump's leadership. He inherited this brutal war that has killed millions of people in both Russia and Ukraine from his predecessor, Joe Biden.
What was that, 10 seconds? Guys, because I am on times 2 speed. Okay.
And thanks to President Trump's determination to bring this war to an end, both Russia and Ukraine have engaged in direct diplomatic discussions. They have exchanged prisoners of war and discussed other humanitarian issues. And you've seen the president engage directly with both leaders as well, over the phone numerous times with President Putin and in person several times with President Zelensky. The Russian president
Okay, so nothing.
requested this meeting with the president tomorrow, and the president wants to exhaust all options to try to bring this war to a peaceful resolution. So tomorrow, bright and early, he will be departing the White House for our joint military base in Anchorage, Alaska, where he will engage in a one-on-one meeting with President Putin, which will be followed by a bilateral lunch with the respective delegations from both countries, and then a press conference. And so what comes after that meeting is up to President Trump, and that's part of the reason he is going. He has incredible instincts, and he wants to sit down and look the Russian president in the eye
Incredible instincts.
and see what progress can be made to move the ball forward to end this brutal war and to restore peace.
You know, Caroline, he secured that trade deal with Europe to buy energy from America and not from Russia. He slapped a 50% tariff on India because they were buying oil from Russia. He sent weapons to Ukraine. He's doing all this to try to get Putin to end this war. What could be the next step? I know that the president didn't give us examples, but what could be the next step to make them, to really squeeze them so that they lose even more money and they have no choice?
Well, Ainsley, I think one of the best things about President Trump's negotiating style is that he's very wise about not broadcasting moves he may or may not make in the future. And certainly the president has plenty of tools at his disposal.
Well, is he though? Didn't he literally say they would invade Iran if they didn't stop their nuclear shit? Kind of seems like he just doesn't say shit about the future when he has no fucking idea what the future holds.
That he could use if necessary, but he has always said that diplomacy and negotiation is his primary way of hoping to end this war. And so that's what he'll be looking to do tomorrow, but certainly there are sanctions and many other measures that the president could utilize if he has to. Not that he wants to, he's willing to, but again, diplomacy and negotiation has always been the way for this president, and that's part of his acceptance of the Russian president's request to have this meeting in person tomorrow.
So, Caroline, let's talk about some of the chatter. And that is some of the people in liberal media and liberal circles, people that the president fired, said that the president is going to be embarrassed by Putin. Speak to that. What does the president walk out of a meeting? We know who he is. I'm sure he's not going to tolerate disrespect from Putin, even though he wants peace, right?
Well, Lawrence, you're being very kind, and I won't be so kind, and I'll just name some of those people, such as John Bolton, who I think has made a disgrace of himself on television and in the newspapers, claiming that he knows better than President Trump. No, he doesn't, and neither do any of these so-called foreign policy experts who have never solved a foreign policy conflict in their lives. Look at what this president has done in 6 months. He has stopped 7 global conflicts all around the world using the leverage of the United States.
$15 trillion of investment in the U.S. just from Donald Trump. 7 wars stopped around the world just from Donald Trump.
America to negotiate these conflicts to an end. You had the leaders of Azerbaijan and Armenia at the White House last week, both of whom said this would not have been possible without the leadership of President Trump in his administration. So the American people trust this president. That's why they overwhelmingly reelected him. And I think it's pathetic, some of the chatter that we see from these so-called experts who have zero accomplishments on their own resumes to point to. President Trump knows what he's doing. He has great instincts. This is a highly complex and brutal war that, again, inherited by Joe Biden. Russia did not invade Ukraine under President Trump. They invaded under Joe Biden because of his incompetence and his weakness. And this president is trying to solve it and bring it to an end. And he deserves great credit for that.
I want to talk about the surge in National Guard and federal officers into D.C. But before we go, just a housekeeping thing. Did you say they're going to meet and then afterwards there'll be a press conference? And if so, will this be a joint press conference where both sides get to ask Vladimir Putin and President Trump a question?
Yes, that is the plan.
Wow. Okay, just moving on to the national, what you guys have done in Washington, D.C. Would these 100 arrests have happened with just the D.C. police and Park Police? Was there something about the presence, the president's surge, that brought those arrests?
Absolutely. This is a multi-agency task force that is put forward by the President, the Attorney General, our Secretary of Defense. There are 19 agencies that were working together across 7 districts last night, and I have some updated statistics for you. Overnight, there were 45 criminal arrests made for assault, second and first degree. There were arrests made for the distribution of illegal drugs and narcotics that have now been removed off of the streets. There were 3 illegal firearms that were seized. And in addition to that, there were 29 illegal aliens who were removed off of Washington, D.C. streets last night, many of whom had final orders of removal. So these results are happening night after night because of the efforts of this federal task force that are working alongside the Metropolitan Police Department, who agree with this effort. In fact, the Metropolitan
3 guns
Police Department Union stated that President Trump is right to do this, that crime has been totally out of control in the city, and the residents of Washington, maybe not the journalists because they don't want to admit President Trump is right who live here, but the residents agree. According to a Washington Post poll, 65% of D.C. residents say that crime is a very serious problem in the District of Columbia. And while Democrats want to rant and rave and coddle criminals, President Trump wants to put them behind bars, and that's what this task force is focused on doing for the next 28 days.
Caroline, I know that the president can do this for 30 days if he notifies the right committees in Congress, which he did. There were some stories the Democrats were spreading the narrative. We don't need the National Guard in there because crime has gone down around 30%, 26% I think this past year, and 35% the year before that. And then we heard those numbers might be inaccurate. They might be false. And some people were let go or they were suspended, right, Brian, from their jobs because of it. Can you clear that up for us? Are those numbers correct?
These numbers are absolutely correct, and we will continue to provide the American public and the press with the numbers because we're proud of these efforts. If the Democrats had their way, there would be hundreds more criminals roaming free in the streets of the District of Columbia right now. There would be hundreds of more illegal aliens who this task force has already detained and arrested, and now they're focused on deporting from our country. Those individuals would remain in the District of Columbia where they would have been free to do more harm. And that's not counting all of the would-be criminals that may have committed violent crimes and maybe taken the lives of law-abiding residents of the city, if not for the deterrence. There is a huge law enforcement presence here in our nation's capital. Just drive through the streets and you will see it, and that helps to deter crime. We saw this decades ago in New York City when it was once a safe city. The president is implementing those same law and order strategies that work. History is on our side with this, and we know the people are on our side with this, so we're going to continue to enforce our nation's laws.
Yeah, Governor Hochul put the National Guard into the subways. No one really objected to that here. Thanks so much, Caroline.
Thanks, Caroline.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Caroline. Glorious leader.
Has targeted me again and again. Last year, Newsom has targeted me
Jamie
again
Neutron.
and again. Last year, he actually sent his own staff member to run against me, and I won by 46,000 votes. And the reason...
This guy looks like a fucking loser.
Why is the president picking black cities?
The president isn't picking black cities. The president is trying to solve a problem. And it happens that black Americans who didn't give him a majority of their votes are going to be the beneficiaries. Let me explain something, Brian. When OPEC gets together and they set oil prices, we know what their plan is. Their plan is to benefit themselves. They're not concerned about what happens to people out all across this country, poor, working class people, middle class people, or whoever. Well, there is a cabal. It is made up of NGOs. It is made up of think tanks, some elected leaders.
Not the NGOs.
Who, elected officials, who benefit from maintaining.
President Trump.
I still don't believe this guy. This guy astroturfed his way to wherever the fuck, whatever he is now, like so hardcore. You will never in your entire life meet a Benny Johnson fan in real life. They don't exist. This guy was on the Russia payroll and now he's in the fucking, like, the White House or whatever doing his show, or he was at least for that one day. I don't know if he's there permanently, but I don't know who the fuck this guy's fan base is.
Doing God's work by refederalizing D.C. By the way, D.C. was set up as a federal city. It's in the Constitution. It's how our founding fathers intended it. These laws are still fully enforceable. They've never been rescinded or amended. President Trump and the executive, through the House of Representatives, controls Washington, D.C. President Trump controls budgets. House of Representatives and Speaker of the House is technically and historically the lead of D.C. That still remains on the books. What happened to D.C., especially during the civil rights.
Can you look into the WIC TV current debate? There are 2 guys not equipped to deal with the bad faith guy, and it's driving me crazy. Wait, what? Did you see Pacman's video about his sub count likely being fake? No.
Fire, and then you go into a peace deal. We can formalize the.
You think Dylan and Lonerbox can't debate Lactoid?
Occupying. I said publicly, I'm going to try to get some land back. I got to do it. I got to do it. And he goes in there and he says, that's the one option. The other option is that we do ramp up the sanctions. Not only do we ramp up the sanctions, but we also...
Lactoid is one of those guys, he's like the Ryan dude. He's like, oh, like I'm a politically independent and whatever. And he sucked Trump dick on every single thing. He's the ultimate conservative. He will defend every single possible thing that the Trump admin does, no matter how ridiculous, no matter how crazy.
Acknowledging that
It wouldn't surprise me if he somehow has defended their position on the Epstein files recently.
I want to talk to you today about the most suspicious thing that I've ever seen on YouTube.
Ever.
And it has everything to do with a YouTuber named Benny Johnson.
Uh-oh.
Now, I published a piece on Substack about this where I go into even more detail, but let me explain what this is about. I've been publishing political content to YouTube for a very long time. If you dig way back, you'll find videos from 2009. They make me cringe, yes, but after 15 years on this platform, you learn a few of the things that are just reality. Number one, video performance is unpredictable. You think a video will do well, it doesn't. You think a video will do okay, it blows up. You just sometimes don't know. Number two, if you talk about politics, half your audience will hate you, at least the ones that comment. And this is the key part for us. New subscribers track closely with video views, unless something weird is going on. To get more new subscribers, you have to have more video views. If your video views go down, you're going to have fewer new subscribers, except if something very weird is happening. And this week, writer and researcher Kyle Tharp published a piece called This Right-Wing YouTuber is Having a Moment. The YouTuber in question is Benny Johnson. The headline stat is that in Q2 of this year, Benny Johnson's YouTube channel gained 2.2 million subscribers.
Jesus.
Making it by far the fastest growing politics-related channel of the second quarter, by far. Now, why is this unusual? It's unusual because the growth in subscribers for Benny Johnson does not match growth in views. In fact, his views appear to be down slightly. Now, before we go deeper, remember who we're dealing with here. Benny Johnson was caught up in this 2024 scandal where it was revealed that he was indirectly receiving Russian money through a company called Tenet. Johnson and others said we had no idea the money came from Russia. The payment rates were wildly above market rate, in some cases $400,000 a month. Some even had six-figure signing bonuses. So this is not someone with a spotless track record. Now let's get back to the data. Normally, more views means more subscribers. It's not exact, but that's the pattern. Here's a look at my own channel, about 3.3 million subscribers right now. This is actual data from my YouTube analytics, and you can see clearly, more views, more subscribers. It's predictable, that's how it works. Now look at Benny Johnson's data from Q2. The arrows show huge subscriber growth, but views that are either flat or declining. This is weird. Now compare this to Midas Touch. Midas Touch is one of the fastest growing progressive YouTube channels. Worried about profit?
I mean, 2 million. No, this guy is, he bought this shit.
Period.
It's just so obvious he bought this shit.
Was that protesters that were bussed up here stayed here. The city was burned to the ground. This happened during massive riots throughout the 60s and 70s. Mass swaths of the city.
Oh, we listened to this yesterday. This weird thing where I guess we're going to rewrite the civil rights movement and everything. We're going to rewrite all of that as being violent and incendiary and was burning neighborhoods down and whole cities down, I guess.
Were torched and were never really rebuilt. And so what President Trump is doing is reasserting control of not only our nation's capital, but truly the seat of Western civilization. There's one final little note here that kind of blends outside of the personal, which is that Washington, D.C. is a representation of the work of your forefathers and mine. It is, by every measure, a very beautiful city architecturally. It is a sacred city. It is a sovereign place with the monuments to great men and women who've sacrificed far more than you or I could ever dream for this country.
Oh, never mind. Fuck. I don't even want to show this on stream. Milo is Milo Yiannopoulos is posting shit about Jordan Peterson's daughter, Michaela Peterson. But you can never trust any of this. Like, this guy lies about so much shit. I don't know if Milo's ever been behind a big leak that was true. Almost all of them might just be bullshit. This guy is the gossip queen, but he doesn't have good gossip because it's usually just completely fabricated bullshit.
Who've sacrificed far more than you or I could ever dream for this country. It must be preserved because the peoples of Earth come here by the millions per year.
Him being molested? I'm going to be honest. It wouldn't surprise me if he even made that story up because he just wanted to be more edgy or whatever.
In order to witness the success or failures of our systems. And if you are a proud patriot and you love this country and you wish for it to be reflected honorably to the peoples of Earth, then Washington, D.C. must be swept clean. I believe entire neighborhoods probably need to be emptied, need to be bulldozed. I believe that there are places that are so crime-ridden and so infested that you just need to, you're just going to have to crack down. You're going to have to do the job, and you're going to have to get the crime out of Washington.
It's kind of weird, but okay.
That's my personal experience. Don't believe the bullshit that you hear online from some reporters. Oh, crime's down in D.C. Well, my infant nearly died.
His infant now? Oh, yeah. We also heard, was it in front of the, when he was in the White House press briefing room, or was it in some other video where he's like, I've seen multiple muggings, like attempted murders, carjacking, like apparently every crime in the fucking world. Didn't he say I saw attempted murders caught on my, my Ring camera on my door? This guy apparently has every crime in the world happening on his fucking doorstep in D.C.
In a drug fire. After mass shootings. So no, D.C. is not safe.
Wait,
in a drug fire. My infant nearly died. In a drug fire. After mass shootings.
What does that mean? a drug fight? Was he making like meth in a lab with his infant, or what? Were there shootings near a drug lab and the bullets shot into his house so much they caused things to catch on fire? I feel like that would be a news story somewhere, no? I feel like that we should be able to find an article about that, no?
So no, DC is not safe. And I can tell you this, as a matter of fact, it is one of the worst, most racist narco states and welfare states imaginable. In that neighborhood that I would walk every single day, racial epithets were screamed at us.
Really? They are. Cracker.
Rocks were thrown at us because we were white people.
Rocks?
Racial epithets were screamed at us. Rocks were thrown at us because we were white people. This city is a sunken place.
Where? What part of DC?
It is an unsafe place. I mean, if that's what happens to me, imagine what happens to somebody who's like visiting here from a foreign country, right? It's totally and wholly unsafe, a scar on the face of our country. And it must be healed. And President Trump is going about that heavy work.
Is this what we watched yesterday?
For being here.
Thank you, Caroline. As a DC resident of 15 years, I lived on Capitol Hill. I witnessed...
Motherfucker, why would you still live there? If you're getting rocks thrown at you, gun fights with drug warlords are setting fire to your house, why not move, motherfucker? What the fuck?
So many muggings and so much theft. I lost track. I was carjacked. I have murders on my Ring camera and mass shootings.
Murders on your Ring camera and you didn't move? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Witnessed a woman on my block get held up at gunpoint for $20, and my house was set ablaze in an arson with my infant child inside. And so to any reporter that says and lies that DC is a safe place to live and work, let me just say this. Thank you. Thank you for making the city safe, because no parent should have to go through what my family went through, having the fire department rip open their door to save their infant child. And so thank you for your work on security.
Did you run out without your kid? Wait, what was the... I want more... Is there a full video of him explaining this arson? Were they out and they left the infant child alone at home so the fire department had run in to save him? Were they in a different room and the fire separated them? And so I want to hear this full story. Please, God. What is this?
Look at that heat. There's Ron DeSantis with the...
He was part of Newsmax 4 years ago. Oh my God. Actual treason channel.
bullet. Look at that heat.
1 second.
He has guts. He is able to throw that right at Sean Spicer. Look at him go. They have guts to see themselves through fake scandals after manufactured scandals from our corporate media, and they keep on winning. Guts to tell the media to shove it, to get bent. Check this out.
And it shows you how dishonest, these are smear merchants. That's why nobody trusts corporate media.
Correct.
They are a disaster in what they're doing.
Why don't more Republicans talk like that? Seriously, we'd have a better country. We'd have a more honest country. Both of these men hate masks. Here's Tom Brady walking maskless into the Super Bowl. Libs went apoplectic over this. Do you remember? Vice President Kamala Harris's unremarkable socialite race grifter niece, Mina Harris, screeched, "What is Tom doing without a mask?" What a cultist. How sad. Libs equally shrieked over DeSantis not wearing a mask at the Super Bowl. His response to being found out was, "How the hell am I going to be able to drink a beer with a mask on?" That's Alpha, boys, in case you were wondering. Alpha. Both of these men love freedom. Both support America first. Both get millions of people trapped in misery on the East Coast to wish they lived in Florida. And most importantly, both of these...
That's Alpha.
These goats make libs sound...
Goats.
...like literal goats. Mention Tom Brady or Ron DeSantis to a lib, and this is the sound that you shall hear. In Florida. And most importantly, both of these goats make libs sound like literal goats. Mention Tom Brady or Ron DeSantis to a lib, and this is the sound that you shall hear. Oh, and there's something else Tom Brady and Ron DeSantis have in common. They're both neighbors with your boy Benny now. That's right. The Benny Report has moved to Florida this week, and the reason for our glow up is obvious. We are happy. We are happy, and we are in the sunshine. We could not be happier to breathe literal fresh air. I'm not joking. We can breathe air now. DeSantis and Brady know what's up down here. Life is amazing. You may recall in our last episode from the Newsmax DC studios, we detailed exactly why we were moving. I'm a father now, and the protection of my daughter weighs on my shoulders every single day. Homicides and violent crime in DC have skyrocketed.
Not where Nancy Pelosi lives, mind you, but certainly where normal people live, like me and my neighbors. This is why my family and this show this week are moving to the free state of Florida, where crime and anti-riot laws have recently been passed and hardened. I could not be happier. That's right. We are very happy. Look at this. I already look happier than I did back then, a couple weeks ago. This is why all good men move, by the way, throughout all time. All good men move for a better life, for their families, to protect their children. Newsmax, by the way, is a great company. They gave us the option to move our show north from D.C. to the other city that has a Newsmax studio, New York City, one of the most ironclad, Democrat-controlled garbage heaps in America. So let's contrast.
What is this? My security camera will show you what life was like for a family living in DC. Here's a mass shooting and murder in my front lawn, followed by my house being set on fire with my wife and infant child inside. These are regular occurrences for DC residents. I live just a few blocks from the US Capitol. There were open drug deals and arms deals constantly outside my house. Like what? Like AK-47s? My family was threatened on a near daily basis. Racist epitaphs were hurled at my wife and infant child. Rocks were thrown at us as we walked down the street. We were constantly targeted for being white in a black neighborhood. No one gave a shit. Judges and cops saw us as the problem. When DC defunded their police, the city turned into a deadly war zone. Every resident was terrorized. Well, I don't understand what's... Why did they not, like, open the door? Or what? Is this even their house? Wait, what's happening here? Are they asleep? Also, arson? Yeah, this fire looks like it's coming from the inside. What's happening here? did their drugs catch on fire inside? The time Johnson's house caught on fire. When the Johnson's house caught fire, the second time that day, the entire neighborhood came to watch. Wait, what? This is June 30th, 2017. Okay, so when Trump was in office. When the Johnson's house caught fire, the second time that day, the entire neighborhood came to watch. The disquieting mass of black smoke that billowed from the top floor of the Tudor, with its gable roofs and timber framing, was a bleak beacon that summoned the residents of Birchwood Village to gather together. Is this a very black or white neighborhood? I don't know where Birchwood Village is. Is this a downtrodden, poor place to live? And gather together they did. A stray few at first, folks already on their constitutionals. After supper, I don't know what the fuck half these. What are your constitutionals? After supper, around 7, on such an otherwise pleasant mid-April evening, curious as to what that rolling dark cloud was. Then, as word spread, and the suffocating dense smell of just burnt, blanketed the area, more and more people arrived, and more after that, and even more still, until eventually nearly everyone had emptied from their homes with screen doors smacking, light sweaters thrown on, stumbling into flip-flops and sneakers, jumping onto bikes, pushing baby strollers, pulling at yipping dogs on leashes, excited chattering, nervous murmuring. All of Birchwood Village turned out that day when the Johnson's house caught fire a second time. Constitution's walls. Destiny, actually, I'm not sure. I thought it was Benny Johnson, but it actually doesn't say. Oh, did you just pick a random fucking article, you fucking retard? This is in DC? The tweet thread has an article. Two dogs dead. Oh, October 25th, 2020. A third injured in house fire in Northeast DC, fire officials say. A house fire has left 2 dogs dead and a 3rd injured Sunday in Northeast Washington, according to fire officials. Firefighters arrived at a home on the 600 block of 19th South Street or 19th Street Northeast around 10:30 a.m. Did we ever get anything more in the investigation? Wait, DC fire is on the scene of a house fire in NE, Northeast. Spokesman tells me no one was at home when the fire broke out, but 2 dogs are deceased. A 3rd was injured. Is this you in a video saying it was your neighbor's house that was on fire?
Videos from this place right here in my house. Not for long. The house is almost completely empty. The moving truck is headed down to Tampa right now. But there's something you never got to see while I was standing here explaining the news of the day or the clip that we found or stuff that we had broken ourselves. Something you never got to see was outside. I want to show you guys that right now. I'm walking back into my backyard here in Washington, D.C. for the next 24 hours. This is still our backyard. I want to show you guys a couple of things. One, bars on our windows. The reason why that is it's a, let's just say it's a not the safest neighborhood. Two, we have, you know, obviously we live right next door to everyone, so these are row houses. The houses are connected, they're very old. These are 100-year-old houses. I'm now in an alleyway out in our alley back here where we live. We have an alley. Now I want to show you this. This is what's so important and something that you may not have been able to see. How could you? This is my neighbor. That's my house. You can see right there, kind of cream tan colored. That's my neighbor's house. Right there, that house. This house has been burned to the ground, burned to a crisp. You can see all of the fire damage there. You can see everything connected directly to our home is this home. Now, the gate's been broken down. Everything's been ripped up. That's what I've been broadcasting next to this entire time. Why did this happen? This home was a known drug house. This home was a house that was used, obviously, for nefarious purposes.
You lived next door to a fucking drug house? Is there any evidence of that whatsoever? It said there were 3 dogs inside and 2 died. What is the evidence it was a drug house?
Love the people inside of it. We became home was a house that was used, obviously, for nefarious purposes. Let's just say that we actually loved the people inside of it. We became friends with them, but they got into it. They got into it bad with a couple other people, and there was a shootout, and that shootout resulted eventually in a massive arson. You could see the person on our cameras walking over and lighting the house on fire with my child sleeping right there. My child sleeps right there. My baby was sleeping right there when this place went up in blazes, in complete blazes. Look at this. There you go. It's the inside there. You can see right there, right up at the top of the house. That's the inside of the place. Complete and total abandonment. Thank the Lord nobody actually died in this blaze. My wife fled with our daughter as smoke poured into our house, as you can imagine.
Our wife fled, so the cops didn't have to bust down the door to save your infant child. Is that what he said up here? Or was this in another video? Did he say this?
Ensuring this safe place to live and work. Let me just say this. Thank you. Thank you for making the city safe. I have murders on my Ring camera and mass shootings. I witnessed a woman on my block get held up at gunpoint for $20, and my house was set ablaze in an arson with my infant child inside. And so to any reporter that says and lies that DC is a safe place to live and work.
Wait, where do we hear that? I thought he was saying did he say that the police had to break his door down to get in? Am I making this up? Was I responding to the wrong thing? Keep playing.
Let me just say this. Thank you. Thank you for making the city safe, because no parent should have to go through what my family went through, having the fire department rip open their door to save their infant child. And so thank you for your work on securing the city. My question to you is this. Nancy Pelosi has attacked the president.
What? So it wasn't his house, it was on next to it. We don't even know if his house sustained any damage. And it sounds like you just walked out. They didn't have to rip your door down to...
Died in this blaze. My wife fled with our daughter as smoke poured into our house. As you can imagine, with the homes connected, this fire spread as quickly as possible, and the smoke spread. The fire damaged our home. Our home was covered in ash. My wife was home alone with our child. This is the life that is created for people when you have a broken inner city, Democrat-run, blue state society of lawlessness, of carnage, when you have people who live their entire lives dependent on our government, when you have people who haven't been shown a way out and resort to crime, resort to selling drugs, resort to all manner of illegal activity. This is what happens. It affects real people. It affected my family. It affected my children. When you defund your police and there's no one to come help you, we were very grateful for the firefighters who eventually arrived, the cops who eventually arrived, but it was a cold, dreary day, and this home was ablaze.
Is there any evidence that this was like set on fire by arsonists?
I can't help but wonder.
Is that anywhere posted?
I know for a fact that this happened because DC defunded their police. This happened because this city became deeply unsafe this summer. And this happened because people got into a cycle of attacking each other and a cycle of hating each other. And then it affected my family next door. So this is where we've been living. We have our dear friends, Eugene. Hey, Eugene, how you doing? I told you guys, we love this neighborhood. I didn't plan on Eugene being here in our video, but Eugene's been our...
This is my friend. He's a decent guy. Thank you.
Eugene's been our friend for as long as Kate and I have lived here.
You guys are very community players in that statue. I appreciate having you guys here. Beautiful people.
We love you, Eugene. We love you, Eugene. I'll talk with you in just one second. I just want to end by saying this. These things are... This is preventable. This is a product of a broken society. And as you hear the sirens ringing, and they ring and ring and ring in this neighborhood, these things are preventable. It is the cause of a broken society and a broken system. People who do not respect their neighbors, they do not respect each other, and they certainly do not respect our police and the people that are here to keep us safe. So guys, that's been the reality here in Washington, D.C. If you wonder why we are looking for something safer for our family, and if you wonder why I harp so bad against defund the police and all of the cancer that is affecting our society right now, that's why. It has personally affected us and our family. So I wanted to share that story with you. Eugene.
Yes, sir.
He's been my boy.
Yes, sir. Hey, thank God for your presence and your wife's and kids' presence in this community, because you guys have a statue and value, and we need to upgrade this community, and you guys are the best thing that could possibly happen here. And I thank God for allowing you to be here and allowing me to be a spokesperson.
This guy, 100% homeless guy, paid for by Benny to star in this video. He probably found him from some other spot of DC, drove him here, and
possibly happen here. And I thank God for allowing you to be here and allowing me to be a spokesperson on your behalf. You are, and your lady both are. cream of the crop. Top of the line. Love you guys, okay? Thank you, man. Thanks, sir, okay?
Good neighbors, guys. Good neighbors.
I'll see you later on, buddy.
All right. See you, Eugene. How many times you had cameos in my stuff, Eugene? All the time.
Best thing that ever happened to me, okay?
We love you, Eugene. We love this place. The people who live here are such kind, good-hearted human beings. They're dear friends to us. Ultimately, as a parent, you have to make a decision. You have to make a decision to raise your children in a place that's going to be safe for them. And unfortunately, in a place that's defunding the police and that's ripping up their society the way that the city is, it's just not safe for us anymore, as much as we love so many of our neighbors here. But I just want to let you guys know, that's been the window that we've been talking through right there. The view's going to change in just a little bit, but yeah. Onward and upward, guys. All right, thanks for sticking along for the ride. We're rolling. See ya.
Asked, what would my life be like if I had decided to move to New York instead of Florida? Well, number one, I might be dead. Not funny. In 24 hours in New York City last week, 4 New Yorkers were shot dead. Followed on Saturday by a triple shooting in Times Square. 3 people, including a 4-year-old girl, were shot in the middle of the day in one of our most populated tourist areas in America. The little girl was there to shop for toys. So evil what's happening in the city. That's someone's daughter.
The little girl was there to shop for toys. I'm sorry, that little girl was 4 years old. This motherfucker does not make money. She does not have a job. Her parents were there to buy toys for her, and she was along for the ride. Okay, let's be clear with our words here.
It could have been my daughter. The murder rate rose 47% in New York City last year. Almost 500 New Yorkers were murdered. And this is outside of Cuomo's nursing home kill boxes. This is a 1980s level crime spree. It's horrific. So how did New York City get so deadly? How did they get here so fast?
Okay, these people are crazy. All right. Jesus. Washington, D.C. is one of the highest rates of crime in the world, more than many of the most violent third world countries. The city's homicide rate is higher than places notorious for their violence, such as Mexico City, Bogota, Islamabad, and Addis Ababa, almost 10 times higher than Fallujah, Iraq. If D.C. were a state, it would have... I like how we just say Fallujah because we remember it from like a war, so it's like it must be a dangerous city too, I guess, because like military conflict is the same thing as... like crime. Like South Korea must have a ton of fucking crime because there was like the Korean War. Like, I mean, okay. Would have the highest homicide rate of any state. These are only the official statistics released by corrupt city officials. The real numbers are many times worse. Did you know that? And he knows those, by the way. DC has been under siege from thugs and killers. But now DC is back under federal control where it belongs. The White House is in charge. They will liberate this city, scrape away the filth, and make it safe, clean, habitable, and beautiful once more. Oof. He's going after them tugs.
We're going to fight crime. That's a good thing. Already they're saying, he's a dictator. The place is going to hell, and we've got to stop it. So instead of saying he's a dictator, they should say, we're going to join him and make Washington safe. But
Papa.
They say, he's a dictator. And then they end up getting mugged, and but the stats are very bad. But we're going to, I think we'll actually get Democrat support. I really believe they can't do this one too. It's
E.J. Antoni, Donald Trump's pick to lead the BLS, was among the crowd outside the Capitol on Jan 6. What a warrior. He was just a bystander, though. Footage shows Antoni, approximately an hour after the mob removed police barricades. The footage appears... It was the Proud Boys that removed police... Well, actually, other barricades might have been removed by the mob. I'm just talking about the first ones. The footage appears to show him leaving the grounds as people enter the Capitol and not entering the building. A White House official said Wednesday that Antoni was in Washington on January 6th for in-person meetings with his then employer at an office blocks away from the Capitol, and they did not cross any barricades or participate in any demonstrations. The footage does not show Antonio crossing barricades or demonstrating. That's true. He's just staring ahead autistically. Watch this until 20 minutes? Dog, you should have had this earlier. We'll see. Let me get through my new stuff, okay? I think it's pronounced like Anthony, but it's just written Anthony. Oh, I don't know. Tectone claims being gay is a mental illness.
Very clear. Now, once again, I would make it very clear. I do think being trans is a mental illness. It's obvious that it is. You're a guy that thinks they're a girl, right? That's in your brain. That fucking happens, okay? It's the same thing with, like, I'm a dude and I want to fuck dudes, right? Like, naturally, we are human beings where our entire existence is supposed to procreate, which is man have sex with woman, make baby. That's our entire lineage, right? That's entirely like what we are, right? But our brains are wired differently, and when people's brains are wired differently, normally those things are considered mental illnesses unless social media says, well, it's really mean to call those things mental illnesses. It doesn't matter if it's mean. Your brains are wired differently than what a normal human being's is, which is why we call those outliers mental illnesses. That is what happens.
That's not how you define mental illnesses, but okay. I'm good.
Breaking just a few moments
Oh, apparently the inflation numbers today were pretty bad. Uh-oh.
ago, key new data showing wholesale inflation heated up last month. That's a potential sign for the prices consumers may.
Remember, I think we're just getting to the tariff impact stuff. And not all of them have even kicked in yet. But there was I'm sorry. I need to stop hedging against these fucking losers. We saw the data. There was a huge hoarding of supplies a few months ago. And that probably meant more work for workers, right, in terms of stocking stuff, transporting stuff. It meant that prices could be a bit stickier than maybe otherwise, meaning they didn't have to respond as brutally to the tariffs. But as that stock was depleted, now we're getting into the more ordinary impacts of like what these tariffs would be. I think I've seen some reports come out where the numbers for different goods are looking kind of spooky. Like I think coffee was up like 25% or something. Yeah, but true. The only image that actually matters today. We don't, now again, this is after hours trading. This is after hours, guys. This is after hours. So we don't know what this will be like when the markets open tomorrow. But my God, I am retiring from doing politics or gaming. I will strictly be a stock picker because that's all I need to do. I only call winners here, okay?
on store shelves in the months ahead. Let's bring in CNN's Vanessa Yurkevich, who has been tracking all of this. What are the headlines here, Vanessa?
Yeah, this report just out showing that the prices that businesses pay has heated up. So you're looking at a year-over-year change of 3.3%. The estimate was an acceleration to 2.9%, so obviously above that. And then on the monthly basis, the estimate, what people expected was 0.2%. That's coming in at 0.9%. Wow. So quite a bit higher than what was expected. We are seeing increases both on the goods and services side. So the products and then the services like airfares or hotels, all of those categories on the rise. And you can see that uptick just right there in the month of July, spiking up after kind of a volatile recovery after those pandemic highs. Key things to look at in goods. We saw the price of food, the price that businesses are paying for food, up 1.4%. And look at this. This is interesting. Fresh and dry fruits and vegetables, kind of a category that is interesting to look at because we import a lot of vegetables, but not from countries that are heavily tariffed. So there's something else going on, but this accounted for a quarter of the increase of all goods. This could be because of labor issues with immigration. It could be weather. It could be transportation costs, which also rose in the month of July. And then on the services category, you saw transportation and warehousing really increasing there. Trade services, these are the margins that businesses take in. Those actually grew, and that is because maybe they're passing more of their costs down to the consumer. And And then finally, in terms of travel and accommodations, on the rise again. So you're seeing hotels up 3.1%. But if you see there, look at that dramatic increase from the month of June, when we saw levels that really we haven't seen in a while. And July now indicating a huge spike. The reason we look at this report in particular, Jessica, is because ultimately businesses will have to make a decision. Do they pass this down to the consumer?
Right.
Clearly, they're paying more, and does that end up with all of us?
And what do they do? Also, the Port of Los Angeles moving more than 1 million containers in July. That's a record month. What does all that mean?
Well, it sort of makes sense, right? Because you had a lot of businesses bringing in a lot of stuff to beat the reciprocal tariffs that were expiring on August 1st and then went into effect on August 7th. And then you were having a lot of people move a lot of stuff in from China, trying to beat those tariffs potentially going up. There's been a 90-day pause since then, but 1 million containers, more than 1 million containers, moved in the month of July at the Port of Los Angeles. That's an 8% increase from the previous year, and really trending up 5% on the year in terms of imports that they're bringing into the port.
So I think that's a spooky number. So if more containers are moving, I guess depending on how you look at it, I wish I had a better, more comprehensive understanding of this, but like if more containers are moving, it means that people weren't ordering stuff because they have the stockpile to rely on, but now they're going to have to start buying stuff at tariffed prices. So like so at this point, I think you're going to start to see prices increase more as more stuff is imported and you're having to actually pay the tariffs on newly imported goods.
Since then, but 1 million containers, more than 1 million containers, moved in the month of July at the Port of Los Angeles.
Is there like a chart to show all of the container stuff for the past like 5 years or 10 years? Can I say that?
That's an 8% increase from the previous year and really trending up 5% on the year in terms of imports that they're bringing into the port. Gene Soroka, the head of the Port of Los Angeles, said, though, that he believes that the surge is behind us. He believes that surge was because people were trying to get stuff in before those tariffs rose, but likely the rest of the year will kind of resume back to normal levels. But not surprising that we saw this increase in inflation for businesses, given that they were buying so much and bringing that in, and at a higher rate.
Right, and so as you know, the question now is who pays, did the consumer pay for that
How
as
much
well?
can they take on?
Right, all right. Vanessa, thank you so much. Kate?
Joining us right now for some more important context on this is the senior markets reporter at Axios, Madison Mills. Thanks for coming back in, Madison. Okay, so producer price index, an important read. How surprising is this?
It's a huge upside surprise. It's the biggest monthly upside surprise that we've had in 3 years. We were expecting a 0.2% gain. It came in at 0.9% month over month here. And this is really critical because this goes into another data point that the Federal Reserve is keenly looking at when determining whether or not to cut interest rates. And we had the
Oh no! Jerome Powell with another reason not to cut rates.
Treasury Secretary talking about a 50 basis point cut in the September meeting. A data point like this is going to make that very difficult for the Fed to justify.
Another data point that they're taking into account, and everyone has to, is so after Tuesday's not as bad as it could be consumer prices reading, added together with this, what is the picture that it's painting? What story is this telling?
Well, it's telling a story of a market where we're going to continue to see prices going up. The CPI print that you mentioned, that's more backward looking than this data. This tells us how producers, how companies are thinking about pricing going forward. So it's more of that forward looking data, and it's painting a picture of prices going up. You were just talking about the Port of LA as well, and how we did see companies pulling forward their inventory. So maybe they didn't have to raise prices so much previously because they had stuff bulked up, and now we're starting to see the impact of that.
They pull it in, and then you'll then see the consumer prices obviously going up eventually when that slows down, which
GGG alert.
gets me to what we have heard from the White House and the president, because whenever we have the White House on, they are very adamant that prices are not going up. I mean, they believe the prices are not going up, and that's what they see. And because of that, the president has been lashing out over and over again against anyone who says that they are. That includes, of course, last week, Goldman Sachs, he reached out via social media to the Goldman Sachs CEO and said that he should fire his lead economist over a report on tariffs that he didn't like. And yesterday, Goldman Sachs pushed back. Let me play this.
We stand by the results of the study. Our conclusion is that U.S. businesses have borne most of the tariff costs so far because it takes time to negotiate lower import prices or to pass price increases along to consumers. But if the most recent tariffs, like the April tariff, follow the same pattern that we've seen with those earliest February tariffs, then eventually, by the fall, we estimate that consumers would bear about 2/3 of the cost.
And by the fall, we're definitely going to have some answers to that. But my question on this really is, the president, the move of like fire your economist because I don't like their read, or I'm going to fire the head of the BLS because I don't like the July jobs report. That level of doubt and uncertainty that it injects into the economy. Are we seeing evidence of that?
Well, what is difficult to parse at the moment is you talked about the CPI numbers this week. Those looked pretty good for the White House on the inflation front. But then today's numbers showing the opposite story. They're showing a story of prices going up. So it's difficult to suss out how the White House feels about the data when, depending on how good the data is, their messaging might shift. Going forward here, what I can tell you is that I like talking to people at these companies because they can tell me how they are viewing prices. And it seems like it's very company specific. You just heard in that soundbite. It's sector specific as well. In today's data, it looks like.
The funny thing, too, is that I don't know how Trump could ever expect rates to come down. If inflation goes up, the only other reason why you might drop interest rates is if unemployment goes up. But if Trump is making them fabricate Bureau of Labor statistics, there's like, well, why would we? I don't know, President. Sir, you told us that the employment market was better than it's ever been ever. Why would we drop the interest rates? Were you lying? If inflation is growing, but the labor market is really strong, that's a really good indicator to keep rates high, right? Like, yeah.
Like wholesale manufacturers on things like machinery are really struggling with tariffs. And so it's going to be that kind of detail going forward that's going to help us determine where prices are getting higher at the most.
But an important read today to add in some more facts and data to this picture. It's great to see you. Thanks for coming in.
Anybody else?
Recent polls have
Shut
shown.
up.
And I want to call out one specific thing because Trump has directly lied on something he's saying about this, which he said this very partisan hack right before the election was putting great jobs numbers out for Biden. And then right after the election, revised them down 800,000, the biggest revision ever. And he changed the month by one. And it's so annoying because they did do that major revision down before the election, 1 month before.
Oh, this reminds me of the immigration chart or whatever that he always shows. And then there's like a pointing finger thing to like, this is when Biden took office. But that's like, actually, it's like 6 months before Biden took office. It was in the thing where he got shot, or I'm sorry, where Corey got shot, that there was a stupid immigration chart. And the finger is pointing at the wrong month for when Biden took office. And it's like, hello? Does nobody look at any of this shit?
Instead of 1 month after. So it actually was really damaging to Biden. I remember it because I made a video about it at the time. It was like right before the election, they said, actually, there was way fewer jobs than thought. There is no doubt in anyone's mind. We're all like playing along. Like,
do you think that Trump even knows that Jerome Powell doesn't even alone change the rates? It takes a vote between all 7 board members at the Fed, the president of the New York Central Bank, and 4 other one-year term central banks. Who knows?
WWE or something.
Yeah.
Like, we know why he did this.
He's like Thanos with the reality stone. You know? He's
True.
like,
It's
they
just
turn down the numbers.
horrible.
Reality is whatever I want
True.
to make it. It's so cool. He just tweets. His Twitter is his reality stone. And he just does whatever he wants. Wow.
Actually true. Actually true.
Breaking.
Now to politics. Joining us on set, Charlie Kirk, founder and CEO of Turning Point USA, the host of the Charlie Kirk Show. I only follow.
They just need to bring on one college professor or a high school teacher and be like, oh, hey, just real quick, before we start this, as part of a new initiative for our platform, we're going to ask 5 really basic questions about the economy or just like economics in general, just to make sure that we're all on the same page and we all understand reality. I would just love for them to do that. I know they never do it, but.
Follow 200 people, I think. That's not that many.
I'm honored.
And
He doesn't even follow me anymore. He's literally, he's blocked me.
But you know what people do?
What's that?
They send me your stuff. To
Just to needle you.
tweet me.
I know.
So, Charlie, we know each other. I said we're going to have you on. So the people that were calling you to find out, what your views are, they said, what is the rationale for having Charlie Kirk on? So here's what I sent back. The unprecedented success of Trump's first 200 days in sharp contrast to the mainstream media narrative of chaos.
I love that.
I was kidding. It was a big, beautiful response.
You want me to laugh? What it was?
I'm saying, in every jest, right, there's some truth.
Wow, Janovic, thanks for the 5 gifted subs on YouTube chat.
And I think you would argue, from where you're sitting, that's not a false statement.
Whether it be trade deals, whether it be we just talk economics, the state of the economy, the country's hot right now. I mean, the market's up. We saw the inflation numbers yesterday were far better than experts would have estimated. And I mean, look, he got his one big beautiful bill passed.
1 day ago. Like, he's just lying, right? Do you remember when they lost 9-0 in the Supreme Court and Stephen Miller was in the, it was over like rejecting a tariff or something. It was the day after, I think, a stupid 60-day in office State of the Union bullshit. And Stephen Miller just said, actually, we just got a huge 9-0 win. And it wasn't. It's just like reality stoning, yeah.
I think we're only starting to see.
Oh, wait, yesterday was a CPI. Today was a different inflation number. Okay, never mind.
See the economy heat up. Okay, so can I ask one question?
You can.
This is the take him literally or take him figuratively question, right? Because we've all been debating for the last several months on this show and everywhere whether we're supposed to have our hair on fire or not about the tariffs and whether the tariffs are going to impact the economy, right? Yesterday, the president went after Goldman Sachs because that economist had said that he thought there'd be a recession as a result of the tariffs. Now, his original report, if you go back and look at it, was based on the idea that China might be at 145% tariff rates, and so that calculation, the sort of the hair on fire thing at that point was if he actually does what he says he's going to do, yes, the economy might do that. He didn't do that in part because he didn't do that.
Sorry, that's a negotiating tool, idiot.
So what is, to the extent that you're like a mind reader of the president, what should the business community, how should the business community think about what he says versus what he's going to do?
This is not complicated. He wants what's best for America. It's not ideological. And he wants what's best both for capital and labor. And he wants the market to succeed. He wants wages to go up. And look, you look at the trade deals. The only reason we got the trade deals, which are inarguably wins and victories across the board, whether it be Japan, Philippines, EU, I think we will see.
I don't think we have any of these real trade deals yet. People keep saying trade deals, but they're like these very
iffy, weak commitments to like skeletons of frameworks of like, I don't think we have any detailed trade deal right with anybody yet.
A very good China deal, I hope, in the next couple of months, is because he used tariffs as a way to bring people to the table. And tariffs have largely been used as two things, national security components or as revenue generators. He has now created a third category, which is we're going to use it as a negotiation tactic. And he has the whole world spinning, and they're coming to the Oval Office wanting to get a deal done, wanting to come into the U.S. markets. And he's also recalibrated the way that we are financing the government. And a lot of the experts would say, hey, if you have any tariffs at all, and just to push back a little bit, it's not just 145% tariff. They said, hey, if you have a 10% tariff, we're going to see massive inflation. If you have a 20%, we've now had 90 days of tariffs in place across the board. And the report yesterday, and the market responded, because the market doesn't lie. The inflation just wasn't there. The structural inflation was not there. And if it comes in the next couple months, then obviously we'll correct it.
But
prices have not raised.
There really is a dichotomy of people in this country. Half the people, maybe not half, but there are a lot of people that look at Trump and say, you know what? I think he's a negotiator. I've seen what he's done in the past. I think that he knows what he's doing. That's what they say. Whereas other people say, are you out of your mind completely? This guy has no idea. He's bankrupted. You know,
there's individuals who can hold both ideas in their mind. By the way,
did you think he knew what he was doing with negotiations?
I thought he might be able to.
The art of the deal.
Create a deal. I didn't know how far he'd get.
Because no one really thought we were.
I will push this. And if you're listening, if anybody's listening, whenever you do these shows, you should always be pushing on this stupid fucking point. Don't let them get away with calling him a master negotiator, an art of the deal guy. He hasn't negotiated. Fuck all. This motherfucker can't negotiate anything. Literally, having to lead with tariffs is the opposite of being a good negotiator. This is the United fucking States of America. We should be able to negotiate shit without having to tariff people first. That makes it sound like you're coming from a weak position. You already have to do shit in order to get people to negotiate. It's so stupid.
No one thought we were going to stay at 140%.
Look, the question from an economic perspective on tariffs is you may collect the tariff on one end, and the question is what happens to the real economy on the other end.
And so far we have not seen.
And so far we haven't seen it yet.
It was a major, catastrophic prediction, right? The panicins, the whole world's going to fall apart. And we just haven't seen that. And I think there does need to be a little contrition by economic ruling class, like, hey, back when we were saying this was going to be the worst thing for the global markets ever, it turns out what it has done is it recentered America as the center point of the world economy, that people wanted to invest in this country.
I'm sorry. Also, we've just moved on from this, right? This didn't get corrected, but we did have a Q1 economic contraction, right? That did happen, but we just don't care. Did we just move on from that? We don't give a fuck, or did that get revised?
The best case scenario is that these countries, it's important to them that they continue to trade with us, and they're eating some of the tariffs, and they're not directly paying for it, but that's where the pain is.
And I don't want to speak for him, but I'm going to make a bet that if David Solomon were sitting here today, this is the CEO of Goldman Sachs, right? That there's part of David that likes some of the policies that this president put forward around taxes.
More of them, not just some, most.
Right. And I'm sure he hates the fact that he is called out by the president and told to go back to being a full-time DJ or whatever the president said yesterday. He is a good DJ. And so I think that's why I said it's not just that there's one side of the world that thinks one thing and one side of the world that I think there's actually individuals who can hold both ideas in their head.
Charlie,
and by the way are confused.
Have you ever felt anybody that is even a quasi supporter of President Trump? And maybe I put myself in that category. There are plenty of times where you're uncomfortable trying to defend some of the things that are. Have you ever felt uncomfortable with anything?
I'm uncomfortable defending some of the things I've said a couple years ago. But look, I just look at results and I look at this is a guy that goes to work every single day and produces wins for the American people. And look, real wages are up this year for working people, $1,100. We just saw the report that we're starting to see crude go down a little bit, and we need that definitely to have energy prices go down. Capital expenditures are going up, which is a leading prerequisite for economic growth. And I get all the objections. I just want to say one final thing, though, is that I think that we need to rework our mental model when it comes to Donald Trump, especially in people that are running companies, because they're looking too much on the flow on X, and they're not looking at the macroeconomic, geopolitical victory that President Trump is driving every single day, which is recentering America as the forefront leader of the world economy.
Okay. It's just so fucking retarded. You had obviously the COVID recovery stuff. You had when was the invasion into Ukraine? February of 2022. Q1. Okay, so I'm guessing this was tied to that. So Biden's worst quarter was, if he comes into office on Q1 2021. So Biden's worst quarter was when the Ukraine war started, which was a 1 point decrease, negative 1%, or 1% economic contraction. And then 0.3 gain is the next worst. And then everything else is within 1.5 to 4.5. And then, right, it's just for no reason. And then nothing happens. Like, imagine you look at world history, or you're just like looking, not even at economics, just like the macro of like 2025. What happened in the United States? Why? But I guess we don't care about this. It's just so crazy that he can just like walk away from that. Without a care in the world. Okay, good one. Trevor expanding your order on competition. On promoting competition in the U.S. economy issued by his predecessor. What was this about? Saying it was pursuing an America First antitrust approach focused on free markets instead of what it called the overly prescriptive and burdensome approach of the Biden administration. Oh, related to monopolies and shit, I guess.
This
Polling is down on inflation.
This morning, new data showing inflation is holding steady, but a broader look shows prices did rise on a wide array of products, showing that President Trump's tariffs are being passed along to consumers. So the question is, how do Americans feel about Trump's handling?
Wait!
Products showing that President Trump's tariffs are being.
But look, appliances are down. Why would appliances fall of anything else? I wonder if like I wonder which of these are USMCA. Is that it? U.S. Mexico Canada agreement, because the those are still exempt from all the tariffs, right?
Being passed along to consumers. So the question is, how do Americans feel about Trump's handling of inflation? CNN's Harry Hinton is joining us now. Harry, this is really a huge piece of why the president was elected, was to get a handle on cost of living. So how do Americans feel like he's doing?
Let me just say, this is an abject disaster. Abject disaster for the President of the United States. You mentioned it, Jessica. Look, voters on Trump and inflation. He won the 2024 election because he was more interested on inflation than Kamala Harris was, led by a margin of 9 points. Look at where his net approval stands today, though, on inflation. My goodness gracious. Into the gutter we go. Underwater we go. He's 25 points underwater. My goodness gracious. That is where the Little Mermaid is, and he is matching the Little Mermaid. That's how far underwater he is on the issue that got him elected. He led out by 9 points on it last year, and now he's 25 points underwater. As I said, this is a complete and total disaster for the President of the United States.
So let's look ahead to 2026 when a lot of Republicans, all the House Republicans, some senators going to be on the ballot. How is that shaping?
Yeah, if Republicans in Congress think that they can escape the wrath of the voters when it comes to inflation, I have a bit of a rude awakening for them. Trust which party more on inflation? You go back to the 2022 midterms, look at this. Republicans led by 13 points on which party was more trusted in inflation. Look at where we are now. Nearly a 15-point shift in the Democrats' direction. It's within the margin of error, but the Democrats up by a point. This just looks totally different from where we were back in 2022 when, of course, Republicans took back the House. That's what Democrats are trying to do this time around, looking much better for them. The bottom line is the wrath that the voters feel for Donald Trump and inflation is transferring over to House Republicans, and now Democrats, although it's a small lead, a big difference from where we were back in October of 2022, with Democrats actually in the positive and Republicans in the negative. Very much the reverse of where we were just 3 years ago.
Yeah, and so how do voters feel about inflation in terms of where it ranked, what kind of priority it is for them?
They don't like it.
Right. So we started off this segment by saying that inflation was the reason that Donald Trump was elected. It was the most important issue for the voters back last year at this point. And look at where we are today. What is the top issue for you right now? It's a runaway. It's inflation. It's 34% compared to the economy, which is basically very similar at 6.
I feel like this is just such a dumb poll, though. Like, do Americans care about inflation or do they care about high prices? Because, like, or do they care about, like, affordability of things? Because, like, when you ask on inflation, I feel like there's so many different things that somebody could think about. Like, if, like, oh, I can't afford a house. Well, why not? Inflation? Well, is it inflation? Or is it about the amount of money you're making? Or is the house is expensive? Or, like, it just feels like this could be a proxy for so many other issues, you know?
16% Medicare and Social Security at 14%. But the bottom line is voters in poll after poll after poll say that Donald Trump has taken his eye off the ball, off the big issue of the day, which is inflation. And that is why Donald Trump is way underwater on this issue. And it's why Democrats have caught up to Republicans on the all-important issue of inflation. I can guarantee you this, Jessica. If these numbers look right now like they do, or will look on Election Day 2026, there is no way on God's green earth that Republicans can hold on to the House of Representatives. These numbers, as I said, an abject disaster for Donald Trump and therefore Republicans.
I mean, I'm no Harry Hinton, but 34 is
That's
more,
a big
more
number.
than double 16.
That is a very, very large number.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wow. Cava, Chipotle, and other fast casual restaurant chains are finally hit by consumer slowdown. What is fast casual? Is it like the step up from fast food, but a step down from sit-down diners? What is Cava? Cava stock tumbled 16% in afternoon trading on Wednesday, making the latest. Is this like, do I know restaurants that this brand owns or something? Like a Shake Shack? No shot. Shake Shack is just fast food. Here we go. Eateries like Chipotle Mexican Grill and Cava reporting double-digit same-store sales growth, even as the broader restaurant industry posted falling traffic and slumping sales. But times have changed this spring. Fast casual chains suffered driver decline as sales slowed down or even shrank. Cava is like Chipotle 2.0. Gotcha. Mediterranean, I guess. Is this just not on the East Coast or something? I feel like I've never seen this restaurant in my life. It is on the East Coast. Okay. So far in 2025, Shake Shack shares have fallen 16%. Chipotle stock has slid 28%. Cava shares have tumbled 37%, and Sweet Green stock has plunged 70%. Holy shit. Fuck, why didn't we time that drop? Oh, wait, we're down. This stock is... Whoa! No, that's okay. It's coming back. Damn. I'm already invested in United Healthcare, guys. I can't. I'm sorry. You have to look no further than what's going on with our competitors. You have to look no further than what's going with our competitors. What's going on with our competitors? Is that what that was supposed to say? You have to look no further than what's going on with our competitors with snack occasions or $5 meals. That's where the consumer is drifting towards, with value as a price point because of low consumer sentiment. I think as sentiment improves, the business will improve. I think it's probably the biggest headwind we face. Jesus Christ. Wait, what?
And now he's got us in a bad place. So we're paying $360 billion a year for each point. Now, I believe we should be 3 or 4 points lower. So that's over $1 trillion we pay every year in interest. And it's really just a paper calculation. You sign a document and you save almost $1 trillion because that number equates very much to the bonds that we have to buy.
Oh!
But despite that, we're powering through it. And we have the greatest economy maybe we've ever had.
Just drop the rates by like 500 basis points, or sorry, 300 or 400 basis points. Why not? Sounds like a good idea.
And now he...
There's no tax cuts. No tariffs, no tax cuts. So are tariffs price hikes or tax cuts? I say they're tax cuts.
I mean, many economists would say that they're tax hikes because ultimately...
Like, why do we say that? Why do we act that way? Like, when the guillotine falls, are you killing one person or creating two distinct people? And it's like, well, most experts... Wait, did she say most or some?
I mean, many economists...
Oh. Many doctors would say that you're actually just killing one person when you chop their head off.
would say that they're tax hikes because ultimately a consumer will pay for some of those increased prices.
Look, that debate has been going on since the first term, and most economists just don't agree with us. The problem with most economists is they got it wrong the first time around, just spectacularly wrong. So who has credibility here? The Trump administration? Or the economists?
It's been better than thought. I give you plenty of credit every day here. Every day I say that the inflation is not as bad.
I believe this is the guy who cites the book that's just him, right? It's an anagram of his name. It's just him, Navarro, right?
The Wall Street Journal blamed me for, they had lead editorial saying the Navarro recession because of the tariffs. in the first term, and all we got was robust growth and no inflation. So, and I love watching CNBC. Like when the data comes out, you got the Leisman Santelli show. It's like, you know, it's like the Thriller in Manila. You know, I always think Rick kicks his butt, but you know, Steve has his fans too. But this is why you guys are able to have a lot of viewers.
We do.
There's just a lot going
We're
on
the
to
best.
parse. I'm hoping that I've helped you today because, folks, pay attention to this executive order and figure out how to make money from it, because you will do that.
Peter Navarro, thank you for the time today.
You take
Good to
care.
hear from
It was
you.
a pleasure to be with you.
European leaders tentatively hopeful after a call with Trump ahead of Putin's summit. After holding a virtual meeting with Donald Trump on Wednesday, European leaders appeared cautiously optimistic. Trump reportedly told the Europeans that his goal was for the summit was to obtain a ceasefire between Moscow and Kyiv. Okay. Bro, I feel like somehow Putin is going to walk away with like 40% of Alaska, and we're like not even going to know what happened. We're just going to be like, one day the signs are all just going to be in fucking Russian, and people are going to be like, wait, what's going on? And Trump's going to like deploy the National Guard there, like accidentally. He's invading Russian territory, and then we have to just like cede 40% of the land. Like, my God.
We begin tonight with the question that could decide the immediate fate of Ukraine and the future of Europe and the NATO alliance, namely which Donald Trump will show up at the summit with Vladimir Putin in Anchorage, Alaska, less than 2 days from now. Will it be the one who spoke today with Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky and European leaders, telling them, sources say, that he would not negotiate Ukrainian territory with Vladimir Putin? Or will the Donald Trump who shows up Friday be the one who just 2 days ago said he might be okay with the idea of Ukraine having to give up some of its territory for peace?
There'll be some land swapping going on. I know that through Russia and through conversations with everybody. To the good, for the good of Ukraine. Good stuff, not bad stuff. Also, some bad stuff for both.
He didn't specify who would be negotiating that land swapping, as he called it. He also did not acknowledge that the land in...
Yeah, I still want to know who is, who what are we swapping?
Oh, buddy. Hey.
Why did you link this?
Question was taken by a foreign aggressor. He did, however, add that, quote, we're going to see what the parameters are, and then I'm going to call up President Zelensky and European leaders. Today, the president warned yet again of potential severe consequences for Russia.
Oh, okay.
Will Russia face any consequences if Vladimir Putin does not...
Yes, but we can't say what the consequences are. We saw some of this. This is fucking stupid. Russia is suspected to be behind breach of federal court filing system. Federal officials are scrambling to assess the damage and address flaws in a sprawling, heavily used computer system long known to have vulnerabilities. Uh-oh. Investigators have uncovered evidence that Russia is at least partly responsible for a recent hack of the computer system that manages federal court documents, including highly sensitive records with information that could reveal sources and people charged with national security crimes, according to several people briefed on the breach.
Yes, please.
Hi, sir. There's new reporting that the Russians have hacked into some computer systems that manage U.S. federal court documents. I wonder if you've seen this reporting and if you plan to bring it up with Putin when you see him later in the week.
I guess I could. Are you surprised? You know, are you surprised? They hack in. That's what they do. They're good at it. We're good at it. We're actually better at it. But no, I have heard about it. I have heard about it.
What a fucking retarded thing to say. This is our leader?
Please.
Why not just say the same shit about Russiagate then? Why do they deny that so much? In terms of like Russia trying to interfere with our election. Why not just say like, yeah, they did try to interfere with it. Yeah, we know it. That's what they do all the time. Why not just say that? Why? I don't even know. Whatever. is fucking retarded. Illinois court rejects Texas request to enforce arrest warrants against House Democrats. That's good. Fuck them. Although, haven't they all gone back at this point?
You're watching the.
Texas Attorney General suffers major loss in court. Volcane strikes back at Tellurico. What the fuck is this?
And if that wasn't enough, what Tallarico did on social media was deceptively edit our 10-minute conversation into about 70 seconds of what he thinks are slam dunks, what I think are clearly lies, with no response from me. And makes it look like we said goodbye, it's short on time, we have to go, we have to run. I gave Tallarico 2 more minutes after telling him we're tight against time. He used that time like Jill Biden to talk about breakfast tacos if that makes him a Texan. Where I come from, being a Texan is someone with a steel spine and something between their knees, between their legs. That something gives you the integrity to tell the truth. Now, I don't know what the voters of Round Rock, Texas think about what it means to be a Texan, but if Tallarico's any evidence, it means being a fraud, a fake man of the cloth. Someone who's as comfortable lying as he is breathing, or as comfortable lying as he is running to Illinois. I will say one thing. Mark Cuban is right when he posted on X. James Tallarico is going to go as far in politics as he wants to go. He is good. He is a good politician, defined by his ability to lie. And I have no doubt that will make him a star.
You do know that, like, your President Trump is a politician, right? Like, you, like this. You talked to this guy? Yeah, I did a show. Oh, we saw this. See if there's anything else in here. Talking to Willie Mack show about his feud. This was 2 days ago.
Supporters, all the personalities that back him up, all the chatters that back.
I don't actually care that much about this.
It was a promising technology. It made sense to invest in it in 2020, it I think did a good job in protecting older people. It should never have been used or recommended or mandated for young people. It still makes sense to invest in it for cancer. I mean,
Why? What, do young people not have mRNA or what? I don't even know what that means.
Protecting older people. It should never have been used or recommended or mandated for young people. It still makes sense to invest in it for cancer. I mean, it's quite promising. I don't think it's quite there yet, but it's promising, and we should continue to invest in a research way, but we should not be using it as a platform for mass vaccination.
What does that even mean? Research it for fun? J.D. Vance van roaming the streets of the UK. What? Okay. Okay. There's a lot of memes apparently from this Laura Loomer deposition. I don't understand why you blurred it out. It's blurred out. Can you explain, Mr. Clement? Objection, relevancy by Ms. Bulger. Can you explain to me what it means to say to her that the Arby's in her pants, well, Arby's, answer the question, Arby's sells roast beef, right? Can you tell me why you were talking about the Arby's in her pants? Well, it's just an expression. What is the expression trying to convey? It conveys the reason why she got a divorce by her own admission. Because she has roast beef in her pants? Yeah. She'd put roast beef in her pants? That's what you're trying to say here? You're literally... Can we mark this as exhibit, whatever we're at, 31? 31, please. Exhibit 31 was marked for identification. Several of President Trump's staff have told me in confidence that Lindsey Graham is gay. Hold on, Miss Loomer, there's no question. What is your basis for saying she put Arby's in her pants? She carries roast beef in her pockets. What is your basis for saying she puts roast beef in her pockets? Because I know she likes roast beef. So what is your basis for saying she had Arby's in her pants? Because I know she likes to eat at Arby's, and she likes to put it in her pants. You know that? Yeah. She puts Arby's in her pants? Yeah, she does. Okay, if I ask Marjorie Taylor Greene, she would tell you that she puts Arby's in her pants. It's my best belief that she would tell you that, yes. Okay. What does the middle one say? My deposition actually went great. Had roast beef? Oh, okay. I love the y-axis that people do in these graphs. Stock futures fall after U.S. July PPI inflation jumps. Like, holy shit, did it go to 0? But it's like the the increments here are not. It's not as dramatic as it looks. Fuck. I missed the Ethan Klein memes today. Apparently, we got Hassan being a sex pest.
No, it wasn't. A nude? So was it? What's the score like? 1, 2, 3, 4 against 1, 2, 3?
Now, is this a cute accident? This is the 4th time. On camera. Just on camera. Do you think he's respecting the privacy of these people sending his nudes? Fucking clearly not. He's waving it around for just anyone next to him to look at. And be like, bro, your phone's full of nudes, dude? That's fucking sick.
Is that a nude? So was it? What's the score like? 1, 2, 3, 4 against 1, 2, 3? In space, it was the nude. Big knockers? No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
This is gross. Why is it so, like, if you're just on your phone, what are you doing where there's just nude pictures right there? Like, you're in a party, you're on your phone, you're scrolling Twitter, you're looking through emails, what are you doing where there's just nudes on your phone all the time?
Well, I mean, if there were nudes on my phone, like, I wouldn't pull them out in public like that. I'd be scared somebody would be looking over my shoulder or something.
Yeah. And also, here's the other thing. If they are unsolicited, that means he's going into the DMs with his fans and downloading or looking at and receiving their nudes. I, by my very policy, never go into the DMs with fans, cold DMs, because you don't know what's there, and you don't want to give people the wrong impression. There's a weird power imbalance. People are there, they're going to be like mystified by you and want to do anything for you. So I straight up do never talk to fans in the DMs. But he's in the cold DMs, getting, let's say, unsolicited, but he's receiving nudes from people. And
base.
A nude?
Oh wait, this is the same thing.
Nude?
Okay, we will watch this tomorrow. The Sam Hyde video. It will happen. We will get there. I'm like 65% sure. They had to end the podcast early after the crew started pushing back. Wait, really?
Who I was with last weekend, or, you know, like, I don't know. As a 35-year-old famous guy, I think it's cooler not to talk about all that stuff.
I agree. Obviously. Also, bear in mind, these are all of his friends that are telling this story because they think it's cool. Like, this isn't like the time, every time that it's happened when someone wasn't recording it or he was showing it to someone who's not a streamer. These are the times where, like, I'm going to tell this cute anecdote of the time that I
Was that the button? Was that the button?
1 sec. It wasn't okay.
I bet he abused.
1 sec here. Ride that button. Ride that music for me, Zach. What is this one? Oh, this is a bad timestamp. Anyway, that's what that is. I'm gonna make a whole video about it. Basically, is what I'm planning. But it came up just out of nowhere, kind of. But I've got a lot more than that, and that's all I have to say. All right. Well, everybody, it's been a good time, hasn't it? All right. Today is Wednesday, which means we'll be here for members. Tomorrow, Thursday for members. We're going to be playing maybe Overcooked, I think. What's that? It's a game. Multiplayer game.
Oh, fun for a video game?
Yeah. All right, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow and everybody else on Friday.
Maybe I'll watch this tomorrow, maybe. Wait, what happened? I don't know. Maybe I guess the crew just wasn't as comfortable with the segment, but what are you going to say? What are you going to do? Train, backpack, racket, caboose, hubbub, seat, bustle, stick, bouquet, bat, tail, cookbook, mallet, veal, nitwit, and backside. Oh shit, wait. No, yeah. What's all the hubbub? What's the bustle? Wait. What's all the caboose? No. What's all the racket? Hold on. Okay, a seat, backside, tail. This, fuck. Fuck. It's gonna be one off and I'm fucked. It's one off and I'm fucked. Not even, just kidding. Okay. Okay. Veal or veil? This is a veil, right? Like that covers your face, not veal like the meat. I don't know what a caboose is. Is that like some part of a train? Cookbook. Backpack. Bat. You can hit people with things like a racket, a bat, a stick, and a mallet? Maybe? Okay, or yeah, I mean a ball, not people. My bad. Of course. Tail. Bouquet? Bouquet of like flowers? Bustle. Hubbub. Nitwit. This train scene. Fuck. Bouquet. Backpack. Jesus. I feel like bustle and hubbub. No. It's not like repeated vowel sounds. Cook, book, knit, wit, backpack, hubbub. It was gonna be so fucking stupid. Rhyming compound words? Oh my god. Okay. Veil. Bouquet. Things at like a wedding? A wedding tail? Oh, part of a wedding dress? Maybe? Like, or things a bride has, a bouquet, a veil, a tail, like a long tail dress, and then there's a caboose? Is that something like a dress thing? Just kidding. I wasn't even one off? The backside of a dress and the seat of a dress? Not, okay, just kidding. I don't even. Fuck me. I don't know what the fuck a caboose is. I feel like that was the name of a guy in Red vs. Blue. Caboose. Is it like a train car? I have no idea. Okay, I don't know what that is. We don't need that word. That's okay. Bustle. I don't actually know what it means to bustle. Like a bustling city. It's like a busy city. A crowdy, rowdy. But what does it mean to bustle? Is that a verb? Bustle? To bustle? A bustle? Detail. Seat. Train. Things that like come out the back? I don't have no idea. I don't know. Get me the fuck out of here. Derriere? Oh, it is back. Wait, did I not guess these? I didn't get one off. The backside, seat, tail. Oh, caboose. Oh, like hitting the butt. Caboose. Maybe. What? Maybe? I don't know why I'm even saying that. I don't remember. Okay. Components of a bride's ensemble. Oh, fuck. What is the train? You mean the thing we run on your mom before she gets married? Ooh, woo, yeah. Okay, the veil, the bouquet. And then what did I guess? Did I guess the bustle and the tail? Did it not say one away? Did I miss it? Or did I... It never says one away on last guess? That has to be a new thing. I don't believe you. Ugh. All right, we're going to coach. Be careful today. See you tomorrow.